Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei got married with Greek goddess Artemis and Athena? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Shelter room, unknown district, Japan AM. A man was seen running towards the end of the shelter, trying to escape from someone. He was described to be a brown-haired man whose hair was messy and had brown eyes. He was wearing a black parka jacket, which had fur on his neck. He also wore long woolen leggings and gumboots, and had worn earmuffs which were designed as headphones for music listening. "Evacuate the people! We are under attack!" he commanded, as the people present nodded in agreement, with the man continuing to speak. "Focus on the elderly, women and children first. Guard them with your lives. I will hold them off." "But boss, one of the men spoke, as the brown-haired man responded, "Leave. I will hold the attackers off." The men nodded, with one of them speaking, "Yes, boss Issei." They all rushed towards the location. With the now identified Issei heading inside, he had to contact his allies upon the attack. He wondered how did their enemies even come to know about the hidden bunker, which was disguised as a shelter room on the surface. This is all happening due to the phenomenon known as the global freeze. Issei spoke, remembering the fateful day the global freeze began. It happened right after a few days of Trihex's defeat and sealing by him and the faction's hands. The phenomenon wiped out % of the humanity on the first initial temperature drop. After that, humans died one by one. My parents and older sister Mari were victims of this as well, leaving me as the only Haida family survivor. Even Asia, who was a reincarnated devil, couldn't handle the cold and was killed in my arms. Issei spoke, as a lone tear fell from his eye. It has been years since their deaths and years since the global freeze began. Nobody knew where it came from, or how it happened. All they knew is that this event happens once every years in this planet. One by one, those that were close to me started to die. First Irina, then Gasper, then Kiba, then Aquino, and then the rest of my friends died one by one. Despite us having blood of the supernatural, we couldn't make it out alive. Only a select few of us survived, with even the supernatural working alongside me surviving. We managed to survive thanks to finding ways of growing food and livestock even in this hellish world. Issei commented, remembering what had happened. He had watched them perish one by one, either by rival groups that attacked the bunker to steal their loot, or from the intense cold reaching -°C, and eventually passing by the -degree mark. The global freeze started by shutting down electricity, food, and eventually even water supply. The world entered into what seemed to be a very dark age. Cars that tried to move to the south or coastal areas were consumed by snow, passengers inside freezing to death. Several groups, including mine, were made in order to survive this apocalypse. Issei narrated, remembering what had happened due to the apocalypse, with stores either buried in snow, and those that weren't ended up having expired food or rotting food. The food was rotting, and without proper medicine to survive, many fell to disease due to consuming rotten food or unclean water. In a world like this, only the strong survived, while the weak perished. Eventually, to survive, people had to turn to other methods to do so. Cannibalism was first seen in the years from the apocalypse, when humans started to consume other humans to survive. It was disgusting, but to survive, people had to apply other methods. Issei spoke with slight disgust. He remembered in the years, humans and other beings succumbing to insanity, and starting to cannibalize other humans just to make sure they survive. Anything was meant to happen, and money became useless and mere paper due to the frozen apocalypse. Only some of us are alive. Rosweiss, the only member of my peerage alive, Ain Lucifuge, one of my closest friends and older sister of Graphia Lucifuge. Azazel-sensei, the fallen angel leader. Yasaka-san, the leader of what remains of a few yokai. Artemis, the former man-hating goddess of Olympus, who had lost her sister to the intense cold, to name a few. We are working together to preserve and save what remains of humanity, and try to find a way to live in this planet, or find another planet where we can stay on, Issei added, as his eyes pulled up, remembering the deaths he had to watch, with them dying one by one. But the Red Dragon Emperor had hope in his eyes. Partner, there are signatures of devils, angels, fallen angels, and other deities coming this way. You need to protect the defenseless humans now, a familiar red dragon responded to him, as Issei knew this was Drake, the only one that was aware of what is happening. Issei nodded in understanding, as he headed towards the bunker room to protect the humans that were present there. Drake, can you contact Ophis and Great Red? Issei asked in response, to which Drake responded, as much as I would like to, there is no contact with the dragons. It is almost like someone is jamming access to them completely. Same goes for Lilith. All three have been sealed in a location where we cannot communicate. We are on our own, partner. Issei gave a small chuckle, speaking in response, I guess this is it. Let's go, Drake. Yeah. Drake responded, as the duo entered into Diablo's dragon without having to do the chant due to years of practicing it. They used their boosters to head to the location where the people are kept. He immediately dashed forward to the lower locations of the bunker, ensuring the people of this bunker would be safe. He used his authorization as the leader, and tapped in the passcode, with the doors entering in. Only to be met with a horrific sight. The people were all slain, all either burned to crisp or have perished in a brutal manner. Some had their guts and body parts ripped from their body, and they even had their organs ripped from their body. Even women and children weren't spared, with newborns also being slain in a brutal manner. Issei lost his armor and fell to his knees, tears falling from his eyes. He couldn't save these people from their attackers. He hated what has happened, and all of them were killed. The newborns were a hope to this broken and destroyed world, since once the global freeze would have ended, they could rebuild and live a life from the broken parts of the world. Partner, handle yourself. It was not your fault. Drake exclaimed, trying to get him to his senses. But Issei was grieving at so many deaths. Issei then exclaimed, I couldn't save them. I couldn't save anyone. Issei, listen. Drake spoke his name, and when he does, it shows how close the two have become. As he continues, we couldn't save them, doesn't mean you got to quit. There are still others you can save, your friends that are fighting the raiders that have attacked us. We can save who we can. If we don't, we will lose everything. Issei could only look at Drake and nod in agreement. However, before he could leave, he heard a groan. He turned to see a woman looking at him, speaking with a low tone, "Be boss." Issei rushed to the person, and saw she was barely alive. As he spoke with a shaky tone, hang in there. He brought out some antiseptics using his magic dimension, and tried to bring it to her wound only for her to stop, while speaking, it's no use. Issei was about to speak, when the woman pointed to what seemed to be several organs on the ground. He widened his eyes upon realizing what must have happened, making him realize that they must have tortured her in order for her to perish. It was by sheer willpower that she was alive. Who did this to you? Issei asked with a shaky and low tone. He was beyond furious at what happened to them. He wanted to know which gang had raided their fortified and secure base, and vowed to make them pay for what they have done. The woman then spoke with a shaky tone. It was the G gods that did this. The supernatural forces that were led by them did this. They said to wipe out all lower beings. They even killed them, my boy, without any mercy. The woman spoke with tears, as she pointed to the mutilated corpse of a small boy who was 4 years old. Issei gritted his teeth in anger, his draconic traits being in full display. He wondered where the gods went, since they vanished when the global freeze was first triggered and never showed up after that. Now he understood or had an idea of what might have happened. He was livid at what these gods have done. He had to find the others and stop him. Be boss, thank you for taking me in, and protecting us when we first came here. I am sorry I couldn't repay you in kind. The woman spoke her final words before she perished from the blood. Issei gently closed his eyes, while speaking with a low tone. Sleep, Lena. Forgive me for not protecting you like I promised. Issei muttered with a low tone, as he walked away from the corpse and walked towards the location where the fight was happening. He could sense a massive magic presence heading to the location. The sound of destruction echoed through the battlefield as debris and bodies littered the ground. A door flew past him, torn from its hinges by an unseen force, a grim reminder of the overwhelming power they faced. Issei's gaze sharpened as he beheld the last warriors still standing, Surzux Lucifer and Vala Lucifer, locked in a desperate battle against the gods of multiple pantheons. Among them, Yasaka, Artemis, and Azazel fought with everything they had, their bodies battered and bloodied. Many had already fallen, Ain, Rosweiss, and countless others had succumbed to the overwhelming might of the divine onslaught. Issei could only close his eyes, tears falling from them due to many more of his comrades falling to what has happened. He also lost some of his lovers like Ain, Rosweiss and Rias, who were all slain by the gods, without any mercy or care, but they had gone down fighting since he could see the corpses of the gods as well. From the ranks of the gods, the first to speak was Shiva, his voice calm yet laced with unshaken superiority. You should be fighting alongside us, not these fragile humans who will inevitably crumble before us, Shiva declared, his many arms still crackling with divine energy. Zeus turned his gaze toward his daughter Artemis, his expression twisted with contempt. You have disgraced me, Artemis. Siding with these mortals you once despised, you will be treated no differently than them. Artemis gritted her teeth, fury and sorrow warring in her heart. Her huntresses had all once been human, and though she had harbored resentment toward men, she had fought to protect humanity from threats beyond their understanding. And there was something else, an unspoken love for Issei, a truth she had never been able to admit. She clenched her fists, her voice trembling as she lashed out. Athena died because of the global freeze, and now you dishonor her memory, father! Artemis shouted, her silver eyes blazing with defiance. Zeus did not flinch. His lips curled in disdain. You are blind, just like your sister. Do you not understand your role? You are not meant to protect humanity, you were created to keep them in check. Their purpose is not to defy us but to follow the order we set. Although, your brother was more loyal to us. Artemis's breath caught in her throat as the weight of his words crushed her. She was beyond furious at how callous her supposed father was. Ra, the sun god, stepped forward, his golden presence radiating oppressive heat. Lord Zeus speaks the truth. It is our duty to ensure humanity never strays beyond the power we have allotted them. When they rise above their station, we remind them of their place. Susanoo let out a cold laugh, arms folded as he added, we have been doing this for centuries. Every time humans reach a level they should not, their arrogance always leads them to believe they can surpass the gods. It is our responsibility to correct their folly. His expression darkened as he concluded, and so, we will do it again. Xerxes' fists clenched at his sides, his demonic aura flaring wildly with rage. His eyes burned with the anguish of loss. He had already lost Graphia, Milikas, and his parents to the global freeze. Now Rias and Rosweiss had fallen before his eyes, casualties of the gods' relentless assault. The revelation hit him like a hammer. You would kill all of us, wouldn't you? Xerxes growled, his voice trembling with barely contained fury. Yasaka, once known for her warmth and wisdom, had grown cold and hardened by years of loss. Her golden eyes bore nothing but venom as she glared at the gods before her. I should have expected this. They had no care when my daughter perished in the global freeze. Her voice was laced with bitterness. Kunu had died in a violent gang raid, a result of the chaos that had consumed the world after the divine catastrophe. Yasaka had wiped out the entire gang in a blind rage, but no vengeance could bring her daughter back. It was Issei who had been there to pull her back from the darkness, the only person who had understood her pain. And now, these so-called gods dared to justify their actions. Susanoo smirked as he watched the fury in their eyes. Had you chosen to side with us, you would have lived, Susanoo said mockingly. But you still do not understand. The global freeze? That was us. A stunned silence fell upon the battlefield. Xerxes' breath hitched. His body trembled as he whispered, that means. Zeus smiled, an eerie satisfaction in his voice. Yes. We were the ones who orchestrated the global freeze. It was our will that shattered your world. It was our decree that sealed away Ophis, Lilith, and Great Red, trapped in the same kind of prison that once held Trihexa. No one is coming to save you. Any dragon that survived was hunted down and exterminated. You have bored us with your peace, and now it is time to end this. And how we came to know of this. It was all thanks to Odin. Ari spoke, as Odin walked forward with a sinister smile. Vala grew wide-eyed and gritted his teeth in anger, knowing that his adoptive family was the one that had turned against him. He then exclaimed, You betrayed us, Odin! Odin only smirked and responded, I did, and it was me that exposed your base. Humans need to be curbed, especially the two of you, Vala and Issei. You will regret this, Odin. Albion growled from the divine dividing as Odin responded with a smirk. You will do nothing, just die in this world like all those lower beings. It was easy to make you all fight a war we couldn't win. We used you to win against Trihexa, and all of us gods are living in peace, while you mortals suffer. Odin responded callously, at the prospect making Vala more angrier. He vowed to make an example out of Odin before killing him permanently. Surzex's mind reeled. His entire belief in the balance of power, the delicate peace between factions, had been shattered. All of it, nothing but a cruel illusion. We were pawns. Vala murmured, his voice dark with realization. He clenched his fists, his energy surging as his rage exploded. We were nothing more than pieces in your game, Zeus sneered, dismissing his anger as meaningless. Of course. You, the devils, the angels, the fallen, the yokai, and especially the humans. You were always beneath us. You forget your place, thinking yourselves equal to the divine. But once again, we will put you in your rightful place. Shiva's eyes gleamed with finality. You are nothing but anomalies, mistakes in the grand design. We have allowed you to exist for too long, but now, we will restore order. The global freeze was only the beginning. We will erase you all, as we have done countless times before. A heavy silence settled over the battlefield. The weight of betrayal, grief, and fury twisted in their hearts. But something else burned within them now, something far greater than despair. It was resolve. They were determined to fight till the bitter end. After all, they had nothing left to lose. However, before anyone could respond, a powerful green blast had struck all of them, making several scream in pain. Several gods had fallen from the strike alone. As Shiva defended himself with a barrier, as he gritted his teeth knowing exactly who was solely responsible for this, the allies looked to see Issei had arrived, in his true Dabalos dragon. As he spoke with anger, bloody damned gods, Issei rushed forward towards his allies speaking, You guys alright? What took you so long? Vala spoke with a cocky tone, as he responded, These bastard gods have killed the people that were inside the safe house. I was too late to save them. They all realized this and scowled at what these gods have done. Yasaka no longer followed these gods in any manner and detested ever seeing them as gods, knowing that they were responsible for so many deaths. They all got ready for the final battle. Once the dust settled, several gods were killed, including Zeus from the blast alone, caught off guard by the very powerful attack. Shiva glared at Issei, as he spoke, You damned brat! How dare you oppose Dharma? Go suck it, Shiva! Issei spoke mockingly while pointing to his left hand while making a mocking gesture and flipping him off. Shiva was even more furious as he radiated massive amounts of aura, however he was unaffected. He then spoke, You will perish here today. Humanity will no longer reach the levels that they have reached before. Your kind bored us, so that is what we are to you. Entertainment. Surzex exclaimed with anger, as Susanoo, who was badly injured, responded, You mortals are quite amusing as entertainment. Same goes to you lower life forms. You shall all perish. Bold words for someone that got his butt kicked by Hayadu just a while back. Vala taunted the Shinto god of thunder, making him really furious at what the White Dragon Emperor had said. He gritted his teeth in pain and anger, as he coughed up blood. The remaining gods were all ready to fight against them. What about you, Artemis? You going to fight with us? Artemis only returned a smile and responded, I would rather die than work with the same people that caused the death of my friends and family. Let's fight till the very end. You ain't mad that I killed your daddy? Issei asked mockingly, to which Artemis responded, He had it coming for what he did, now let's clash. I am in as well, they will pay for what they did to my family and my people. Surzex spoke angrily, entering into his true form, which was the physical embodiment of destruction. Yasaka displayed her tails in full sway ready for a brawl while Vala entered into his Dabalos dragon Lucifer with him, also not requiring the chant. Artemis readied her bow, while Issei entered into his stance ready for battle. We have nothing to lose anyway, while they have everything to lose. Yasaka commented, her daughter was everything, and if they die, they can die knowing that they died with no regrets and fighting till the bitter end. She was ready to take down her enemies. Let's go, false god. Issei spoke with a cold tone, as Shiva responded. I will destroy all of you, none shall ever oppose the gods ever again. Shiva declared in response as both sides charged in an epic battle against each other. They both were ready to end each other once and for all. Scene change. Shelter room, unknown district, Japan, PM. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't beat the armies of gods and one by one had fallen to their demises. Issei was being held by Shiva, who had won albeit with serious injuries, like losing an eye and several parts of his body. They had managed to take down major armies of gods, with several chief gods falling to the six, which wouldn't have been possible. Issei was struggling against him in every manner. He was able to beat off many gods, including defeating some like Vishnu and Brahma alongside Vala, who was slain by the latter but not before taking the god down with him. It's over. Your resistance ends here. I should have started killing your kind when you became too strong. You have defied the divine order, and now it's over. Shiva spoke with exhaustion. Even he couldn't have beaten Issei alone, since he had killed Vishnu before he had fought against the god of destruction, and still was able to damage him. He then continued, "This is exactly why I triggered the global freeze. You mortals need to be curbed to the limit so that you don't cause problems to the divine order." Divine order? Issei asked while struggling. He was waiting for the right opportunity to strike him back. If he cannot kill him, he was definitely going to take him to hell with him. Shiva then spoke, "I won't spare too much time, but know this, as long as we gods thrive, we will never let mortals become too strong. This is the result of what happens. Gods are dead because of mortals that think they can surpass and condemn judgment portrayed by us. You have bored us too as well, and you won't be defying us ever again. Now then, goodbye, Issei Hayadu." Issei could only laugh in response, as he spoke, in other words, "Why you are afraid of us, aren't you, Shiva? What are you talking about?" Shiva growled in response, as Issei responded, "Admit it. You are scared of losing your position as a destroyer god due to one day humanity crushing you eventually. Quite cowardly, destroyer god." Shiva only growled, and decided to end his life by opening his third eye with the intention of destroying him along with the corpses in this location. However, Issei responded, "If I am going down, I am taking you to hell with me." Blazing inferno of scorching flares. Drake declared from the boosted gear, with the intention of burning the god alive with Issei. He had nothing to lose, but he was going to make the god of destruction suffer in response, making him scream in agony, as Shiva desperately tried to use his destruction magic to defend himself but was unable to do so. Both of them took direct damage from the flames. The onlookers, or surviving gods, could only watch in fear, as Shiva burned alive, with his wife Parvati screaming in horror. "Shiva!" She tried to use her magic to prevent the attack from hurting her husband any further, only to see the flames aren't stopping in any manner. She gritted her teeth in anger, and entered into her Kali form to try and stop the flames using chaos magic, only for it to backfire due to the immense flames that were being too strong, forcing her to return to her old self. "You damned mortal!" Parvati exclaimed with anger and frustration, as the flames soon dispelled itself, leaving a near-dead Shiva and Issei, both of whose bodies were charred from the attack. Despite Issei having the flesh of Great Red and powers of Ophis, he was nowhere near as strong as any of them and could lose in any given scenario. They both fell to the ground, as Shiva's body faded away in response due to the flames, destroying his soul in the process, killing him in the end. And Issei was on the ground, being the last one standing. He knew that his time was up and the flames would destroy his body as well, though it is unknown if his soul would survive. He then spoke, "Sorry, Drake, but this is it." "No! Not you too! I don't wish to lose you too. Albion has already left his partner, and I don't want to leave you as well," Drake exclaimed with sadness. But before anything could happen, Parvati lunged at him with a trisser in her hand, and slammed it on his head as she shouted with fury and hatred. "Take this, you damned mortal!" She screamed with all of her hatred, as Issei soon fell to the ground, closing his eyes. But not before speaking his final words. "You gods, if I ever get a second chance at life, I will make sure the global freeze never happens. You gods will be dealt with for your beliefs. You may have won against us, but soon we will win against you." Issei spoke his last words before closing his eyes. Parvati could only scream in agony and helplessness, knowing that this man was able to convince so many strong allies to cause many divine deaths. Out of all the time they had to reenact the global freeze, this one was the worst when it comes to the cleansing of the humanity, with many of the gods being slain, primarily those of the chief gods due to Issei and Valus slaying both of them. Their power easily towering and surpassing several gods due to their time in the bunker. Parvati looked at the corpses of the gods slain with anger in her eyes. This was not supposed to happen, and their deaths will be recovered, but she knew that souls destroyed by them won't be revived. She then spoke to her fellow gods, spare some survivors, and let them repopulate this world. Stop the global freeze, we are done with the judgment of humanity. But Lady Parvati, Tsukuyomi, who was one of the survivors, spoke, what if the dragons come into the humans that have survived? They won't. Parvati spoke seriously, as she continued, send a small detachment of gods to heaven and jam the sacred gear system. We have to make sure a repeat of history won't happen again. This time, we will ensure that the day they enter into industrial revolution. Parvati walked to Issei's corpse, and kicked it in anger. She detested Issei the most for taking her husband from her permanently. She then continued, we will crush those humans, never making them reach the levels they have done before. Ever again. Parvati leaves the room, as she walks out. This was a victory for the gods, albeit a hollow victory. Issei and his allies slayed the gods, but it was not the end. They will see to it that humanity will always be curbed. Scene change. Unknown location? Issei woke up with a jerk, as he looked to see himself in what seems to be a white void. He looked around to see that there was no one in this location. He had spoken, where am I? He could feel the boosted gear in his hands, as he called out, Drake? Drake didn't respond from the gear, making him even more concerned. He then muttered, if this is the afterlife, then why I am only here? 'Cause this is not the afterlife. Well, not exactly. This is where individuals are reincarnated to have a second chance at life. Issei turned towards the source of the voice, where he saw an individual that looked like a black-haired, black and red-eyed young man, muscular body, and is quite handsome. He was wearing a dark, battle-ready outfit with a long, flowing coat featuring black, brown, and white color accents. The coat is adorned with metal clasps and a circular belt buckle, adding to its structured and authoritative look. His shoulders are protected by large, silver-plated armor pauldrons with angular designs, extending outward to give a strong, warrior-like appearance. The sleeves of the coat are long and fitted, with gauntlet-like cuffs. Who are you? Issei asked with confusion, to which the man spoke, my name is Anas Voldegard. Who are you? Issei asked with confusion, to which the man spoke, my name is Anas Voldegard. The Demon Lord, and you, Issei, are tasked with being my reincarnation. Issei was surprised by this. He didn't know who this man was. His whole life had been a miserable joke after the global freeze, only to find out it has been triggered by the gods that have been afraid of what he and many of his allies are capable of. He then spoke, why now? Because I had to wait till you died once to do so. I saw your life, and just when things were getting better for you, it went downhill for no reason. I will make this quick. We will soon merge into one being due to this reincarnation, and here we will be speaking for one final time. You will have a winning chance against all those that have destroyed your friends, family, and loved ones. Anas spoke in response, and with a smile, as Issei could only grit his teeth in anger, remembering what has happened in his world where the gods betrayed them, used them for their own goals, and killed them due to using them. I will make this quick. Your task is to prevent the global freeze from happening again, and put those that wish to trigger it in their place. Anas spoke seriously, making Issei confused. Anas walked towards the side and explained, before your civilizations, there were advanced civilizations far beyond anything yours could possibly imagine. The futuristic science fiction shows that you watch were a reality before they were destroyed. Anas soon used his magic to show the worlds that preceded before them. As he explained, these worlds existed long before your birth happened, cause whenever a world reaches an advanced stage, the gods of these worlds trigger what is called a global freeze. One of these worlds is Atlantis, which had managed to survive the global freeze due to its futuristic technology. However, the gods wanted the humans dead, killing all of them that have lived so far, which is why Atlantis is considered a lost city in this world, and the one that killed them was none other than Poseidon, the god they had once worshipped. Issei couldn't help but look in horror, as Poseidon decided to drown the entire city without any mercy or care for the people of this world. He gritted his teeth in anger, knowing on how their world would have been without any gods. Then there is another world, and this was Neo-Shangi, a city near the county formerly known as China. This world was also destroyed by the gods of Hindu in that location. This city was one of the most advanced cities Earth has experienced for a long time. Yet they were killed without any mercy. Even Chinese gods couldn't survive the power and might of the Hindu gods, as they were also slain without any mercy, while altering the memory of Sun Wukong and any other yokai affiliated with them, causing them to be more inclined to the Hindu faction. Issei looked to see the carnage and destruction that world had faced, and despite the resistance put up by them, they had eventually fallen, as well by the gods. He was even more furious. Anos noticed his anger, and spoke. The point is that this cycle will be going on for centuries. Whenever humanity reaches a level they shouldn't have, reaching levels that may cause them to surpass gods, they are always curbed, and any supernatural that sides with them are killed by these gods, including other gods. But what do I even do? Issei asked Anos, to which the man responded, once the merging begins, you will share my memories and my past. Many gods portray a sense of justice and goodness, but in reality, are power-hungry and rotten, and both of our worlds share this. That is why, when you head there, I want you to end the global freeze. End this cycle of murdering and wiping out those that want to control humanity, and other species who strive for unity. Fight back, and this time destroy all the gods. Will you do it? Issei nodded without hesitation, as he responded, but reincarnation, where will I be heading? You will remember everything of the old world, worry not. As for your reincarnation, you will be reborn a few years before the Great War of the Underworld. As one of the Astaroth children, your goal will be to become the demon lord that will oppose the will of the gods. Becoming the very first misfit. You will be a pure-blooded demon, and yes, Drake will also be with you. If you are asking where he is in your gear but asleep. Issei nodded in understanding, as he spoke in response. He had a major question, knowing that with Drake being with him, what changes may happen. So Anos, what changes would happen in the timeline? I have Drake in the gear, so won't it mess up the world? Issei asked, to which Anos responded, yes, changes will be present, but more will be present given you are being sent to the past. Now what changes happens, depends on you or us, to be precise. The question remains, are you ready? I am. What worse could be than the hellish world I had come from? Issei mused. As Anos knew what is to come, he was aware that this change would change this timeline once and for all. He then spoke, well then, see you on the other side. Let's change the world, together. Issei once again nodded, with soon a bright light consuming them. They knew what would happen, but knew that they had to change the world for the better, else they would all be done for. They aren't going to let history repeat again, no matter what happens. A newborn baby was born, as he was seemingly silent. This was none other than Issei Hayadu. Now Issei Voldegode reincarnated into a newborn baby. He was being watched over by his mother, the Lady Lyra Astaroth. She was a green-haired woman wearing noble clothing. As she spoke, oh, he is so cute. I wish my husband were here to see this child. But alas, he is once again at war. One of the maids walked up to her and spoke, what should we name her, Lady Astaroth? I don't know, but I do know I need to choose a perfect name for him. However, the baby suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, I am Issei Voldegode. The two grew wide-eyed and exclaimed with a shock, as they spoke at the same time, you can speak. I can, seems like you are my mother. Issei spoke in response, as Lyra looked at her son and knew that this kid is going to be eventually used for war against the factions. The woman looked at him with tears in her eyes, knowing this child would be special. However, she was going to love him regardless. Why, yeah. Lyra nuzzled to her son, while Issei had a small blush on his face seeing this woman act so lovely towards him. Him having a second mother made him pretty conflicted. His original mother Mickey passed away, saving him in the infamous global freeze. And this new mother cares for him. He shook his head. He was not going to let a repeat of the future happen again. Well, it's time for your feeding. Issei grew pale by this. A part of him was not comfortable by this. She soon removed a portion of her clothing and he was initially internally pleading not to deny it. However, the woman who was his mother responded, "Drink up, Issei." She soon brought the baby close to him. Issei sighed and accepted his fate, which caused him to be breastfed. He didn't want to fight back or hurt his mother in any manner, and was successfully breastfed by his mother. Issei had no reason to not resist and started to suck on her breasts. He was not going to stay in his child form forever. He might have to increase his age rapidly since he had to find his allies, or at least those that have survived, and warn them on the gods of this world betraying them. Or he could live normally and wait, since the gods won't wipe them out just yet. Opening start. A/N. Massive thanks to Untested Associate for suggesting me this opening. A/N. Lyrics will be arriving soon, since I don't want to spoil the story. The lyrics will appear around chapter or opening end. A few years later, Issei's room, Astaroth Mansion, Underworld PM. Issei looked around. Now being a year old, he was with his mother. He did meet his father a few years back, and he looked like a blonde-haired man, who was also wearing noble clothing. His new parents did remind him of the ones he had when he was human. They cared for him and cherished him, regardless on whether he showed massive amounts of magic and even had the ability to conjure up spells by simply saying a name. His father believed Issei to be a super devil, due to his immense mana potential, but Issei knew that his current power was due to Anus and Drake both being present with him. He just met Drake a few days back and was happy that his best friend was with him. He started to also train with the other young devils at the age of being a prodigy in magic. He learned magic skills and spells that most ultimate or Satan-class devils would struggle. "Well, mother, who are we meeting?" Issei asked, to which Lyra responded, "We will be meeting your uncle, the current leader of the Astaroth household. Please, Issei, be a bit respectful to him. He can be a handful to deal with." "Handful?" Issei asked, confused. He never went that deep into the family background due to a certain Diodora Astaroth, but he wondered on who this man is. He then spoke. "The man, what kind of a person he is. He will do anything to improve the house's prestige. That man constantly sends my husband to battles against the fallen angels and angels in order to make himself look good in the front of Lord Lucifer. I believe you know that we are in the times of war, right?" Lyra spoke up, to which Issei gave a nod, as he added, "So he is one of those, huh?" "One of those? What do you mean, Issei-kun?" Lyra asked, confused, to which Issei spoke, "Nothing, I will try. But if he crosses a line, I don't mind putting him in his place." Issei spoke with a smile, earning a sigh from Lyra. Issei was the type that didn't care about family names or even prestige, and won't hesitate to put them in their place if needed. Lyra then spoke, "Issei, please, just try not to kill him. I can't promise, if he insults me, you or father, I won't show any mercy." Issei spoke seriously, to which Lyra spoke while she held his hand, and spoke, "All right, but please don't kill him upon the first insult. That I can promise, I guess." Issei mused, earning a smile from his mother. The duo headed inside, where the chambers where the current leader of House Astaroth was standing. This was Ruzak Astaroth. He was described to be a green-haired man wearing noble clothing. He seemed to be reading some battle plans. This man is Ajuka's father. And this is where Ajuka would eventually become the new heir of the clan before that title moves on to Diodora. Issei thought, as Drake added inside his head, "Partner, what will you do?" He remembered that he was reborn alongside his partner, and was relieved to join him as they fight back against the gods that have ruined their world. Issei knew that he had to keep certain people alive till their actions would result in the birth of his allies, friends, and loved ones. Else if they die early on, I will play with this man. Let's see how much pride he has. Though I am not looking forward to meeting the four great Satans of this era. From what Azazel-sensei informed me, they have immense arrogance, so I don't know what kind of people they really are. Issei commented inside his head towards the dragon best friend that is living inside his body. With Drake responded, "Well, I did meet them, and like Azazel-sensei said, they are all arrogant, with each devil Satan representing each sin. For instance, Lucifer represented pride. So it shouldn't be surprising that they will show their nature towards you guys as well." "That's true, I guess." Issei gave a sigh, as his thoughts were soon brought towards Lyra, who spoke up. "Lord Astaroth, I have brought him here. As you have requested. Lyra had brought up Issei to them. Issei could sense the pride reeking of the man. He knew that he is going to have a field day dealing with this man. Astaroth was his uncle, and he knew that he is going to have a lot to deal with. Good Lyra, you can leave him be. Lyra looked concerned, as she retorted, but, Lyra, leave! It is an order from Lord Astaroth. Issei had a look of anger, given how he was treating his mother. He only gave a small glare that made the man stiff, making him unable to move. The man immediately froze, his whole body convulsing in response to the ability. This was Issei's magic eyes of destruction, allowing him to immediately freeze any lower-class beings. Issei walked to him and grabbed him by the chin, speaking, "You will not insult my mother in any manner." Lyra gave a sigh. She had a feeling that this was an outcome that was going to happen. She walked up to Issei and spoke. "Issei, please release him. You'll only cause problems." Issei turned to her and nodded. He released him from the grip, as Ruzak had a look of fear and dread, with him speaking. "I couldn't move. Just what that boy is capable of." Ruzak muttered with complete fear, knowing what the man is capable of. He turned to Issei, his look of fear changing to that of anger, as he spoke. "You have some nerve of using magic on your clan head? I don't see you as my boss, uncle. Let me make things clear. If my mother hadn't asked to release you, I would have seen to it that you would have been punished severely." Issei turned his back on the man, as he spoke. "I am leaving, unless you have something important." The man Ruzak was gritting his teeth in anger. Him being humiliated like this by his own nephew was not something he had planned for. He then called out, "Wait." Issei turned around, seeing Ruzak, speaking. "You need to introduce yourself to the 4 Satans in the next few days. How will you go about it? You can leave that to me. I will introduce myself as I see fit." "You needn't worry about that, uncle." Issei spoke coldly, as Lyra shook her head, seeing the rage in Ruzak's eyes. She knew that if it wasn't for Issei's current power, Ruzak would have killed him for disrespecting and mocking him, along with his attitude. The man only cared for himself, and the house's prestige, which was to look good in the eyes of Lucifer. She knew that was why he constantly sent his brother, her husband, to war, so that he can gain prestige. Issei then asked his final question, giving a glare to him. "Tell me, uncle, when is the exact date for the meeting?" Issei spoke seriously, as Ruzak spoke in response. "Of this month." Issei mused, as he soon left with him speaking. "Very well, mother, let's go." Lyra took one last look at her brother-in-law, before also leaving. She knew that Ruzak needed to be humbled once in his life, since in this time, arrogance will only get yourself killed. She has seen it with ambitious devils who bit more they can chew, causing their demises. She was aware that being arrogant in the Great War is the last thing that they wanted. Ruzak, on the other hand, he was furious. He disliked his nephew's arrogance and attitude, and had an idea on how to discipline him. He decided to send him to war, on a conquest that would definitely humble him, or get him killed. He immediately decided to send a message to Lucifer about this, and convinced him to send him in war. Back outside, Lyra turned to her son and asked, "Issei, why did you do that? Is it not obvious? The man reeks of arrogance. He would surely annoy me if I didn't do that. But at the same time, he insulted you and threatened you to leave with his status. You know how much I hate people like them, right, mother?" Lyra could only give a nod, as she turned towards him. She remembered on how much he had fought back against the 6 houses of Lucifer, when they flaunt their status against him. Needless to say, they didn't bother him again after some magic sessions. If they had reported it to their higher-ups, it would have been an insult to their pride as one of the members of the 6 houses of Lucifer. "Issei." She gently kept her hand on him, speaking. "I am not against you fighting back, but please don't do something rash that would get yourself killed." "I won't, mother. Not this time." Issei spoke in response, as he continued, "There is no way I am going to fall again. You can count on it." Issei headed inside, to where his room was. He looked at his current appearance. There was no way he was going to go to his next destination like this. He changed his appearance that would suit a modern look. Issei soon chanted a clothing spell change, Kleiderwechsel. Soon a bright glow emerged and his clothes changed without any problems. He now seen wearing a white school uniform, which consists of a black shirt, white jacket and pants, and a badge displaying a cross, the symbol of the Demon King Academy's only misfit. He also wears white trousers, a black belt, and a metal chain. This looks fine. He used cloth magic to change his appearance to something that would be more comfortable for him. Drake then commented from the boosted gear, "Looking good, partner." "Thanks, Drake." Issei mused, as he asked, "Though, I wonder if Yasaka would recognize me in this state." Issei decided to go after his first ally, which was Yasaka. She died in the bitter end, falling to the goddess she had once looked up to, which was Goddess Amaterasu, who had no hesitation or mercy for killing her. She had been stabbed in the back, and in retaliation, she was brutally maimed by Issei, who had blown her to pieces without any mercy. At first Issei didn't know about the existence and origin of gods slaying magic, but he soon found out that the gods that opposed the global freeze designed this magic to eventually find a way to counter divine beings. He found this around years old, and immediately mastered and knew all forms of gods slaying magic. This was found by Issei thanks to him merging with Anos Voldigode, where they became a single being known as Issei Voldigode. Gods slaying magic was formed from origin magic, that is the source of all magic in this world. All magic originates from origin magic, and mastering it is near impossible, even for some gods. Gods slaying magic is one of the most powerful magic that was formed from origin magic. It was one of the most unknown magic, and nobody knew what else origin magic is capable of. Well, it is time for me to leave. Issei soon decided to head to his next location, and that was the Kyoto territory of Japan. He wondered how different the location would look like. He knew that currently was the Kamakura period, and he would get to see Japan of that era in first person. Scene change. Kamakura City, feudal Japan AM. Issei had managed to teleport to the location and could see that the Japan he once knew was barely small. It only spanned around a few locations, almost akin to a village with several walls surrounding each territory. "So this is feudal Japan, huh?" Issei commented, looking around the location. He was intrigued by what he was witnessing and had a smile. Drake then commented, "Indeed, I never got to see this place in person. It is truly incredible that we can actually live through one of the most peaceful periods of Japan." "Hold up, didn't your past hosts come here? Or even had a Japanese past host?" Issei asked incredulously, to which Drake responded, "Most of them were at the Western Front, so Eastern hosts were very rare. And it was definitely not in this era." "Guess that is true." Issei walked inside the city and looked around. He had put illusion magic to make himself look more or less like one of the people from here. But his appearance would give it away. He could see the children playing with rods and sticks, as well as physical play. There was no anime or smartphones, obviously, since they were in the th century. Most of the people were either hooked up to their idols, waifus, or favorite D character. But here, Issei saw that they are hardworking and moving around. Issei knew that history had its flaws, since during this period the shogunate was rising, and once again war broke out in Japan. Then there was the selling of women into powerful houses for political and wealth gain. So a lot of issues. And then there was the wars, and eventually the modern day before the global freeze, where the gods started to perform the reset button, also known as the global freeze. He continued to walk, not bothering or annoying any of the individuals, and soon headed to the exit, where he had seen many farmers growing crops outside of the boundaries. Issei knew that the shogunate would tax these individuals regardless on how their crops are going to yield. He soon headed to a forest, when he saw less and less individuals. Eventually he heard a voice that he would have never heard. "What is a demon doing here?" Issei turned around to see a woman who was standing behind him. He turned around to see none other than Yasaka, who was much younger than before, though it is uncertain to decide due to Kitsun's not aging by that much. Her hairstyle was in a traditional updo with long, flowing blonde hair cascading down her back. The top portion is gathered and secured with multiple ornamental hairpins, including golden sticks adorned with small red beads and decorative elements. Her bangs frame her face softly, with a few strands left loose to add a natural touch, while her fox ears protrude from the top, blending seamlessly with her hairstyle. She had two fox-like tails growing out from her backside. Her clothing is a fusion of traditional Japanese attire and modern design elements. She wears a stylish, form-fitting kimono-inspired outfit that is predominantly yellow with black accents. The top features an off-the-shoulder design, revealing her collarbone and décolletage, with a deep neckline bordered in red. The sleeves are long and flowing, with a black base decorated with large red floral patterns and green leaves. The outfit is cinched at the waist with a white obi belt, tied with a black string for added contrast. The lower half consists of a matching yellow skirt-like piece with a black vertical stripe running down the middle, blending modern aesthetics with traditional elements. She completes the look with classic Japanese Geta sandals with white tabi socks. Issei almost teared up when he saw her again. Never in his life he would see the woman that was one of his lovers show up again. Issei almost teared up when he saw her again. Never in his life he would see the woman that was one of his lovers show up again. He calmed himself, highly doubting she would even know him at this point. Is something wrong, demon? Yasaka once again asked, to which Issei responded, nothing. This place. Is this a shrine? Yes it is, though it is rare to see a demon in these parts of the town. I never seen a demon in my life before, with only hearing of them. Who even are you, and what are you doing here? Are you here to harm us? Yasaka asked in response, her tails being on the alert for an attack. She was preparing a senjutsu attack which was comparable to a lower-class devil. Issei introduced himself, to the kitsune assuring her that he is not a threat. My name is Issei Voldegode. I thought to visit on the eastern side of things since war was getting too much on my nerves, though I'd have some peace and quiet. I am not here to harm you in any manner. Sensing Issei wasn't lying to her, Yasaka soon grew a smile and spoke, well then you have come to the right place. My name is Yasaka, the current princess to the Yukai faction. Unless you don't bring a war here, you are welcome in the shrine. She soon turned to the shrine, and spoke. The shrine was built to honor Lady Amaterasu, the sun goddess and our patron goddess. She usually is the one to look after most of us kitsunes when we first enter into our human form. Yasaka exclaimed, unaware on the growing scowl on Issei's face. He remembered on how the very same goddess she once looked up to was the one to kill her, and is why her future daughter had passed away. However, what got his attention was something interesting. It was their transformation. Wait, so you started off as a regular fox? Issei asked with a surprise. He had a slightly different presumption of kitsunes given they were special foxes that were unique, and had the abilities of the said beings. Yasaka turned to him and gave a nod. She then turned back to the shrine while preparing for a small seat for him. Yes, Voldegode-sama. I was born as a simple female fox. I have lived in this wilderness for almost my entire life, rarely moving into human settlement. The people in this place often gave me food when I came, but as time passed, I saw on how things changed. People growing, and when the time came, I started to grow an additional tail. Which was when I started to gain new powers. She soon motioned Issei to sit down near the seat she had made for him, as she continued, I was, when I had transformed into a human being for the very first time by accident. I had no idea on how to behave like a human, and even ran on all fours. But fortunately, after a few moments and before any human could see, I was stopped when a bright glow arrived, which was when I met up with Lady Amaterasu. She taught me everything and on how to be human and even my new powers. And well, here I am. Yasaka spoke with a normal tone, as Issei couldn't help but feel slightly unnerved by this. He had a small blush on her face. He shook his head and responded, I see, so this Amaterasu, why would you want to follow her? Like shouldn't you charter your own path and live a normal life? It's simple, Voldegode-sama. Yasaka spoke, as she walked towards the kitchen to get some hot tea for him. She then continued, I want to pay her back in the future. She showed kindness to me and many kitsunes like me. So I don't wish to abandon her. I will be by her side for all eternity. What if she is using you? Issei asked the obvious question, knowing what is to come of the future, causing Yasaka's breath to hitch, making her almost drop the plate. She looked at Issei in shock, before responding, and no, she wouldn't. Seeing this state of Yasaka, Issei decided to change the topic. He knew that Yasaka did look up to Amaterasu a lot, and he had a feeling this would be true for Artemis, Athena and all of his allies that had perished during the global freeze, or by the gods. He had to be careful on how he convinced his allies to join him, since if the gods sense betrayal right now, they can take them down before they even get the chance to betray them. Or worse, They may end up not listening to him and hating him. Forget that I said it. Anyways, I am sick and tired of this great war. Yasaka listened quietly as she watched the tea boil. She was taught on how to cook food, and she was even taught on how to make tofu, which she was preparing by the side. Something that became the kitsune's favorite. It is tiring seeing on how the deaths happen on a daily if not weekly basis, due to skirmishes, ambushes, and even outright wars. My own childhood was constantly sheltered cause of this, and I have never got to experience the outside for myself due to this. Normally, I wouldn't mind defending myself from enemies, but until I reach Dash, I cannot join the armies. Yasaka listened again. She knew that the war would be reaching feudal Japan relatively soon, but hoped the other Shinto gods would stop it until she would be ready to lead her kin, once the tea was boiled. Yasaka moved her face, and took a sniff to check if it was boiled enough. Her kitsune physiology allowed her to detect whether the food was ready to be eaten or not. She shook her head knowing it was not yet ready. You can always deny going to war, right? Yasaka asked, looking from the kitchen, to which Issei responded, I don't want to. I wish to meet some people in the war. I heard rumors of the most beautiful angel known as Gabriel and the smartest fallen angel Azazel. I wish to meet them and get to know them. But that is not the reason why I don't wish for war. It is due to the people that is leading them. As in? Yasaka asked, to which Issei spoke, the four great Satans, from what I have heard on them. They are stated to be immensely arrogant, and probably get me or my family killed due to this arrogance. Plus, I don't save a higher class or higher house devil. I will probably be treated as a pariah. Well, that's a shame. Yasaka sniffed the food again, and soon smiled. It has been cooked. She soon took the tofu out from the cooking pot, placing it in a bowl and the tea, and placed it in a small jianware. She soon walked towards Issei, and placed the food on the ground. She then gently spoke, have something, Voldegoat-sama. Issei soon took a bite of the tofu, and started to munch on it. She turned to him and asked, how is it? It's decent. That is all I can say. Yasaka was surprised, before having a smile in response. She then spoke, I am glad you liked it. It is the first time I have ever cooked for someone else. Well, since I had grown up having luxury food, it is quite refreshing to have some food that is not prepared with the added consideration of preparing for a lord. Thank you, Yasaka. Yasaka returned a much brighter smile, as Issei continued to have his food. He took a sip of tea, while Yasaka took note of this and asked, Voldegoat-sama? For someone that has not visited Japan, you seem to know how to drink and eat like a person that has lived here for years. Issei flinched upon this. He didn't expect Yasaka to be this perceptive. It was no wonder she had become the leader of the Yukai faction. He had to be even more careful, and he spoke in response. My family had taught me manners from several locations, which is why I knew of this. Yasaka seemed to buy Issei's lie, which was not completely a lie due to the fact that his parents didn't spare any detail in raising the boy as a noble. He was grateful to his mother-in-law Venelana Gremory for teaching him manners to behave like a noble, which made Lyra and Joseph Asmodeus's teaching, who was Issei's father, much more easier. I see. Yasaka spoke in response, as she continued, anyways, what will you do if Lucifer-sama forces you to fight in the war? Issei looked at her for a moment, before speaking, well, I will deal with him. You needn't worry about that. But aside from being the future leader of the Yukai faction, do you have another dream? Yasaka thought for a moment, before speaking, I wish to have my own family. And settle down a normal life of that of a shrine maiden. I would really like to have someone that actually cares for me, and likes me for being myself. Issei looked at her with a solemn look. He remembered on how in the future, her previous mate or Kunu's birth father had left her all alone, while she was pregnant with him. This caused her to have a great distrust towards males in general, while not hating them completely like Artemis did, who couldn't stand them. Though, she didn't let that get in the way of her faction. That changed when Issei saved her, and started a good friendly relation with her. What's wrong, Voldegoat-sama? Yasaka asked with confusion, to which Issei spoke with a smile, no reason. Issei soon ate his food and drank his tea, with him turning to Yasaka and speaking, well, it is past time, I shouldn't be hanging out any longer. Yasaka seemed to have a small frown knowing she may never see him again. She watched him leave, and upon seeing this, she then spoke. Wait. Issei turned towards her, and she spoke. Will you visit me again? You want me to come here again, despite me being a demon? Issei asked with surprise, as Isaka gave a nod, with her walking towards him and speaking. You didn't hurt me, despite being a demon. You didn't cause me injuries, that is why I am willing to have faith in you. Something tells me that you are someone that I should know. Issei looked at her, blinking his eyes twice, before speaking. You sure? Yasaka nodded, giving a smile, while holding his hand, speaking. I would like it if you return. Very well. I shall return to you, one day. Issei spoke while gently removing her hand, as she watched him leave. She soon gave a bow of gratitude before heading inside. Once she does, a yellow glow envelopes her. She turned into a small fox before heading inside the shrine. Issei had a smirk. It was nice meeting someone from his past. He was tempted to make her remember the past, but decided to do so when the time was right. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Issei looking for a way to bring video games in the past. A few days later, Devil Party, Underworld, Lucifad PM. Issei was accompanied by his mother Lyra. He decided to not change his clothing, with Lyra speaking. I see, you are going to meet the most important devils in the underworld. Try to remain respectful. Okay, but I won't make any promises. You do know about the Lucifer House's situation, right? Issei added in response, to which Lyra gave a sigh. She knew that the four main Satans have a lot of ego and arrogance, to which Lyra responded, I see. Be careful if they try to turn the devils against us. It will cause a lot of problems to our house. I am aware, and I won't do anything that would harm the name. Though, Lucifer and the Satans do need to know that arrogance won't do them any good. Issei mused in response, as he continued, the war is going to hurt all three biblical factions, whether it be angels, fallen angels or devils. It is going to do us no good. Lyra looked at her son and asked, then what do you propose? Unity. We have to work together in the coming years. If we get working together, we can effectively make the biblical factions united as one again. Though I highly doubt it is possible due to the obvious, Issei responded to his mother, to which she could nod in agreement. She knew that none of the sides see eye to eye, and often hate each other to no bounds. She knew that to see common ground, they have to start setting their differences aside. You speak like you know it is possible. Lyra spoke with a confused look, as Issei added, it is. But with the ruling parties on either faction as well as the fact that God and devil hate each other, it seems highly unlikely. From what I recollect, the biblical God projects a sound of goodwill, while in reality is controlling and tyrannical. I may be wrong since I never met him, though it is uncertain. As for the four Satans, I don't need to explain on what kind of people they are. Issei spoke, as he continued to walk ahead before reaching the doors. But before he reached, his mother asked, what about Azazel? Issei stopped for a moment. He remembered the man's death at the hands of several gods. He went down in a blaze of glory, allowing Issei and Valet to take down those gods in retribution. Despite the gods winning, they still were able to cause significant damage. I see? Lyra asked with worry, to which Issei snapped out of it, speaking him. He is the least hateful and only desires to focus on his research. Though, it is the people he leads that is causing a problem, especially a certain general named Kokabeel. Issei knew that his old enemies would also be alive. He should have expected this to happen. He turned to his mother and spoke, regardless, I have a mission to complete, and I won't stop till I finish. I want to make a world where the strong won't be suppressed while the weak won't be tormented. Anyone that stands in my way will be dealt with. Issei spoke his words and went inside. Lyra wondered why her son said that. She knew that Issei was special, since he spoke his words and introduced himself the day he was born. She wondered what he plans on doing. I see, wait. Lyra exclaimed, catching up to her son, as she went inside where many devils were wearing formal clothing and interacting with each other. Lyra then turned to the four Satans, and walked to them, however they were halted by one of the demonic guards. Halt! Who do you think you are? One of them spoke, as Lyra responded, I am Lyra Asmodeus, and I am here. That won't be necessary, Lyra. Lyra recognized the cold voice, revealing them to be none other than Lucifer Morningstar. Issei had followed his mother, when he headed towards her location. He had a normal look on his face. Lucifer Morningstar was clad in intricately designed dark armor with glowing purple energy coursing through its plates. His long, flowing silver-white hair cascades down his back and shoulders, adding to his ethereal and regal aura. Two sharp, curved black horns extend from his head, giving him a demonic appearance. His piercing eyes radiate intensity, reinforcing his formidable nature. The armor is composed of dark metallic plates with sharp, angular designs, creating a fearsome and battle-ready aesthetic. The chest piece prominently features a glowing purple core, seemingly pulsating with energy, and the segmented plating extends across his arms and legs, providing both mobility and protection. His gauntlets are claw-like, enhancing his menacing demeanor. Large, jagged wings or appendages extend from his back, possibly ethereal or armored extensions, emphasizing his supernatural presence. The environment suggests a stormy or battle-worn setting, with embers or snowflakes drifting around him, further adding to his imposing and otherworldly appearance. The environment suggests a stormy or battle-worn setting, with embers or snowflakes drifting around him, further adding to his imposing and otherworldly appearance. Issei could feel the power coming from this man, and could also see the similarities to RageRevan and Vala, the people that would eventually be his descendants respectively. However, Issei was not frightened or affected by this. He was far stronger than even Prime Lucifer long before he was killed by Shiva, and before he had merged with Anos Voldegode, becoming a single entity. "Greetings, my lord." Lyra spoke respectfully and with fear in her tone. Issei knew that Lucifer radiated a commanding presence, and while his mother was affected, it barely even affected Issei. It's been a while, has it not, Lyra?" Lucifer spoke with a small smile on his face. Lyra nodded, and he responded, "Indeed it has, my lord. So this meeting, what do you wish to speak to me about?" Lucifer asked, to which Lyra brought forward her son. She then responded, "Meet my son, Issei, my lord." Issei wore a confident look on his face, as Lucifer took one look at him, and spoke, "So you are Lyra's son? Well, it is good to meet you, young man. I believe this is the first time we have met, correct? Indeed, my name is Issei Voldegode. It is nice to meet you in person, Lord Lucifer." Issei spoke with a regal impression, though he didn't respect him that much due to him raising a monster like RageRevan live on Lucifer, making Lucifer nod. He didn't seem too arrogant or too prideful. He did give of a strong impression on the Morningstar. "Voldegode? Shouldn't you call yourself Astaroth?" Lucifer asked with a surprise in his tone, as Issei responded, "No, I prefer calling myself Voldegode." "Boy, you do realize that you won't be considered of that much importance if you don't call yourself Astaroth?" Issei and the others turned to someone that had approached them. This was none other than Leviathan, one of the 4 devil kings. Her skin is exceptionally pale, creating a stark contrast with her dark pink hair, which cascades down her back in smooth, straight strands, punctuated by a neatly trimmed fringe across her forehead. Her large, pink eyes are the focal point, drawn with a luminous quality and prominent highlights that suggest a captivating, almost otherworldly gaze. 2 small, curved horns, mirroring the color of her hair, protrude from her hairline, subtly hinting at a fantastical or demonic nature. Her attire is a blend of elegance and sensuality, designed to accentuate her figure. A dark, form-fitting top, strategically cut away to reveal a significant portion of her large breasts, creates a bold and provocative silhouette. The short, dark skirt, trimmed with delicate lace, adds a touch of femininity, while the flowing purple train, trailing behind her, introduces a dramatic and regal element. Her arms are encircled by dark straps and buckles, suggesting a hint of edginess or perhaps a harness-like element. She holds a tall, ornate staff, its dark body culminating in a striking gold finial, adding to her air of authority or magical prowess. The background, a soft pink gradient interspersed with geometric patterns, further enhances the stylized, almost dreamlike quality of the image. The background, a soft pink gradient interspersed with geometric patterns, further enhances the stylized, almost dreamlike quality of the image. The Devil King walked forward from the stairs, to which Lucifer introduced her. "Meet Leviathan, one of your Devil Kings. Leviathan, meet Issei Voldegode. He is the newest devil that has been born. Indeed, I was listening to your conversation, and so were Beelzebub and Asmodeus. We all are curious. Why chose the Voldegod name instead of choosing the Astaroth name? Issei only closed his eyes and looked at the Devil King square in the eye, speaking his response. It is because I am going to become a Devil King of my own, and lead the armies. One day, I want to lead using my own power. Cause a Demon King will destroy anyone and all laws with his own power, and not by their name. That is who I want to be. No, that is who I am going to be in the future. Lucifer and Leviathan were surprised by this. They knew that this boy was going to be special from what he said. Lucifer then spoke with a challenging yet arrogant tone. Voldegod, what you said? Those are some amazing words. Do you have the strength to back them up? Lucifer asked in response. Issei closed his eyes and spoke with a smirk. I do, and I shall back them up. Issei spoke with the same confidence and challenging tone, but to their surprise another voice called out, surprising them in response. You really think that you can beat us? The four turned to see none other than Beelzebub show up. He exudes a dark, regal aura, adorned in intricate black and gold armor that radiates power and elegance. His long, flowing hair is a striking shade of ash brown, cascading down his shoulders, while his piercing violet eyes gleam with an enigmatic intensity. A pair of black, feathered wings extends from his back, adding to his imposing presence, and curved horns crown his head, emphasizing his otherworldly nature. The ornate golden details of his outfit, including a shoulder guard shaped like a bird with glowing purple eyes, complement the staff he wields, a masterpiece of gold and amethyst craftsmanship. His overall appearance suggests a figure of immense authority and mystique, blending celestial and demonic elements seamlessly. Blending celestial and demonic elements seamlessly. Issei was surprised by this appearance. Is this what Anus meant by saying that there would be changes to the past? He could see that Beelzebub had angelic powers with him as well and sensed them inside his body. He knew that Beelzebub had access to what is known as King of Flies, allowing him to ambush and use flies to attack his enemies. But he wondered what else was the first generation of Beelzebub capable of. I am sure I can. Issei responded confidently, to which a final voice soon spoke up. In that case, show us what you have gotten, young man. The man was Asmodeus, the final person. He was a man with a dark and elegant appearance. He has long, flowing black hair with bangs framing his face, and his eyes are a vivid red, adding an intense, otherworldly aura. His skin is pale, and he has pointed elf-like ears, further emphasizing his supernatural nature. Two prominent black horns curve upward from his head, and large black wings extend from his back. Unlike the others, he was dressed in formal attire that exudes sophistication and a hint of Gothic flair. His outfit consists of a black suit jacket with subtle detailing, worn over a deep red vest and a white dress shirt with black vertical stripes. He wears a black tie, completing the refined look. A decorative red flower with intricate embellishments is pinned to his lapel, adding an ornate touch to his ensemble. Chains and small accents on his vest enhance the luxurious and mysterious vibe of his appearance. I am fine with a battle. So will we be doing it here? Issei asked, to which Lucifer responded, No, you will be proving your prowess either during the test of strength or after the party. Since once you are formally introduced, you will be sent to war. I hope you don't disappoint, Issei Voldegod. I won't. Issei spoke with a confident smile. His mother sighed before having a small smile. The fact that he managed to gain a little respect of the four Satans on his very first introduction made her happy. However, he was being watched by Ruzak, who was angered by this. He expected the lords to get angry with Issei, but to his surprise they never did get angry, while he could see some of them getting annoyed. He was being praised now, as he watched him being introduced to the forward. Lucifer then speaks. Everyone, may I introduce the newest devil of House Astaroth? Issei Voldegod. Stand forward and introduce yourself. Lucifer commanded Issei, who did it regardless of what would happen. He then spoke, as his eyes glowed a bright red. My name is Issei Voldegod, the latest devil of House Astaroth. I am someone that is going to become a demon lord in the future of my own accord. I will ensure that I lead all of my subordinates to victory, and defeat the biblical God and those fallen angels that are a threat to my subordinates. None shall be spared from the strength of Issei Voldegod, 'cause I do what I want, and nobody will have the strength to stop me. Issei's declaration made many of the devils surprised. However, those that were humiliated by the man were furious at his declaration. Some devils were looking forward to humiliating this man, since a test of strength will soon happen in this party. They were looking forward to humiliating this man in front of everyone. Issei looked at his opponent in the party. He knew that this was going to happen. He looked at his opponent, who was none other than one of his old enemies, Cruzuri Asmodeus. The boy was still a year-old boy, and despite looking like as such, he barely had any age difference. Drake decided to sleep for this fight, knowing that Issei would easily beat him. He was described to be a good-looking young boy wearing the clothes of a noble. His clothes were black with dark red belts and motifs. Cruzuri also had a cape. He had black hair tied up in a small ponytail and violet eyes. Cruzuri also had pointy ears and pale skin. Issei narrowed his gaze, remembering Surzek's Lucifer putting this man in his place a long time back. He was killed without any mercy or care. Issei looked at the person, and responded, "So Cruzuri, do you honestly wish to still fight against me? First, call me Cruzuri-sama. You will show me the respect I deserve." Issei could only roll his eyes. He knew that many of the Satan descendants, including his own great-grandfather, are arrogant and prideful, but some take it to an extreme. He looked at his mother, who nodded. She was concerned that Issei may get himself killed by them. He could see that the other devils are also watching with intrigue on how this match is going to go. Issei then responded, "Yeah, you haven't done anything to earn my respect anyway." Cruzuri looked at Issei with anger in his eyes, as he retorted, "How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am Cruzuri Asmodeus, a member of the House of Asmodeus. I am of royal blood. Frankly, I don't know, and I don't care. Let's get this started." Issei spoke with a smirk, as he soon decided to mock the Asmodeus member, adding, "Or are you scared?" Cruzuri got even more angrier, as he retorted, "After I am going to destroy that pompous face of yours and stain it with blood. I will ensure that all your dreams break today." Issei didn't say anything, as he looked at Lucifer, and the man gave a nod. He then announced, "The match between the two youngest members of our generation, Issei Voldegod and Cruzuri Asmodeus, shall begin. Victory can only be achieved when one side surrenders." The two got ready for fighting against one another. Issei knew that he would have to deal with a lot of arrogant devils in the future. He decided to set the record straight dealing with them right now. Since to Issei, it doesn't matter whether you are royal blood or angelic blood, since he treats everyone equally, and those that bother him will be dealt with accordingly, and he will set an example to those that annoy him the most. "And begin!" Lucifer exclaimed, as the two got ready for battle. Opening start. A/N. Lyrics will be arriving soon, since I don't want to spoil the story. The lyrics will appear around chapter or opening end. Cruzuri started to unleash several energy magic attacks at him. However, Issei only took a deep breath and breathed air, disintegrating his attacks into nothingness. Cruzuri was shocked by this, as he spoke, "Impossible. How can this be?" "Simple," I took a breath. Issei mused, making Cruzuri even more shocked by this. He was starting to get annoyed and angered by how easy Issei was making him to be. He wanted to see to it that he is humiliated. The onlookers could only look in surprise, with even the four great devil kings looking on in shock and surprise, as Lucifer asked Lyra, how did he deal with ultimate class spells like it was nothing? Well, Lyra took a deep breath, as she continued, Issei has always been a special child. On his birth, he immediately started to speak, and not just regular basic words. He gave us a full introduction on who he is, and what name should we give him. Hence why he liked to be called Issei Voldegod. He is a good child, but only to me and my husband. Regardless, he is one of the most powerful younger generation devils, even scoring victories against members of the houses of Lucifer. Lyra explained to the four devil kings, as Beelzebub exclaimed, "Impossible! An Astaroth performing feats like this." Asmodeus added in response, "This is incredible. If Joseph were here, he would have been even more proud of his son." "That is true." Leviathan mused, as she continued, he does present himself as a demon lord, but he is not going to get permission that easily though. Lucifer spoke with an arrogant tone, and with a smirk. He then continued, for that, he will have to impress me even further. However, to his surprise, another voice soon was heard, Lucy, go easy on that boy, will ya? The voice was sultry and seductive, akin to a beautiful maiden trying to seduce a person. The mere voice would have made most low-class beings shiver and blush. The five turned to see none other than Lilith Morningstar appear. The wife of Lucifer appear. She was a beautiful woman with a very lustful aura. Her hair is a deep, rich purple, styled in a sharp, asymmetrical bob with longer strands framing her face, while golden horns protrude from her head, giving her a demonic or dragon-like appearance. A golden headdress with decorative pins and red bead accents adds to her regal, yet ominous, allure. Her piercing blue eyes and faint, enigmatic expression enhance her mysterious aura. Her outfit is a bold fusion of revealing and armored design. She wears a black and gold-trimmed top with an exposed neckline, accentuated by metallic shoulder armor on one side. A flowing, dark kimono-like robe with intricate patterns drapes over her arms, blending elegance with menace. Her left arm is clad in an ornate golden gauntlet adorned with arcane symbols, extending into sharp claws. She also wears form-fitting black leggings with gold accents and a wide, belted sash around her waist, adding a militaristic edge. Small demonic wings protrude from her back, reinforcing her supernatural nature. The setting appears dark and mystical, with glowing purple energy illuminating her surroundings, as she clutches a metallic mask or artifact, hinting at an enigmatic backstory. She walked forward, as Lyra bowed to her, and spoke, Lady Lilith. She walked forward, as Lyra bowed to her, and spoke, Lady Lilith. Lyr. There is no need to bow in front of me. You are like family to us as well. Lilith spoke with a genuine smile. Lyra soon raised her head, and nodded. Lilith then looked towards Issei and Cruisery and saw on how he was effortlessly, toying and even mocking him. She then turned to Lyra, and spoke with slightly sultriness, that is the Issei I have heard so much about. Yes, he is my son. Did he catch your interest? Lyra asked with a surprised tone, as Lilith responded, given how he is toying with Asmodeus's descendant. I can see that, Lilith responded with a smile, as she turned to her fellow demon, or devils. Asmodeus could only give a sigh upon this. There are a few types of demons, but one of the most rarest demons are demons. These can come in two variants, incubus and succubus. Incubus are a male variant of the demons. They often feed on UAL energy of females by constantly doing the intercourse with them. As a result, Asmodeus has the most satanic children amongst the four devil kings. It is even stated that it is not uncommon for an incubus like Asmodeus to have harem of women at his bedside, constantly doing intercourse all day night. While succubus are the female variant of demons. They also feed on the UAL energy of males by doing the same as incubus does to females. However, unlike incubi, succubi move from target to feed on UAL energy. Succubi also have a unique quality of sensing UAL energy by just being in the vicinity of males and seducing the illy active. Additionally, due to this, succubi also have a low birth rate and can have children unless they are really lucky. Even then, demons have a % chance of being born from regular demons, which is increased to % if they are born from an incubi or a succubi. However, unlike devils, there are no hybrids of demons. At the battle, Issei was utterly destroying Cruisery without much effort. He looked at the man apathetically, speaking, Really? Is that all? You were talking big and look at what happened. Shut it! Cruisery exclaimed with anger, as Issei decided to mock him and put him in his place. Well, I will make a deal. If you manage to make me move from this spot right there. Issei pointed to the ground, as he continued, I won't speak any word to unleash magic upon you. If you are able to make me speak, or move from this spot, consider it your victory. Cruisery smirked, as he responded, You will perish. He dashed forward, having energy magic in his hands, intending to integrate him, only for him to suddenly stop and start screaming in pain with blood erupting from his body due to the several wounds that were created. He fell to the ground, and screamed, How can this be? Issei only pointed to his heart, and spoke, Can you hear it? What? Cruzuri asked with surprise and horror, as he widened his eyes in shock and surprise. Issei then asks, "Can you hear my heartbeat?" And no. Cruzuri responded with horror, as he realized what Issei has done. However, before he could retort, he continued to once again take constant damage from every single heartbeat that Issei's heart had beaten. He continued to scream in sheer agony due to the attack. Cruzuri fell to the ground. He was groaning and crying in pain due to this. "Now then, will you surrender or not?" Issei asked in response. He was curious to see what this man is going to say. In the meantime, the six were even more amazed by this. As Lucifer spoke, he kept his word in the end. Interesting. He had a smirk on his face. His respect for Issei has increased from this. Since in his eyes, a devil will always keep the end of his deal. It matters to the other side for them to accept the deal, no matter whether it leads to ruin or destruction. The contract specifies everything in the deal, and hidden clauses are present, even if the end of the deal results in a soul. There is a reason why people say, read the fine print in every contract. See Lucy. He is more than capable of being a lord. Lilith spoke with a smile on her face. Lucifer shook his head, and spoke, he can be once he kills someone important. Though even I have a feeling that he can be a devil king, or as he calls himself, a demon lord. You must be proud of your great-grandson, don't you, Asmodeus? Leviathan spoke with a smile, to which Asmodeus responded, yes, though there will be many that will hate him for what he has done. Asmodeus pointed to the devils, who had a mixture of anger and fear placed in them. They were feeling fear knowing what this boy was doing to Asmodeus, and having no care for what is to come for the others. Beelzebub then responded, you can't help it. Raising a hand on royalty is not to be taken kindly. But it matters not, you did say that he fought back, right, Lyra? Beelzebub asked, turning to Lyra, to which she spoke, yes, Issei doesn't care about loyalty. In his eyes, a demon lord does what he wants and bends everything to his will by the use of his power. Titles, authority, and blood don't mean anything to Issei, and he will prove himself, no matter what happens. The other devil kings couldn't help but smile seeing this. He has his own way of displaying arrogance and strength in the battlefield. Since to Issei, he doesn't care for other things, but he respects those to prove himself. Back with Issei, he then leaned and spoke, so Cruzuri, give up? Never. Even if I lose, I won't let you grant the satisfaction of victory. You may kill me, but remember the Asmodeus clan will see to it that before Cruzuri could complete, Issei snapped his fingers and unleashed a wave that instantly killed him, blowing his body into bits of blood and flesh. Issei had a look of coldness as he spoke. Did I use too much power? Issei asked, to which the audience were horrified. Even the other devil kings were shocked by how he killed, while Asmodeus and Lyra were stunned by how ruthless he is. The audience were soon murmuring, he killed an Asmodeus. He is a monster among devils. The Asmodeus clan will make him regret what he has done. Yep, even the Astaroth clan will suffer because of him. The brat had it coming, he will regret humiliating me in training. We should avoid him at all costs. In the meantime, Razak was gritting his teeth in fury seeing the display on what Issei did to him. He hates Issei for what he did to an Asmodeus member, since the clan is one of the 4 great devil kings of the devils. The fact that Issei intended to ruin his clan was something he did not want. He had to plan to deal with Issei at all costs. He then cursed underneath his breath, that damned brat. Issei looked at the stadium, and responded, 3-second rule, huh? Issei had a smirk, as he dropped a blood-enchanted ingle. When the blood touched the ground, a magic circle formed around beneath the location, and Cruzuri was revived. Completely healed from any and all damages that were happening. What happened? What did you do? Cruzuri was speaking in horror and terror. He knew that he just died, as Issei explained. I revived you. You don't deserve a long explanation, so I will tell you this. When I kill you, as long as you are revived within seconds, you can come back without any problems. Even your wounds are healed without hesitation. Issei turned to Cruzuri and spoke, so will you give up? Impossible. I won't give up. I carry the pride of House Asmodeus. I am of royal. Issei didn't let him finish and once again snapped his fingers, killing him again in front of everyone. Issei didn't care for what others think. He then spoke while repeating the procedure of reviving and killing him again. You know, I was always curious what happens when you die. Do you keep your memories the same, or? Issei repeated the procedure and continuing the cycle, as the onlookers could only continue watching in shock, horror, fear and disbelief, seeing on what Issei was doing to Kruzuri. Do you lose them? At every given step. Do you lose your sanity after every death, experiencing pain from all your prior deaths? Or are you unaffected? Let's find out, shall we? Issei soon looked at him. He made him suffer so many deaths and resurrections and responded, so tell me, Kruzuri, how do you feel? Kruzuri's mental state was in shambles due to what has happened. As Issei spoke, no answer? I guess I should do it again. However, what nobody expected was Kruzuri getting on all four of his knees and prostrating himself, kneeling in front of Issei. He then pleaded with tears in his eyes, and no more deaths, I beg of you. I surrender. Issei got his answer and nodded. He turned to Lucifer, who decided to announce the winner. Kruzuri loses the battle by surrendering. The winner of this battle is Issei Voldegode. The announcement was made, but nobody clapped or cheered. That was until someone did so. Nice job, my son! You did amazing! Issei turned to see his mother clapping and cheering for him. Despite the horror she felt earlier, she was happy and relieved that her son had won against his opponent. Issei looked at her and couldn't help but smile seeing his mother cheer for him despite what has happened. He soon walked out, raising his hand in response. None of the devils said anything, as Lyra stopped cheering when she saw her son leave the room. Stand proud, Lyra. Lyra turned to Lucifer, who had spoken. Your son is someone that will change the world. He will be the one to defeat that bastard once and for all. Lyra nodded in response, to which she had a smile. The other devil kings were also happy by the fact that Issei would be the reason that they would end up defeating the biblical god one day. She soon spoke in response. I should probably go and meet up with him. Wait. Lyra turned to see the other devil kings and Lilith stand up, with Asmodeus speaking, we all will also join you. Scene change. Issei was walking in the hallways of the parties enjoying some wine that he was having, since due to his biology, he cannot get drunk. He then spoke, so Drake, what did you think of the match? Don't ask me, partner. I was sleeping during the entire fight. Issei rolled his eyes in response, and spoke to the Welsh dragon, lazy-ass dragon, whatever. Drake grumbled in response, as he continued, partner, your uncle is heading your way. Oh dear, let's see what bullshit he has to say. Issei spoke, as he kept his wine down. He turned to Razak and spoke, so what do you want, Razak? Brat. You have crossed the line by going against an Asmodeus. Issei turned to him, and spoke, what of it? Are you really going to fight me, after what happened the last time, uncle? You. Razak growled in response, as he continued, you damned being. You dare defy the house Asmodeus. Going against me, is going against the house itself. Oh? Issei mused with a smirk, having a mocking expression on his face, as he continued, how are you going to stop me? Are you going to try your luck against me yet again, uncle? Razak was beyond furious, as he activated a magic circle of green energy, as he shouted, I will take you down, right now. You damned brat. Issei was ready to defend himself. He was ready to teach Razak an even bigger lesson and wanted to deal with him once and for all. Even if it kills him, Issei wanted to show on how futile it is to confront him against him. However, to his surprise, his hand was grabbed by someone. He turned to see, and exclaimed, hey, what do dash? When he saw the one that grabbed his hand, and responded, our Lord Lucifer? Razak's color completely drained when he saw the person who did it. It was none other than Lucifer Morningstar that was completely furious at what he was doing. Lucifer Morningstar then spoke, Razak Astaroth, leave this room now. Razak tried to resist this order by speaking, but our Lord Lucifer, he needs to. I won't repeat it again, Razak. Lucifer released some of his aura, making him afraid. Razak started to sweat even more. He was afraid of messing with the Devil King that defied the very god himself. Leave. Now. Lucifer demanded him to leave, as Razak left the room in complete fear. He didn't want to mess with the man. Lyra could only shake her head seeing this. They soon turned towards him with everyone in the room excluding Issei, and Lyra bowing before the 4 devil kings and Lilith. Voldigud Issei. I believe we should have a conversation about your abilities. Lucifer spoke with a serious tone, but with a smirk. Issei then responded, Sure, what is it that you want to talk about? Lilith soon decided to introduce herself. Hi. My name is Lilith Morningstar, wife of Lucy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Issei-kun. Issei soon turned to Lilith, who had joined them. He remembered her fate that had happened courtesy of Hades. She had gone missing, and when she was found again, she was almost dead courtesy of the god of the dead. And when Issei found her, she was on the verge of death, due to the maternal strain. She soon passed away in front of him, as he and his group had confronted Hades and his army. They had won in the end, with Vala dealing the finishing blow to the god, ending his life in the old timeline. He avenged Lilith by ending the god once and for all. It was the first sign to show that gods can be defeated by them, happening during the first few years of the global freeze. It's nice to meet you, Lilith. Lilith soon had a small smile on her face, as he asked, the same Lilith that had defied God and Adam? Lilith nodded, and responded with a mocking tone, Yup. Adam and the biblical God tried their best to force me to their whims and failed miserably. Unlike Lucy, Adam was a control freak and showed me barely any interests. Issei gave a nod. He never knew Lilith's true side, since she was too weak and crippled to do anything to him. All she could do was wave and give a smile, knowing she could finally rest in the old timeline. Issei shook his head. He is never going to make her suffer due to these gods. She was a demon, and unless she betrays him, he will see to it that she is protected properly. So what is it that you wish to speak to me about? Issei asked, to which Lucifer took a glass of wine, and spoke. You have the magic that allows you to instantly kill and revive an ultimate class devil. You showed on what you were capable of, so you will be joining the war, right? Yes. Issei responded. As he continued, though I have my own reasons, I need to confront certain people in this war. People who will be key to my own personal goals. Lucifer gave a nod. He wondered on what his goals are, as he spoke seriously and with a small threat in his voice. Are your goals intending to harm our kind? No, I have no reason to harm you. From what I remember, I am part Asmodeus from father's side. Plus, you all demons and will be my allies, so I have no reason to harm the devils. Issei responded to Lucifer Morningstar, earning a nod and a smile from him. He then turned towards Asmodeus and spoke. I was not expecting you to be this strong. But you were an exception. Don't let us down in battle against them. Issei gave a nod, and responded, I won't, great-grandfather. Though may I ask something, why is it that this war is happening? Issei asked with a normal tone, while some of the devils were bewildered by him asking such a question. The 4 Satans and Lilith weren't angry or annoyed by this. It was understandable for some devils to question them upon this. Lucifer then spoke. It is because the biblical God is a controlling bastard. Lucifer's tone had anger inside of it. Issei could see that the other Satans and even Lilith was angered by the very mention of the biblical God. He then continued, I have seen what kind of a person the biblical God really is. He preaches an outward appearance of goodness to his followers, while in reality, he intends to create and ensure as much control as possible. I have seen him extend his control. He may be good to those that follow him, and even generous, but to those that oppose me, well, all I can say, look at me and Lilith. Lilith was also gritting her teeth in anger, as she added without any mix of her sultry tone, I see, he is stated to be extremely controlling. To the point, if you don't do what he has asked, he will make sure you do it by any means necessary. First time, if you deny, or maybe a few times he might consider, but if you defy certain orders, he will see to it that you comply. Even my relationship with my ex-husband Adam was a product of this. Leviathan was the next to speak. She also wanted to add some more words of hers. That is why we created a whole faction to oppose the biblical God and his followers. Me, Asmodeus, Beelzebub were amongst the survivors of Lucifer's first rebellion against the biblical God. We, along with Lilith, who joined us due to dissatisfaction with Adam and the biblical God, decided to join forces and rebuild the devil faction you see around you. Leviathan responded to Issei, explaining to Issei on why they hated the divine faction so much. Then what about the fallen angels? Issei asked, to which Asmodeus responded, It's simple, boy, the fallen angels are similar to us, except they wish to gain back access to heaven, and the best way to do so is by killing us devils. Fallen angels hate us on par with devils, and they even reside in the underworld. We share domain with Hades and the fallen angels, and since the territory for us is quite huge, we have no problems about the territory. Asmodeus responded, as Beelzebub finally ended the answer. But recently fallen angels have been attacking territories of extra demons, and other clans, killing many members. They have been conquering underworld territories and have been making it part of Grigori, which is why, soon they might attack the Astaroth territory very soon. Issei grew wide-eyed, realizing that his mother could be in danger. He turned to his mother, who nodded in response and agreement to what Beelzebub had said. That is why I was considering of lowering the ages of conscription to due to this. I feel that we will be needing more soldiers. Lucifer mused. He knew that the devil birth rates were already low due to the biblical God cursing them, along with putting a lifespan of years to them to ensure that their population doesn't increase. It won't be necessary. Issei spoke in response. He turned to them and spoke. I will be joining the armies. You can count on it. Issei, you sure of this? Lyra spoke with concern. She was worried that she would have to be all alone due to her husband and now her son not being around. Issei nodded and spoke. I will join the fight against them, ending the war once and for all, and dealing with the biblical God. The four great Satans nodded in understanding and acceptance. Though unaware of the true reason why Issei wants to deal with the biblical God, since he needed to know on the global freeze or not, and whether he was involved in the batch of gods that would be involved in doing so. Well, we will leave you be. Enjoy the party. Your mother was looking forward to meeting you. The four Satans decided to take their leave, with Lilith speaking before joining her husband. Nice to meet you, Issei. She gave a flying kiss to him, before she had left him. The other devils then started to get back to your business, as Lyra leaped on her son and embraced him with joy while exclaiming, "That was such a good fight. You did so well, Issei." She rubbed her chin towards him, with an affectionate manner. It was clear that she cared for him to no bounds given that he was her firstborn. Issei then spoke, "Mother, this is embarrassing." Lyra only giggled in response, as the mother-son duo started to get some food to eat. "Issei, would you tell me something?" Issei turned to Lyra, who asked, "Why did you agree on fighting against the other two factions?" "Simple, I just hate the gods. It is because of what the four devil kings had said to me. Though I believe they were too arrogant at first, they don't seem to be that bad, at least not to those that were willing to fight for them." "Was it because I was part of Asmodeus' family?" Issei asked his mother, to which she responded, "To some extent yes, they do have a special acceptance to those that have the blood of the four great Satans. Your father didn't want himself or you to be shackled with the clan, hence why he decided to let you take the name of Astaroth. But you decided to rename yourself Voldegod, right?" Lyra added to her words, as Issei gave a nod. He then spoke, "That is my name, Mother. Let's probably eat, since the sooner we head back, the sooner we don't have to deal with him." Issei pointed to a seething Razak, who wanted to get back at Issei. Lyra looked at him and nodded in understanding. She then spoke, "All right, Issei." Lyra also decided to get some food and the duo started to eat peacefully. Issei looked towards his mother, making a solemn vow to himself, as he made sure one thing would come to reality. No matter what happens, history won't repeat itself. He will destroy any god that intends to enact the global freeze again. Army Camp, Underworld AM. Issei took a deep breath. He knew that today was the day that he would be fighting in war. He had just turned years old, and was ready for battle. Accompanied by several devils, he looked around, being in a briefing room. The Captain Zener looked at them. He was described as a muscular, gruff man, having a beard and wearing a dark-colored magical armor. He had black hair and a matching beard. He then turned to them and spoke, "Now then, brats, I hope you are ready for a real battle. This war will test your mettle, showing if you are ready to becoming true devils or not. You will be heading down there and fighting against your enemies," Zener exclaimed with a gruff tone, making the devils, excluding Issei and some other, shudder. He knew that this was war, with them having to fight against their enemies. Issei looked across, knowing that most devils will probably not be ready for war. He looked around, trying to spot someone. He soon grew wide-eyed, seeing someone he would never see coming. The woman was Runia's Gremry, whom Issei remembered was the first-generation Gremry. It was obvious by the crimson hair that all Gremry clan members have their signature red hair. Her hair was tied up in a twin-tail ponytail, tied up in 2 ribbons. She was wearing noble clothing, laced corset, crinoline, petticoat, fitted bodice, lace-up boots, leggings till knees. Her clothing had a small boob window, and she was also serious in the war. Issei noted that her eyes are upturned and a little strong-willed instead of Rias's, which is gentle in nature. This was due to her being the progenitor of all the Gremry clan. Issei was mesmerized by her beauty, being reminded of Rias Gremry before she had perished in the global freeze. Dying in his arms for unable to handle the cold, she was killed in front of him, her friends and Sir's ex-Lucifer, who watched his sister die in front of them. Partner Drake spoke with a low tone, making him snap out of it, as he asked, "Don't tell me that you are going to." "Who knows?" Issei mused in response, as Drake had his jaw wide open. He was worried that Issei would probably jeopardize the whole timeline by hooking up with the wrong person. He then spoke, "But not going to lie, this is the first time I have seen her, and she does look kind of cute." "Damn it, Issei. Don't go messing up with the fucking timeline," Drake cursed before giving a sigh in response. Zener then spoke, garnering everyone's attention. "We will be leaving shortly. You brats better get ready. We have to win this battle." The devils nodded. One by one they all left, leaving Issei, Runias and Zener alone. As Zener turned to Issei and spoke, "Voldegod, I have the most hope for you given your successful battle against Cruzri Asmodeus, an ultimate class devil whom you overpowered at the time. Bring me victory and success. You can count on it, Zener. I joined this war to bring in victory." Issei responded with a confident tone, as the captain nodded before leaving the location. Issei was left alone with Runia's Gremry. She then asked, "So, why were you staring at me? Is it 'cause you liked my beauty?" Runia spoke with a smirk, as Issei responded, "I am not going to deny it. You are quite beautiful." "Ho!" Runia's mused, as she continued, "What is it that you liked? If you say my body, then I'll—" "Your hair." Runia's heard the soft surprise in Issei's voice, prompting her to glance his way. His eyes lingered on her with a distant, almost wistful look, as if staring through time itself. "It reminds me of someone," Issei continued, his voice low and thoughtful. "She had hair just like yours, hair that flowed like liquid fire, bold and beautiful, as red as the crimson skies that stretch over the underworld's horizon. It wasn't just the color, it was the way it moved, the way it caught the light, as if the heavens themselves had dipped a brush in molten ruby and painted each strand with care." His eyes shimmered with unspoken memories. When the wind caught it, it would dance like flames in a sacred fire. I remember thinking, how could something so fierce, so vivid, also be so gentle when she smiled? Issei looked at Runia's then, and the past seemed to blur with the present. He could see too much Rias in her for an unknown reason. "And now I see that same beauty in you. Not just in your hair, but in your presence, the quiet strength, the radiance that draws me in without permission." He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "It's strange how something as simple as a color could stir something so deep. But looking at you now, I wonder if fate is trying to remind me that beauty, once lost, can still be found again, in another form, another soul." Runia's, upon hearing this, immediately turned red, her face matching the color of her crimson hair. Her cheeks were heating up by the compliments Issei had given her. No man had ever described her in such a manner. She then spoke, "Why, you really find my hair that beautiful? Your hair is what I like the most. Plus, you are quite cute when you smile, Runia's." Runia's became even more red, as steam was being released from her head and hair. She soon looked down, trying to maintain her composure. She could only look completely embarrassed at him, and realized that she was unable to resist him. But before something could happen, the captain called out, "We will be engaging in the war shortly. Head out now, brats. Well, we can speak later. Let's go, Runias." Issei walked outside, leaving the blushing Runias. She managed to compose herself, though there was still redness on her face, as she muttered, "Baka." She walked behind him. She regained her composure after a while, returning to her regular self. In the several years in her time as a devil, Issei was the first to get her to blush. Opening start. A/N. Lyrics will be arriving soon, since I don't want to spoil the story. The lyrics will appear around chapter or opening end. Grigori Territory, Underworld PM. The Devils led by Captain Zener looked at the Devil squadron he was leading, as he commanded. All the current generation of Devils ranging from 2 years are present to fight for the glory of the Devils and the 4 current Satans. We fight for their dream and ensure that we deal with our enemies being the fallen angels and angels led by Azazel, and that dastardly biblical god. We shall ensure that we earn victory no matter what happens. Are you all with me? The Devils all nodded in agreement, as he turns forward and heads towards the armies of fallen angels which were flying towards them, all having weapons of light in their hands. Now we fight for victory. Open up a path to the entrance. They all nodded, as several Devils all charged at them. Issei and Runias scanned their opponents, as the Gremry First Devil asked, "So what is your plan, future Demon Lord?" "Present Demon Lord, but I know for a fact that most of them are cannon fodder. If I can tell, their leader must be present in the fortress." Issei stepped forward and responded, "I should probably clear this out." Issei raised his hand, and unleashed his spell Geograze, as he called out, "Clear out, everyone." He gave a warning, as one of the Devils responded, "Who do you think you are, Voldegode? You are not our boss," and the Devil was unable to complete. He could feel immense heat, as a powerful miniature jet black sun that was being summoned by a magic circle. He grew wide-eyed, before he backed away with fear. Issei had a smirk, seeing this as Zener looked in shock, muttering, "So this is what you are capable of." Zener mused, looking at the attack. He watched Issei command the attack, slamming the mini-sun down to the fallen angels, making them scream in agony. It felt like a olden day nuke striking the ground. The fallen angels tried to flee and escape, but they were wiped out in an instant, burned alive from the Geograze. None survived the whole ordeal, and the whole place scorched up, with trees being burned down and water completely evaporated without anything left. The Devils all looked at it with a stunned expression. Runias herself was stunned by this. "Just what is this attack, Geograze?" Issei responded to Runias, making her stunned. She then spoke, "How can a fire magic attack act as a black sun? Simple, it is the highest tier in fire magic, far surpassing even the likes of gods with fire magic. This is me holding it back, so that I don't end up destroying the whole underworld." Runias and even Zener were stunned. The Astaroth family has produced a monster of a devil. That was something they all know and realize. This is the man that broke Kruzui-sama. Zener muttered, remembering the broken and shattered state that the man was left in after Issei had killed and revived him over and over again. He was able to break the pride of a devil without even moving a step. But where did you learn this?" Runias asked the obvious, to which Issei responded, "I am often known to travel and keep my presence hidden when I want to. Plus, I have knowledge of spells like these, so you needn't worry about the details." Drake mused in agreement. Even without his assistance, Issei is strong enough to destroy entire planets at his whim. The only ones close to doing so are the top DXD beings, which comprise of literal gods. With his assistance, well, let's just say the whole universe goes boom. As a result, no one in this planet has the power or force to stand up to him, since even in the old timeline, he was able to go toe-to-toe with gods like Shiva, and even killed the destroyer god, at the cost of his life. "Captain, what is the next step in the plan?" Issei turned to Zener, who regained his composure, and spoke, "We storm inside. Voldegode, your job is to deal with the leader. Since you cleared up the fallen angels, your goal will be to eliminate the leader. That is fine by me. Though, would you tell me who is the leader?" Issei asked, to which Zener responded, "Her name is Raylena. She is a cadre-class fallen angel that is capable of unleashing heavy spears of light onto her enemies, which include a barrage of spears onto them. Your goal will be to eliminate or make her retreat from our territory." "Got it, leave it to me. I will handle her alone." Issei responded, as Runias asked, "Don't you want anyone to join you?" "No, I will be fine. Unless you are willing to fight beside me." Runias nodded in response. As she spoke, "I don't mind. Besides, you are the first to gain my interest and attention. Let's go." Issei looked at Zener, who responded, "All right then." He turned to the rest of the devils and spoke, "All of you brats, Your goal is to open a pathway to both Voldigode and Gremory. You won't get in their way in any manner. We will gain glory for the Devil Kings. Zener spoke the last part with pride in his tone, while the other devils excluding Runias and Issei grumbled hearing this. They wanted to also fight against the fallen angel and gain glory for their families, but they knew the two are going to take it. They soon headed inside, where they entered into the fortress, where they encountered fallen angels infesting the entire location. Scene change. Inside the fallen angel mansion, Underworld PM, Issei and Runias managed to reach the room where the fallen angel was, as Runias spoke in response. Well, here we are, Runias commented, as Issei soon used a magic blast of destruction to open the door. The duo entered the room. It was nothing but silence when they did so. Runias spoke in response. It is awfully silent, isn't it? Issei knew the fallen cadre was hiding her presence. He then spoke. Stay on guard, she is here. Issei soon took a deep breath, and unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed at a direction, much to the shock of someone, as wings flapping was heard. They looked up to see two giant light spears being aimed at them. Issei only raised his hand, and used a low-level flame spell to burn the spears to the ground. So you finally decided to show up, Arelena? Issei asked with a serious yet confident tone. A smirk plastered on his face while Runias looked surprised by this. She couldn't sense any presence, yet Issei was able to figure out where the attacker was. The woman revealed herself, releasing a malicious aura. She was a black-haired woman with messy hair. Her eyes glowed a bright violet hue. She had pale skin and worn a sleeveless, revealing clothing which was black in color, with them being made out of feathers. She had multiple pairs of wings and had worn a neck bracelet that had a purple gem glowing at the center of it. She had multiple pairs of wings and had worn a neck bracelet that had a purple gem glowing at the center of it. Seems two devils managed to get this far. Raylena looked at the two with total contempt and disdain, as she responded, but this is the end of the road for you. Issei then responded, you fallen angels are nothing but arrogant. You can't even back up your statements. You are just a winged fallen angel, yet you have the arrogance that would even make Lucifer blush. Raylena got angry at this, as she unleashed a barrage of light spears, but when they made contact with Issei, they just fell to the ground. Issei soon decided to unleash his own light spears to counter her, much to her shock, as she flew around trying to evade them. Runias also joined in, using support magic to make Issei more resilient, increasing his mana reserves. She then spoke. I may not be as strong as you, but I won't stand by and let you do all the work. Runias had a smirk, as she continued, I am the first Gremory after all. Issei only smiled and spoke, thank you, Runias. I feel my reserves improved than before. Show me your resolve, and I shall grant you the power needed to clear your goals. Runias nodded. She felt even more relieved and happy by this. The duo decided to push forward as Issei unleashed even more light spears, as Raylena responded. Impossible! How can a devil like you wield light spears? She exclaimed with horror, as Issei responded, all I did was tamper with light, and now I have abilities similar to yours. Issei soon unleashed a magic circle right beneath her, and triggered a storm of electricity, making her scream in pain. He soon threw the spears, making her groan in pain at different locations with precise efficiency, making her cry in pain. As the light spears struck, the force was overwhelming, not savage, but surgically precise. She collapsed to the ground, her wings scorched, her body trembling. Despite the pain, her glare burned with defiance. Issei stepped forward, his tone calm yet chilling. Arrogance makes you blind to reality. Now you see the difference between power and true power. He looked down at her, not with cruelty, but finality. So, what will it be? Crawl forward clinging to pride, or acknowledge what stands before you? She spat blood to the side, her pride unbroken. I'd rather die than yield to a devil. A small smile touched his lips, not out of amusement, but inevitability. Then your fate is sealed by your own words. Goodbye, fallen angel. Issei decided to make a quick end by snapping his fingers, killing her instantly without any pain or suffering. Only a pile of feathers were left from the attack. Runias walked towards him, and responded, you aren't into brutality, aren't you? Only to those that deserve it. Issei mused. As he turned to Runias, he looked ahead, toward the war-torn skyline beyond the hills. Mercy is a gift. one that should never be wasted on the arrogant. He turned toward her, crimson eyes glowing faintly beneath his calm expression. Let's go. We should report to Zener. This battle has been won, but the war isn't over. Runias gave a quiet nod, her violet eyes reflecting the fading light of the battlefield. There's still more out there. More like her. There always are. Issei replied, as the two began walking into the distance. But no matter how many come, no matter how deep their hatred runs, I will fight against it. For the ones who believe in me, and the world I want to protect and lead. The wind picked up, carrying the last of the feathers into the crimson sky. Silence reigned once more, until the distant echo of thunder rolled over the land. A storm was coming. And Issei knew that things will be different. Scene change. Lucifer's mansion, Underworld PM. Issei looked at the four devil kings. He was present alongside Zener and Runia's Gremory. They all had a prideful look on their face. But their pride was more happier than before. Lucifer then spoke. Once again you have made me proud. You managed to conquer an important base of Underworld that was captured by Grigori. You never cease to amaze me with your capabilities. What can I say? I like making a show of things. Issei mused in response, as he continued, though I wouldn't do it alone. Runias, Zener and the other devils helped in the invasion. That is why you should congratulate all of them. Leviathan gave a small giggle, as she spoke, that we will. But this is a victory to all devils. Runias gave a smile looking towards Issei. Her affection for him had increased even more. Zener also had a look of smile when he heard of this. Issei is the type of person that commands respect. He is not someone that is arrogant and forces people, that commands respect and despises that. Normally, I'd be angry due to what you did to Kruzuri, but I knew that the boy had it coming. You somehow managed to reduce the boy's arrogance and pride that made the boy blind. It won't reduce due to my clan members doing so, but it would certainly leave a mark. How did you become this strong? Like, how did you learn such powerful magic? Issei responded to his great-grandfather. Simple. I chose to study and learn. I learned a lot of spells and magic to do so. I was able to learn spells that would take devils years to learn in just hours. Asmodeus nodded, amused by his descendants' capabilities. Lucifer then responded, that is amusing though. Regardless, I wonder if you would eventually reach the power of Super Devil. Runias and Zener were surprised by this, with Runias asked, but my lords, aren't those rumors? Not exactly, Runia's Gremory. Beelzebub spoke in response, as he added with a serious tone, there is something you need to know, all three of you need to know. Super devils are a possibility, however none of us can ever reach it. The two looked at each other, with even Issei being surprised. He knew that super devils were a reality since he knew 5 super devils, which were himself, Vala Lucifer, Serzex Lucifer formerly Gremory, Ajuka Beelzebub formerly Astaroth, and RageRevan Levon Lucifer. However, he wondered why they couldn't reach that level. Why is that, my lords? Zener asked, to which Beelzebub spoke with a serious tone, we will tell, but word of this must not go outside. The only reason we are actually telling you is because we trust you three the most to continue winning this war for us. Since Issei is in the squadron that can deliver this victory. Why is that? Is because if word gets out of this, then it will cause anarchy and chaos in the underworld, and our enemies would use any opportunity to use it against us. Leviathan spoke seriously. She trusted Zener due to his years of working with them, as well as Issei and Runias, because the former being akin to family, and the latter being part of his squadron as well as someone who fought alongside Issei to win against Raylena. The three nodded, as Lucifer then explained, when I first rebelled against the biblical God and became the way I am today, me and my followers managed to deal a huge chunk of damage to heaven, but at the cost of only us 4 left. Leviathan soon added, yes, me, Lucifer, Beelzebub and Asmodeus were the only survivors of Lucifer's rebellion. We all managed to survive against him, but that bastard had cursed us with 2 things. One thing is that we have a very low birth rate as opposed to fallen angels and angels. And the second thing is that none of us 4 devils can reach the level he does. And from what I remember, he even made alterations to the angels and fallen angels after that. I see Issei mused, as he spoke. Makes sense. If a superclass angel opposes him, he would most likely not survive. Precisely, Issei Voldigode. Lucifer spoke with a smile. He then added, that is why he made sure none would oppose him. And yet, we still are here, opposing his ideals and control. Beelzebub ended the statement. He then speaks, gods were always afraid of someone reaching their level and eventually opposing the order they set up. This was something the old man displayed when Lucy rebelled against him. Figures. Issei spoke, however his tone had anger in it, knowing how true the four Satans were. He knew that the gods have killed them in the old timeline, which ended up in many of them getting killed. Despite Parvati being the one to kill him, Issei still was able to take down Shiva and many other gods. They are strong, but they are far from invincible. Paranoia and control freak isn't something I'd put past gods. They have this desire of maintaining order at all costs, even if it means destroying even their loyal supporters out of disrupting that said order. Issei commented, as he shook his head and spoke, truth be told, I don't frankly care about gods disrupting the order. Problems occur when they try to harm those I care about, killing them just to maintain that said order. They think that nobody is above their order, and that is what I despise about them. I don't despise gods, it is just the ones that enforce their beliefs and orders onto others. The four devil kings, and even Runias and Zener were surprised by this. They realized that Issei knew more about the gods more than they realize. As Issei continued, I believe that a demon lord should be able to do anything he desires. Using his power. He should even mold and manipulate the laws set by the gods, if it means he gains what he wants. That is what I believe a demon should do. He should use his own power to command respect and admiration, not his status, wealth and titles. A demon lord should rule with power and strength, and not with status and blood. Issei ended his words, making the devil kings realize that he does possess the qualities of a true devil king. Despite not having the blood of Lucifer, he was still a leader in every way, leading his allies against their enemies. Runias and Zener were stunned by how Issei spoke his words and beliefs to the four devil kings. He spoke with no fear or doubt and made his words very clear to them. This was the man that would eventually become the most powerful devil of all time. I see, so that is what you think. Lucifer commented, as he soon gave a smile with him speaking, you have the spirit and nature of the devil king, Issei Voldigode, and you have shown your capabilities before. But for now, I think all three of you should recover for the day. The three nodded, with Runias and Zener bowing before leaving the room. Leaving the four Satans alone. Leviathan then spoke in response, he is one special boy, isn't he? I wish that I met him earlier. You wish to make him yours, Leviathan? Asmodeus commented with a sly smirk, to which Leviathan shook her head, and responded, perhaps, he is kind of cute. She had a small smirk on her face. Lucifer could only shake his head. Some devils do have a desire for lust, since it is one of the sins. Lilith is the one that is known for that, along with Asmodeus, but Leviathan is not known for that. She then spoke, it's a shame I have a husband though, but if he was born years earlier, he would have been by my side. Well, we can have everything in life. What do you think, Lucy? Beelzebub looked at his brother in arms, as Lucifer responded with a smile. Like Leviathan said, that boy is special. Though, for a different reason. Lucifer gave a glance at her before continuing, I believe he will become a devil king in the future, or how he likes to call it. A demon lord. You think so too, huh, Lucy? Asmodeus spoke with a smile, as Lucifer nodded. He knew that the boy will go forward and become someone special in this world. He then continued, he is our best bet of winning this war once and for all. Ending that bastard's life once and for all. Scene change. Kamakura outskirts, feudal Japan AM. Issei had teleported there, after promising to meet up with Runias later on. He had to meet a certain fox that was waiting for him after years. He did promise to meet up with her, later on. He walked towards the location where he could see several small foxes at a location. Issei hid his presence, to give her a surprise. He could see Yasaka herself seated on a rock, seemingly speaking to them. Issei walked behind a tree without making any noise. He could see her nodding and listening to them, easily able to understand their language. Issei could use translation magic to understand this, but to Yasaka, it was natural given she was also born as a fox before becoming a kitsune. He soon decided to walk towards her and gently tap her shoulders, making her surprised, and turn behind immediately, being on alert of a possible enemy attack. Who's there dash? She turned to see none other Issei there. The two-tailed kitsune sighed in relief. She then spoke with a smile. Oh, it's you. How did I not sense you? Yasaka asked with surprise, remembering she sensed him easily the last time he had come here. Regardless, she was relieved and happy that he had come and visit her, even after years of last seeing him. Issei only responded, coolly and playfully, simple, I decided to give you a surprise. Yasaka nodded with a smile. She then turned to the foxes and spoke with a language only they would understand, signaling them to leave and letting them know that they would continue their discussion at a later date. She turned back to Issei, as he asked, these foxes, you know their language? I do. After all, I was once like these foxes. Yasaka mused, remembering the time she was an ordinary fox. She then continued with a melancholic tone, the foxes were close to gaining their second tail, soon becoming into kitsunes, and becoming a human. Many of them had reached years in age, soon reaching their 100th year. I see, Issei mused, even with memories of Aenas, he didn't exactly have the exact knowledge on how kitsunes were born or their proper culture before they entered into the modern day of the SD century. Mind if I take a seat next to you? Issei asked with politeness, but with the grace of a demon lord while wanting to sit beside her. Yasaka doesn't hesitate to deny and moves to the side, giving him enough space to sit down. Issei takes a seat without any issues, as he asks, these kitsunes, you are guiding them to become like you, don't you? Well, not like me, but their own person. I am guiding them to become kitsunes, teaching them on how to behave like humans. Soon enough, I believe we may have to integrate among society and pass off as humans. Yasaka spoke with a smile. She was looking forward to one day leading the Yukai as a peaceful force that protects humans under the shadows. To her, she never looked down on humans, but wished to one day live peacefully alongside them, though Lady Amaterasu forbade her to do so, claiming that humans are vile, ruthless and selfish if they are not brought under the divine guidance. Yasaka refused to believe it, since she didn't believe as such. Issei took a look at her, and gave a smile. Even years before they had met, she wasn't all that different. She did mature and become less trusting as the years passed by, but it was because of her old mate that left her alone to raise her daughter alone, with barely any support. Though they did fall for each other, which was even more strengthened during the events of the global freeze, where humanity and the supernatural against the global freeze worked to combat this disaster. The supernatural had no care whether their identities were revealed, since even they had suffered due to this. And even some goddesses like Athena and Artemis worked with them to survive this hell. Eventually all those that opposed the global freeze were slain by the gods. Those that survived also met the same fate as them. He vowed to never let another global freeze be unleashed onto this world, and he will slaughter all those gods that agree with the global freeze. Yasaka sensed his anger, and kept her hand to calm him down, subconsciously sending nature energy or senjutsu into Issei's system. She hadn't learned to master or control them. Issei lost his anger, and sighed in relief. I apologize for that. I don't often lose my temper. Yasaka shook her head, and responded, it's fine, nothing has happened. Yasaka soon got up and spoke with a smile, since you are here, how about I prepare the same food I did 3 years ago? My skills has been refined since the last time you came here. The first time we met. Issei closed his eyes and responded, sure, why not? He had a smile, as Yasaka had an even gentler smile. She liked to spend time around him, and be beside him. She didn't seem to be afraid, hateful, or weary of him being a devil, since she didn't sense any negative energy coming from him. She then spoke, follow me, then. Issei nodded, walking beside her with his own smile. Yasaka entered inside, and walked into the kitchen while Issei took a seat on the outside of the temple. While the kitsune went inside to prepare his food, Issei decided to wait patiently. Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching over them, and was not happy that a devil had arrived to their territory and Yasaka was taking care of them. They vowed to remove them from the location at all costs. Issei was speaking to Yasaka, who was still in the kitchen working some food. Issei seemingly lied on the floor, not caring for what others think of it. She then spoke, from what I heard, the war will come to a close, right? Yep, with forces on both sides being destroyed. The best outcome would be for the war to end and come into a stalemate. Though I doubt that either side would want to give up for the time being. The Satans want to win against the biblical God, and vice versa. They believe that they have a chance of winning. Issei mused, knowing that the biblical God along with the 4 Satans were weakened from their fight against the 2 heavenly dragons, Crom-Cruch and Albion. The reason why Crom-Cruch had fought against Albion instead of Drake was due to a very obvious reason. Drake was long sealed in the gear. So someone had to take his place, and that was Crom-Cruch. Needless to say, Drake was not happy with losing his rival to Crom-Cruch of all people. So how would the war get over then? Yasaka asked, while taking a small sniff of the food, checking if it is ready or not. She soon had a smile when she sensed the food is edible to eat. She gently picked it in a bowl and poured the tea in a small jianware. Issei responded while Yasaka placed them in a tray, only if both sides take too much casualties. From what I remember, the fallen angels are the ones that are suffering the most casualties. But angels are not far behind, and devils also have their fair share of casualties. Give it a years and I am sure the war would end. Yasaka nodded in understanding, carrying them towards Issei, and placed them gently on the ground while being seated in a traditional Japanese seating position. She then spoke, I have made it, check if it is better than last time? Issei gave a nod, and took a bite of the tofu she had made. Yasaka seemed to look intently at him, with the hopes that he liked it. She then asked, How is it, Issei? Issei looked at her surprised, speaking, You have never called me that before. Sorry. Yasaka spoke with a little embarrassment. As she continued, I felt like it would suit you. Do you not like it? Issei shook his head, realizing that Yasaka was starting to remember things from the old timeline. All she needs is a one final push, and she would remember everything. However, Issei didn't intend to push it by force, and intended to give her as much time as possible. He then responded, No, I don't mind it. And besides, the food is good, better than before. Issei ended with a smile, as Yasaka had even a happier smile. She then nodded in response to it, relieved that she liked it. Speaking with a happier tone, I am glad you liked it. But Issei, will you ever come back again? Yasaka spoke with a slightly sad tone. As Issei moved towards her and made direct eye contact, he then responded, I will. I won't be leaving you alone, you want me to come. Just imagine me coming, and I will always be there by your side. Yasaka couldn't help but have a small blush creeping on her face. She could only nod in response. She then responded, All right, Issei. She soon had a smile, as Issei took a sip of the green tea she had developed. Issei then responded, It's quite good. Do you work on this every day? Yes, I do, Issei. You were the first and only visitor that has been coming to my shrine, and has seen me in my human form. No human ever comes here due to being in the wilderness, due to me being tasked by my lady to not reveal myself to a human. Those that come here, only come here to pay respects to Lady Amaterasu, and then go in their own businesses. I hide myself to not trouble them in any manner, since I am not aware on what humans would do to us. Issei nodded in understanding. He remembered on how God's desire to inflict their order and control on others, especially their devotees, and the Shinto pantheon was no exception to this. He was aware on how Amaterasu wanted to control Yasaka and the Yukai, making them the way they are supposed to be. But Yasaka didn't want that, instead choosing to make them a peaceful race for protection. This didn't sit well with Amaterasu and the other Shinto gods, making them agree to enact the global freeze and even going far as to betray Yasaka, the same person that had worshipped and looked up to her for centuries. Odin, who pretended to be on their side, betrayed them and was the reason why they even ended up dying. Issei vowed to make Odin regret ever being born for his act of betrayal, destroying everything to ensure that he would never even try to harm them. Yasaka, it is fine to show yourself to humanity. There are bad people in this world, no doubt on that. But humans, they are bad because the world to them has been harsh and cruel. Doesn't mean that there aren't good people out there making the world a better place. Don't show any fear to them, make your own choices. You should have the right to make your own choices and live your own life. Issei spoke in response. He knew that despite the flaws humanity has, they are still better than the gods that wish to curb and control their potential. Issei could see Yasaka having small doubts about this, small cracks in her complete belief of Amaterasu that she had been having 3 years ago, since he had placed an implication of her betraying the Kitsune. Issei understood that Yasaka is showing signs of remembering her past life. He knew that Yasaka held disdain for what the Shinto gods did to her, and her pantheon. He pondered on whether he should reveal the memories of her past or not. However, before he could respond, someone contacted him speaking. Yes? What happened, mother? Issei asked, to which he heard something and responded, I am on my way. The magic circle goes away, as he turns to Yasaka, who has a saddened look on her face, as she speaks. Will you go now? Yeah, mother has called me for a battle. I will be back soon. Yasaka could only nod. She then spoke with a saddening tone. Will you come back by today? I really don't want to wait for years with your return. Yasaka spoke while turning her gaze away. She really wanted him to stay for long. She knew that he may not return since his whole faction is in war. She wanted him to stay by her side, since she was the first person she had interacted with, not refusing to listen to Lady Amaterasu on being hidden from everyone. Issei narrowed his gaze and responded, Sure, I don't mind. Yasaka was happy by this, as he asked, Wait for me, alright? Yasaka nodded in response, happy that he would return. She watched him teleport in a circle, leaving her all alone in the shrine. However, while they were gone, someone was spying on them. This was none other than the goddess of the sun from the Shinto pantheon, Amaterasu. She was described to be having long, flowing black hair cascades down her back in soft waves, catching the ambient light as it blends harmoniously with the blossoming cherry trees behind her. A golden halo-like crown radiates from behind her head, forming intricate sun-like patterns, while pink cherry blossoms are delicately woven into her hair on either side, further enhancing her goddess-like appearance. Her expression is serene and gentle, her gaze calm and composed, with a golden emblem adorning her forehead like a divine mark. She wears a flowing white gown inspired by classical East Asian design, accented with golden trim that highlights the elegance of each fold. The garment wraps around her form in a one-shoulder style, revealing subtle glimpses of skin along the side and leg, giving her both purity and allure. A deep red obi belt, tied with golden tassels and ornate floral designs, cinches her waist with regal precision. Gold accessories, such as armbands and earrings, complement the divine motif. In her hand she holds a radiant, sun-like artifact that glows with celestial energy, enhancing her divine, sun deity-like presence amid the swirling petals and gentle sunlight filtering through the cherry blossoms. In her hand she holds a radiant, sun-like artifact that glows with celestial energy, enhancing her divine, sun deity-like presence amid the swirling petals and gentle sunlight filtering through the cherry blossoms. Yasaka, you have made a mistake colluding with the devil. And I will make you realize it today. Amaterasu was ready to discipline her, even if it means she will never speak to a devil. She has defied the divine order by conversing with the devil this early, and she will ensure that all races will never unite. Amaterasu made her presence known, walking towards the Shinto shrine which was dedicated to her. She then headed to where Yasaka was picking up the bowl and the jian where that Issei had granted her. Yasaka's ears perked up, and when she sensed her presence, she dropped everything and responded with respect and slight fear. A Lady Amaterasu? She bowed immediately out of respect. Amaterasu couldn't help but have a small smile, seeing on how Yasaka was respecting her in such a manner. Amaterasu then demanded, Make some food for me. Now. Why yes, my lady. Yasaka headed inside the room. Amaterasu patiently waited for the food. She had to make her point across that she must not be seeing that devil ever again. Once the food arrived after several minutes, she had placed it beneath her, and didn't say anything. Yasaka immensely respected and cared for the goddess, but unlike Issei there was fear for her as well. She did owe her a lot for teaching her on how to be human, and behave properly like one, but Amaterasu was a goddess, and Yasaka was just a lowly two-tailed kitsune in the goddess's eyes. This food is good, have you been improving? Amaterasu had a smile on her face after having some of the tofu using a chopstick. She then took a sip of the tea from the jianware and added, Even this tea is much more refined and well made, heated at the right temperature. You have been improving steadily. Thank you, my lady. There was nothing but silence for a few moments before Amaterasu spoke. I have been watching you just this recently, and I sensed something enter into the territory of Japan, and that was a devil. She quietly took another sip of tea. Yasaka flinched at the tone of Amaterasu. She was not happy with the devil intruding the territory of Japan. The territory that belonged to the Shinto gods. She didn't want to confront Issei out of fear that the three factions would bring their war here. But my lady, that devil is not a bad person. He didn't harm any of the kitsune around here. Yasaka spoke in response, as she continued, and it's not like I could stop him and— Silence! Amaterasu's voice boomed in front of her, which caused a sudden shake around her shrine, making Yasaka afraid of what is to come. But she knew she had to maintain her resolve since she was expecting Issei to return. She was going to defend him. You do realize I made it very clear to not let any demon enter this shrine. Amaterasu boomed again towards Yasaka, with her continuing. She then responded, They are scummy and untrustworthy, they are like humans. But unlike humans, they defy the guidance of gods. They all need to be exterminated. I refuse to believe that. Yasaka retorted. The least she could was defend him. She refused to believe that Issei is an evil person, else he would killed her without hesitation or used her for UAL goals. Issei is not the same person. He is kind and helpful, and he never intended to harm me, or my foxes. I didn't sense any deception in him with my senses. There may be good demons, but not all demons are like the war-mongering devils. If that is the case, why can't we judge the biblical God and the angels under the same standard? Yasaka asked, to which Amaterasu gritted her teeth in vexation. She understood that Yasaka was starting to doubt her. She cursed that demon Issei for turning her against the divine so early. Yasaka then added, And what about the children, even if the adults are evil? It can't be necessary that the children would also become evil. Amaterasu was even more vexed by this. She realized that Yasaka is now a lost cause she had to be dealt with. However, she decided to do one final try. The children, they are born evil. There is no cure for those that oppose order set by the gods. The order is set to keep them in place. Those that defy the order are not someone we should kill, my lady. Yasaka retorted with slight annoyance. She refused to believe that children are born evil. She was not blind to this, and seen good children in this world, even before becoming a kitsune, since one child ended up healing one of her fox in the past. Human, demon or otherwise, children are always out of being killed unless there is a very good reason to do so. I refuse to believe that children of any race is inherently evil by birth. It is the way the adults raise them. I don't think they are evil, my lady. Demons or otherwise, we can't judge them based on the standard of their parents. Yasaka retorted in kind, as Amaterasu now knew that Yasaka was a lost cause. She had to do the same she did with the previous leader she was raising, that went by the name Inari. She had become a problem when she had chosen a similar path, but became strong enough to contend and even kill gods in retort. She was finally put down in the end. Then you give me no choice. Amaterasu took a deep breath, as she landed a magic blast that sent her flying to the wall, making her cough up blood. She landed on the ground, with some of her kimono being tattered. She soon generated a concentrated light beam, and stabbed her near the leg, making Yasaka scream in pain. She used senjutsu to recover herself and the pain reduced. She tried to get up but yelped in response. She looked at the wound and gritted her teeth in pain. You really thought a two-tailed fox can defy orders set by us gods? Sorry, Yasaka, you made your choice to side with that demon. Just like your predecessor Inari, whom I have slain. Yasaka glared at her in response, realizing that Amaterasu tricked and betrayed her. She wasn't aware of Inari, and now she came to know about it, realizing she is going to meet the same fate as Inari. It wasn't helping that she had an evil and cruel smirk on her face, as Yasaka retorted, Issei was right about you. You were using me for your own gain. You claim that you aren't like a demon, but today you showed it. You, lady, no Amaterasu, are no better than the devils you despise. Amaterasu only got even more angered by this, as she decided to ready a much more powerful spell to take her down. Yasaka was helpless and powerless to defend herself. She tried to generate a barrier to protect herself, but knew she stood no chance against the divine class being. She could only think of Issei to come for her, at least in her final moments. Amaterasu fired a solar-powered energy blast, while shouting, Solar Storm Strike. The attack was enough to instantly kill Yasaka, regardless of her current level, or what she is capable of. However, before they could come, several foxes had rushed to her aid, and enforced the barrier to protect them. Yasaka then exclaimed, Everyone get out of here! The foxes refused, making squeals and exclaims, making her wide-eyed. She understood that these foxes were basically raised by her, seeing her as a mother figure. She was horrified by this, and spoke in response. No! Protect yourselves! My life might go, but if your lives go, then I will never forgive myself. Yasaka shouts in response, but her shouts were more desperate and fearful for the foxes she was raising to one day become kitsunes themselves. She didn't want them to die, but it went in vain, since neither the foxes budged or moved. Gritting her teeth helplessly and powerlessly, she then demanded, I order you all to leave. Save yourselves and retreat, the foxes retorted, exclaiming in response, making her wide-eyed, realizing that they were even willing to die for her. The two-tailed kitsune Yukai leader was tearing up at this, knowing these were just going to become a two-tailed kitsune. She didn't want them to perish like this. On the other side, Amaterasu could see them, and was infuriated by this. Even they were defying them, and she intended to make an example of them. She enhanced more power, causing a massive explosion, pushing Isaka to the side, making her slide towards the wall once again, making her groan in pain. She watched in horror, and when the dust settled, tears were stemming out from her eyes. The foxes that were protecting her were all badly injured, with several of their bodies being blackened and charred. This is what happens to those that oppose order. Let this be a consequence for all of you. Amaterasu spoke, as she walked towards Yasaka to finish the kitsune, but before she could even lay a finger on her, she was frozen solid, and she felt her whole body be immobilized. Yasaka was surprised, before a voice spoke with a sarcastic tone before turning cold, what a dedicated goddess you are, taking such good care of Yasaka. It'd be fair that I repay the favor. The voice soon brought relief for Yasaka, as she turned to Issei and smiled, while exclaiming with joy, Issei, sorry it took me time to arrive. Had to deal with a certain Kateria Leviathan before coming here. Issei looked at Amaterasu, who was struggling to break free but failed since her divinity was useless against Issei's demon eyes, which immobilized her completely. Are you alright? Issei asked gently, with Yasaka nodding with a smile. I am fine, but... Yasaka knew that her foxes were the reason she was able to survive for now. She turned to the kitsunes, and Issei understood what has happened. He scowled at Amaterasu for harming Yasaka. He wasn't going to lose her again. He wanted to deal with her, but decided to heal everyone up. And Issei used a heal-wide spell, and healed everyone present. He instantly healed the wounds of Yasaka and the foxes that had taken the hit. They were completely healed of any wounds. Yasaka was surprised by this. She never expected Issei to have such advanced magic. She then spoke, Thank you, Issei. No need to thank me. Issei spoke with a smile, his tone filled with relief, knowing he reached at the right time. He turned to the foxes who were getting up, yelping in response and being surprised by their recovery. They feared that they were going to perish. Issei crouched to them. While the foxes were initially weary of him, he then spoke, Tell me your names. I shall remember it for defending the kitsune Yasaka. Yasaka walked up to them, and responded, They don't have a name, I see. They don't? Issei looked at their different types of fur and traits and recognized them. He kept it in his mind, speaking, I will remember your appearances. They will be etched inside my mind for the rest of my life. The foxes seemed happy, cheerfully yelling for their savior. Yasaka walked up to him, and spoke, They are grateful to you, I see. Initially they were afraid of you, but now they see you as someone they can trust. You saved them from Amaterasu's attack. Issei looked at her and nodded. He smiled, knowing that she was no longer showing any respect for her goddess, much earlier than before. He soon decided to make her relieve her memories of her past, while Yasaka was having more trust towards Issei over the gods. She couldn't help but be more happier knowing that she has a guardian demon protecting her, and those were budding feelings for the kitsune. However, a rotten voice managed to gain their attention, ruining their moment. Humph! A filthy, disgraceful kitsune like her thinks that she can defy order by colluding with a demon. The Shinto pantheon will Issei glares at her, increasing the power of the demon eyes, as he exclaimed, Shut up! Amaterasu was immediately bounded, making her scream in pain. She was unable to escape due to the immense strength of the demon eyes, as he turned to her, with anger in his eyes. Hatred was also present, knowing what this woman did to Yasaka in both timelines. I see? Yasaka turned to him, and Issei spoke, I will take it from here. He walked towards the woman, who tried to use a magic circle to escape, but it failed miserably. He then spoke, Amaterasu, I am not someone that gets angry too easily. Not anymore, at least. But you harmed someone that I cherished and cared for. You'll pay for this dearly. Issei then grabbed the struggling goddess by his throat and started to choke her. While speaking, there is no forgiveness for this. Issei teleported her outside the shrine a few meters away, and threw her to the ground. She tried to get some distance so that she can use a spell only for her to be fatally injured by a stab. Her body was sizzling, making her scream even more. He had stabbed her with a sword that was coated with God's slaying magic. Issei then spoke, Now then, what will you, goddess? Amaterasu was coughing up blood, as she glared at him with anger and hatred. She then responded, The Shinto pantheon will kill you for this. I will relish seeing you suffer and dash. Issei removed the blade and once again stabbed her in the heart, making her screech in pain. Issei then spoke, I stabbed your heart fatally. You will live for approximately 1 minute or so at best, due to the blade having God's slaying magic. Issei soon grew a smirk, while speaking, Well? If you acknowledge me as the demon king of tyranny, I might consider sparing your life. Amaterasu only grew angry. Her pride and arrogance as a goddess was being displayed completely, as she responded, As if I'd ever kneel to a filthy low-class being like you. Someone who is good for nothing and, Issei only drove the blade deep inside, increasing her pain even more. She was unable to handle any more pain while speaking. Stop. What was that? Could you repeat what you were saying? Issei spoke seriously, showing no remorse or regret on what he has done. She then responded, Please spare me. Let's hear it louder, so that the whole Shinto pantheon could hear us. Issei mused with a grin, seeing her suffer for what she has done. The intense pain was blinding her completely, destroying any sense of pride she once held as a goddess and keeper of order. The sun goddess was completely willing to even beg if it was meaning to reduce the intense pain she had. Demon king of tyranny, Issei Voldagold-sama. Please forgive my actions and spare me. Issei only scowled, sensing nothing but complete lies in the goddess. He knew that she would just head to the Shinto pantheon and call the entire pantheon for revenge against him or Yasaka, the latter of which can't defend herself. He knew that she didn't mean it in any manner. Issei decided to make an example out of her. Don't say it like you don't mean it. Hell only awaits for deceitful liars like you. Issei removed the blade and stabbed her again with it in the same location, as Amaterasu could only scream in agony. No! She was instantly killed in the aftermath, as her lifeless body fell to the ground. But Issei was not done. She had to pay for her sins in both timelines. He knew death was too good for some of these gods and goddesses. He had another idea. He decided to reincarnate her, but as the very thing she looks down upon. He knew that while she despises demons, she also looks down on humans. She sees them in a similar light, and given how most gods see humans as toys, he was aware that it wouldn't matter if he turned her into a demon or a human. A smile grew on his face, knowing exactly what he had to turn her into. A devil-human hybrid without any magic. He then spoke the reincarnation spell, Azab. A magical green glow surrounded the deceased corpse of Amaterasu, and soon she was glowing a bright green color. The woman once known as the sun goddess was now revived as a devil-human hybrid. She now had platinum blonde hair falls gracefully past her shoulders in smooth, silky strands. The front of her hair is parted in gentle bangs that frame her face softly, while the rest is loosely tied in a half-up style with golden floral ornaments and ribbons, blending harmoniously with the golden hues of the maple leaves around her. Her expression is calm and slightly wistful, with warm amber eyes that reflect the peaceful twilight glow. She is dressed in a luxurious black kimono adorned with intricate golden maple leaf patterns that echo the surrounding foliage. The fabric flows elegantly around her, its golden trim highlighting the richness of the garment. Tied around her waist is a crimson obi belt featuring ornate embroidery and a decorative rope tassel, bringing a pop of bold color to her ensemble. The overall style is deeply traditional yet elevated with a refined artistic flair. Where am I? Amaterasu asked, looking at her body, her memory of appearing inside her mind. As Issei spoke, you have been officially reincarnated. Not as a goddess, but as a human-devil hybrid, two races that you despise. Amaterasu had a look of horror and terror, as she looked at herself before placing a hand on her face, as Issei continues, also you have zero magic capacity. Consider this karma for your actions, and maybe, just maybe this will make you realize your flaws. Issei soon teleported out of there, as Amaterasu could only tear up at this. She realized that she was powerless in this situation, speaking with a low tone. No, she soon fell to the ground helplessly weeping in agony and sadness. No! Amaterasu shouted, knowing her current helpless state. There was nothing she could do. She was no longer a goddess, now being the very same being she despised. Issei reached the shrine looking at a worried Yasaka, who had a smile when she saw him return. She rushed to him, as she exclaimed, "Thank goodness, you are all right. I should be saying that. But how are you feeling?" Yasaka shook her head, and spoke, "I am fine. Though." Yasaka turns towards the shrine made in honor of her former patron goddess, intending to destroy it completely. "I plan to remove the shrine and change it. Amaterasu is no longer the goddess I once revered. She is just someone that tried to kill me." She soon turned to Issei and asked, "Are all gods like this, Issei?" Yasaka asked with a solemn tone. Issei then turned to her, and responded, "You wish to hear the truth?" Yasaka nodded in response, speaking, "I want to protect my faction, Issei. These yokai, I want to change them from malicious beings to silent protectors that keep Kyoto protected. I have seen yokai hurt people, and I don't know why. I despise such acts. It just didn't sit right with me that we have to commit these acts against humans for no reason. That is why I intend to lead my kin to this goal." She turned to him with a smile, as Issei returned a smile of his own. "She hasn't changed in that regard in either timeline." He then responded, "Very well. I wouldn't say that all gods are like this. But many unfortunately are, and those that aren't are either dead or unaware of the other's nature." Yasaka grew horrified at this. So many good gods have been slain that weren't controlling in nature, desperate for maintaining order. Issei then continued, "I know of a few that aren't, but even then, many around them are. And it is all because they desire to be at the top of the world. Top of everything, to be precise, hence why they are so hellbent in maintaining order and rule." Yasaka took note of this, as Issei continued, "Those that oppose this are killed without exception. Even parents kill their children simply for opposing this order. That's just how it is. They would even go far as to destroy entire cities and worlds just to curb the growth of human civilization and lower supernatural beings like mine and your kin." Yasaka nodded in response. She couldn't help but feel anger at this. Her kin being slaughtered mercilessly made her even more angry. She watched them almost die today, and that was a memory she won't forget, no matter what happens. She turned to Issei, feeling some sense of connection to him. She didn't know why, but ever since he had visited her 3 years ago, she had this longing to meet him, though she couldn't head to the underworld for very obvious reasons, since she would either be killed or worse, become enslaved by the devils there for her looks. She may be naive, but she is not stupid. She never understood why she felt connection to someone she had just met once. The second time, she was happy when he returned, she just didn't understand why. "Issei, may I ask you something?" Issei turned to her, seeing a small saddened look on her face. He grew concerned, as he spoke. "What's wrong? Why did you come here? Was it to explore this place? Or was it something else? You wouldn't save me for no reason, so tell me, what happened?" Yasaka asked with a solemn tone. She trusted him with all of her heart, given he protected her when the goddess betrayed her, and kept his word of appearing just by thinking about him. "Truth is, I wanted to meet you while checking out old Japan." Yasaka was surprised by this, as she asked, "Meet me?" "Yes, though do you trust me?" Yasaka nodded while speaking. "Of course, you are the first devil I trust. You had no reason to protect me, or that is what I presume, but you still did regardless, almost as if I meant something to you." Issei sighed at this. He knew that Yasaka would see this. He decided to make her remember everything from the past timeline. He then chanted the spell, Nemos Anamnian. Issei chanted the spell, drawing out memories from the old timeline, or what he remembers using origin magic. When he did, a calm wave of white gold light that passes through the soul of the two-tailed kitsune, like a pulse, with images flickering briefly in the eyes. She remembered everything, of the old timeline. This spell was designed to only make the user remember the past timeline. It restores memories of past while removing the traumatic aspect of it so that the user does not have a mental breakdown. The only drawback is that it consent or synchronization with the target, and since Yasaka gave him all reason to trust, Issei had no issues of using it. Tears started to fall from her eyes, and it wasn't stopping. She remembered everything, from the time she met Issei to the time she had lost everything, her people and even her daughter, to the global freeze. She was killed by her own patron goddess Amaterasu, the very person that she had once worshipped and looked up to for so long, for several centuries, was the one to kill her, and take everything from her. I see. Yasaka spoke with a shaky tone, tears falling from her eyes. She walked sluggishly, unable to believe the reality in front of her. She was once again alive, and in the past this time. Once she reached closer, she asked, Is that really you? Or am I dreaming? It is me, though I was reborn as an Astaroth this time. But I am still the same Issei that you knew me as. The same one that saved you from Chow Chow and bonded with your daughter Kanu. I was there for you later on in the global freeze when we had to protect your kind and any survivors we could find. The same one that was there for you when your daughter was killed by an opposing gang to raid us. I have returned. Yasaka leaped on him, not caring about his status as a pure demon any longer. She embraced him tightly, not intending to let go of him. She continued to cry on his shoulder. She was just happy to have someone from her family back. Issei held her and gently rubbed her head. He was just relieved to know she has returned to her old self, and he was not planning to leave her alone, at least for a while, that is. Scene change. Yasaka's shrine, Japan, PM. Yasaka was resting on Issei's shoulder. As she spoke, I see, I miss my girl. Those bastards, they took her away from me. Humans changed for the worse due to the global freeze caused by those damned gods. The Shinto pantheon betrayed me and my kind without hesitation, killed all of those people that we loved and cared about. Issei remained silent. He was aware of the fact that she had lost everything, and now with the timeline being reset to the time long before they had a chance to fix everything and prevent another global freeze from happening, they had to see to it that it never happens. Issei internally vowed to destroy any god that intends to recreate the global freeze in this timeline. He doesn't care if he has to destroy order to do so, since order without compassion is tyranny. I know, Yasaka. I promise you one thing, the gods will never trigger the global freeze ever again. Yasaka turned to him, while speaking, but even then, my daughter, she is gone forever. Kanu won't ever come back. Who said she won't ever come back? Yasaka looked surprised, with her asking, What do you mean? Now that we have time to fix the past, we can always prevent future mistakes from happening. So tell me, will you repeat the same mistakes again? Issei asked with a smile, to which Yasaka shook her head in response. She knew who Issei was referring to, as she spoke with slight anger, remembering her old mate. No, never again. I won't fall for his charms and deception again. I won't fall to anyone's charms and deceptions again. That you can be assured of. Though with that I can never have my daughter back. Issei shook his head, and spoke, No, I don't believe so. Huh! Yasaka spoke with surprise, with him continuing, When I saw Kanu, she seemed more your daughter rather than yours and your ex-mate's daughter. She barely showed any signs of your ex-mate. Making me wonder, if she really was the daughter of both of you. Since she seemed more like your own daughter instead of hers. Yasaka looked down for a moment, before she turned back to Issei, and spoke, Because I raised her on my own. It wasn't easy at first. Given I had to balance my duties as a leader and a mother at the same time. But with the help of my servants and other nannies, Kanu always had someone to watch over her. Despite this, believe me when I say this, I hated leaving Kanu alone due to being a leader. Issei turned to her, and could sense the pain and sadness in her voice. Despite having a smile on her face, her expression showed sadness, implying she wanted to spend more time with her family. He then spoke, So why you couldn't do anything? There were yokai I see, that desired to return to their old roots of malice. You know about the supremacist faction whom we had to slay during the first few years of the global freeze? Issei nodded, remembering them, as this ended in their complete extermination due to their desire of supremacy over unity. I do, and I haven't forgotten. Yasaka then responded, Kunu and my faction were attacked when Kunu was just a baby. What? Issei exclaimed with slight anger, as she nodded while speaking. I had to act as a leader due to this. But despite this, it didn't help that my girl almost got kidnapped. After that, I had to also ensure that the people that had suffered were able to recover. So it was hard for me to balance my life as a leader and a mother, and I hated that. Issei took this to note, and nodded in understanding. He then turned to her and spoke, No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. And if Kunu is born, we will raise her as our own daughter, protect and cherish her in this timeline. Yasaka gave a gentle smile, as she rested on his shoulder speaking, I know I see. This time I know you are there by my side. That is more than enough for me. Issei held her gently and protectively. The couple stayed like this for a while, before Yasaka had asked, Speaking of which, what happened to Amaterasu? I reincarnated her, but not as a goddess, but as a weak human devil hybrid with no magic. I made her the very thing she despised with all of her heart. I am not losing you again, nor anyone else that I cherish. Issei spoke with a total serious tone, as Yasaka nodded with a smile speaking with a kind tone, I am not going anywhere, I see. I will always be by your side, for the rest of my life. Let me tell you about us Yukai. Yasaka responded, with her continuing, We have a very strict rule of never betraying or abandon those we spend the rest of our lives with. We have a code that ensures that no Yukai would ever betray, cheat, or abandon those that they mate with for the rest of their lives. Those that break the code are seen as untrustworthy and pariahs. I know, Yasaka. Issei mused remembering this code, as he retorted, But you do know that this code was why Fujimai was never loved by her own husband despite showing unwavering devotion and care for him? Yes, this can harm the Yukai. But since when was love reasonable? Yasaka responded with a smile, as she continued, We can't force them to be away, as long as they weren't destructive to our kind. We can only convince them to not be with them. Whether they listen, it is up to them. Either way, I can firmly state that we as a kind will always be by our mate's side. Yasaka lied back on Issei's chest, as the couple watched the night sky. They knew that they had their lives ahead of them, and will cherish them to their utmost in this timeline. They will find a happier timeline for themselves than those that they care for. The next day, Yasaka's shrine, Japan AM, birds were chirping in Japan's near Yasaka's shrine. A new day had begun for the day of Japan. A day without Amaterasu's presence looming over the country of Japan. People were moving around and working daily jobs, like woodcutting, farming and selling goods. The city near the shrine was as vibrant and jovial as it was before. Inside the shrine, 2 people were sleeping on a futon. Soon enough, someone managed to wake up. This was none other than Issei Voldigode. He soon yawned and turned to see Yasaka clinging onto him. Both were clothed since Issei had no intention to mate with her during this time. She was holding on to him like she meant the world to him. Issei knew how much she meant to him as well, but he decided to not give in to lust since during the wartime, having children will not only put her life under danger but also her unborn child, and he was not going to lose any of them today. Soon she also started to wake up, looking at Issei's figure while speaking, Good morning. Yasaka removed her hands around him and stretched all 4 of her limbs in a pandiculation pose. Despite being a kitsune for years, she still has small habits pertaining to a fox. Issei then responded, Morning, my fox. So today you will have to go back to the underworld, right Issei? Yasaka spoke with a solemn tone, knowing full well that Issei will have to fight in the war eventually. Issei then responded, I have no choice, I have people that I care for in the underworld too. My mother and my father this time. I am not losing them again. They may not be my parents from the old timeline, but they raised me in a similar manner in this one. No way I am letting them perish again. Issei spoke with a serious tone. He didn't want to leave Yasaka, but at the same time, he couldn't leave his parents alone, especially to Razak Astaroth, who might try his luck in hurting his mother and father. Yasaka knew how much his parents meant to him. She remembered how distraught he was when he lost both his parents and older sister to the very first year of the global freeze. Despite this, he kept pushing forward, protecting anyone that he could from the hellish 15 years the couple had to endure. She understood he had to go, but while she didn't want to separate, she had no intention of forcing him here. She could only hope he doesn't stay away for long. I see, but please, I know this is selfish of me, but don't stray away for long. 3 years was the last time you came here. Issei nodded in response. He could understand why she longed for him, or any true companionship from anyone. She literally lived alone in a shrine, except for a bunch of kitsune that had come. Since this was the beginning of a newer Yukai faction under her rule, he was aware that she barely had any companionship. All right, I will be there. Issei spoke with a smile, earning a nod from the Yukai princess. She soon gave a smile, getting up and speaking, I will get myself cleaned. From what I was told, fox scent is stated to have a lasting presence for a while. Until I get my third tail, I won't be able to suppress it. Issei nodded, as she moved near his lips and kissed it, earning a small blush in surprise from him. She soon got up and headed to a nearby bathroom to get herself bathed. Issei also decided to use a cleaning spell to clean himself, as he headed outside to experience some fresh air. After a while, Yasaka showed up using a small towel to wipe her long hair and tails. She then spoke, I almost forgot that it is so hard to bathe without a shampoo. I just wished we had those things now. Guess I have to wait for a few years. Why wait? Issei mused, as he used magic to bring some herbs that were good for the hair and smelled right. These herbs were rosemary, lavender, hibiscus, brahmi, neem, amla, aloe vera gel and chamomile, and started to mix them in a powder. Yasaka looked at this surprised and spoke, What are you doing? Making a herbal shampoo. Could you boil some water for me? Yasaka gave a smile, and spoke, Why not? It will take me a minute. Could you bring the mixture there? Issei gave a nod, as he followed Yasaka towards the location. She soon boiled some water, and used low-level flame magic from her senjutsu to do so. She then commented, I need to really get used to my old self. I can't even perform fox fire properly unless I gain my tail. If you'd like to, I can give a boost. Though you will have to gain your strength on your own accord. Yasaka nodded, while responding with a smile, I will think about it, but not now. Issei gave a nod, as he poured the mixture when Yasaka signaled it to do so. Once the water was boiling, the couple waited for minutes before Issei spoke, We are done. Yasaka gave a nod, as Issei brought out a nearby sealed wooden bottle and poured the mixture into it. He then asked, You got someone who can keep this cool? I will contact a Yukiana to do so, but do you wish for me to try this? Yasaka asked in response, to which Issei responded, Sure, if you'd wish. Yasaka nodded, and headed inside with the bottle. She took a small sniff of the shampoo and liked the smell, as she decided to wash her hair and tails with the shampoo bottle. She made sure to not use too much, and once she was done cleaning herself, she headed outside, while a strong but pleasant smell covered the room. Issei turned to Yasaka, and she asked with a small blush on her face, How does it smell? It is quite pleasant, though I might as well give you the recipe so that you can make it even when I am not around. Yasaka nodded, as Issei wrote down the recipe and the steps to make it. Yasaka took the note and nodded in understanding. The note read the following. Yasaka took note of this, and gave a smile, carefully keeping it in her shrine. Since it was written in modern English language, nobody would be able to understand except for the couple present. She then spoke, Thank you, Issei. Well, hope it helps, though how would you get some of the stuff since it doesn't grow in Japan? Issei asked, to which Yasaka took a deep breath, and responded, I know some Yukai in this era, China and India. They will get me the stuff needed. It is the Indian gods I am concerned about, and the Yukai there are completely loyal to their gods. Especially the Nagas. Yasaka responded, with Issei noting this to be true. They are almost acting as their enforcers. Especially the shape-shifting animals, who have the unique ability to transform into humans. Yasaka was aware that unlike them that aren't completely loyal to the Shinto gods, the Indian Yukai are completely loyal, to the point of being blindly loyal to them. True, it costed them their lives since Indian and Pakistani Yukai can't survive in the winter. It's a death sentence to them whenever the global freeze happens. Unlike the Japanese Yukai, who have a better survival chance due to Japan's colder climate, most of India and Pakistan are too warm to prepare their bodies for extreme cold. Even regions like Kashmir or northern Pakistan, While colder than the rest of the subcontinent, still don't compare to Japan, where temperatures can drop deep into the negatives, Issei commented calmly, his tone carrying the weight of history, and Yasaka nodded in agreement. She then responded, in the end, they failed to see the true colors of the gods that they once worshipped, causing their demises. Issei nodded in agreement. He didn't care about the Indian yokai since he had no reason to do so. They decided to keep to themselves, and he didn't mind that. However, if they do hurt his loved ones due to their gods, there will be no mercy. Anyways, I will get the food ready. Should I make eggs this time? Instead of the usual tofu? Issei nodded, knowing she must have remembered all the food she used to make back in the old timeline, speaking, sure, I don't mind. Yasaka returned the smile, while heading towards the kitchen muttering with a blushing smile, it almost feels like we are a married couple. Issei lied down on the floor, and waited for the food. He had to head back to the place where his other family is waiting for them. Opening start. A/N. Lyrics will be arriving soon, since I don't want to spoil the story. The lyrics will appear in chapter, opening end, Astaroth House, Underworld, PM. Issei headed back to his mansion, where his mother Lyra was waiting for him. She was relieved when he had returned. Lyra rushed to him, and asked, Issei, where have you been for the whole day? I went to visit an old flame of mine. Did something happen? Issei asked with worry, to which Lyra responded with a sigh, it is Razak. Once you left behind after humiliating the Leviathan, he decided to lash out, and, mother, did he? Issei asked while holding his mother in a protective manner, as Lyra shook her head, and had a smile on her face. She then spoke, he verbally yelled, 'cause he knew that if anything would have happened to me, you most likely would have killed him. Besides, he is already on thin ice due to attacking you and the party. Lyra ended the statement, as Issei released his mother, and made him nod. He then asked, I know, where is father anyway? Sent to war again. Razak knew better than anyone that if he can't hurt you, he can always find another way to spite you. A grumble could be heard from Issei's tone. He had to set an example of Razak. He wished to kill him right then and there. However, there was a major problem. The problem? He was Ajuka's father. He couldn't kill him yet, since if he does end up killing him, he will also ensure that Ajuka is never born. He didn't want to lose one of his close allies yet. He had to find a way to ensure that all 4 Satans are born properly. Though he is uncertain about Surzek since he is feeling attracted towards Rhenius, who is his ancestor. Rias may also be altered due to him dating the first Gremory in the future. But he had hoped that they find a way to be born in this world. He knew that if he and Rhenius have a child, it will most likely be Kaisis Gremory, who is Zeocidus's mother. But given the timelines changing, things would be different. He was aware of this, due to Zeocidus being years old with the same being for Venelana. He didn't see either of the two, which implied that during the time reversal, they were never born to begin with. But there was hope for their 2 children. So until he found out whether they are alive or not, he cannot be certain on what would happen to them. Honestly, with what he is doing, he is getting on my nerves. Issei grumbled with anger. Lyra could understand his anger. He was barely able to meet his father recently due to what happened with Razak. She was also angry, but helpless, knowing the man commanded the Astaroth House, and if she did oppose this, Razak may name her as a traitor. No wonder Ajuka never spoke or informed about his father. He was aware that they must have not got along in any manner. Lyra decided to change the topic, knowing that Rhenius had also arrived, with the desire to meet up with him. She was desiring to speak to him after he had left yesterday for Yasaka's place. Oh, and Rhenius also came to look for you. Issei was surprised by this. He had some interest in the woman, claiming her hair to be just like his old flame from the previous timeline. He and his mother walked inside, while he responded, so is she still there? She left for war. Lucifer and the other Satans had called you as well. Turns out that your attack managed to attract the attention of the fallen angel leader Azazel. Issei grew wide-eyed. He was surprised to hear of it. He was starting to tear up when he heard the name. He was also one of the last people that had perished in the global freeze in the final attack orchestrated by the gods. He shook his head, to recover, and spoke, what does he want with me? He wishes to meet you, I see. Well, towards the fact that many of his forces are being decimated. He plans on issuing a ceasefire against us. So he decided to visit us first to prevent what remains of his race from entering into annihilation. Issei narrowed his gaze. He knew that this was bound to happen since he remembered that the fallen angels were the first to back out from the war after many losses. This may cause a problem with several members of their race. Issei mused in response, as he added, there are war-mongering generals who don't agree with Azazel. You can't help it, I see. But even then, it is good that one of the races are backing out from the war, isn't it? Now at least Joseph can be at home alongside us. We can once again become a family. Lyra mused with happiness, as Issei couldn't help but smile at this prospect. However, he knew that till Razak is dealt with properly and permanently, there is limited to no possibility of them being together. She turned around and walked towards him, but when she did, she noticed a lot of fox fur on his clothing, which she didn't notice early on due to mostly looking at his face. She then inspected it, and asked Issei, where did you go? And why do you have so much fox fur on your clothing? Well, Issei tried to deny it, but Lyra was not having any of it, speaking. Issei, where did you go? I went to Japan. Lyra grew worried by this, knowing the Shinto gods and yokai won't take kindly to a devil being present in their territory. However, Issei assured her, don't worry, mother, I wasn't detected in the slightest. Though, it is safe to say I met someone special. Who? Lyra was even more curious, as she continued, who was the person that managed to gain the heart of my beloved son? Well, it was a kitsune named Yasaka. She is a good person, mother. Lyra was happy by this, as she exclaimed while rubbing her chin to her son, speaking with joy, oh, I see, you have grown so well. Having someone whom you want to spend your life with. Issei couldn't help but be embarrassed by this. His mother's over-affectionate behavior. He was expecting her to reprimand or punish him, but her being happy with joy upon hearing that he had found someone to cherish. She then split up from her, and responded, you have to make me meet this woman. Not now, mother, the Shinto pantheon almost sensed me meeting us. Risking your life is something I don't wish to happen. The gods are a headache to deal with. Amaterasu almost sensed me, and I managed to get away before she could harm me, or Yasaka. Issei told the half-truth. He didn't want his mother to realize yet that Issei had cursed Amaterasu with an eternal curse of being a devil-human hybrid. Since he wanted to hide that power from her as of yet, he didn't have any reason to tell her either, since a devil beating a goddess was next to impossible. But Issei proved that even gods can fall and be broken, time after time. Amaterasu was a testament to that. Well, I guess that is true. Lyra had split up from him, as she responded, I will ask the servants to prepare a proper bath from you and wash your clothes. Get yourself changed. Lyra spoke with a smile, as she walked away. Issei watched his mother leave, feeling a sense of comfort knowing how much she dotes on him. Drake then asked, you really care for your mother, don't you, partner? Issei looked at his dragon best friend and responded, isn't it obvious? She raised me to be the son she always wanted, with love and care. It is rare for devils of this era to show that. But despite my father's absence due to war and my uncle, my mother and the maids always looked after me. Issei remembered that his mother took extra steps and efforts to ensure he got the best training. Despite the conflict with the higher devil houses like the 4 Satan houses and 6 houses of Lucifer annoying or pestering him, claiming that a lowly house of Astaroth doesn't deserve the elite training, he was grateful to his mother for giving an opportunity to learn more and more magic, which was when he headed to other locations secretly, and learned other types of magic, enhancing his already vast knowledge on magic. As for those that annoyed him, they were already dealt with, using humiliations and clever tactics to force them to not annoy him. I am not losing this, Mother Drake, and any god that does try their luck in hurting her will regret their very existence. Issei spoke seriously and bluntly. Drake knew what Issei had been through and decided to remain with him till the rest of his life. He then spoke, you won't, partner. With Anos's power combined with my boosting ability, we would be unstoppable. You got that one right. Issei mused as he headed inside to take a proper bath. He could use some relaxing time before he would head towards the bathroom to have a bath. Scene change. Leviathan Mansion, Underworld PM. A woman was seen gritting her teeth in anger and humiliation. She remembered the brutal defeat that had happened at the hands of Issei Voldigode. She was never going to forgive him, until the end of time. She remembered how he humiliated her, making her grovel for mercy for what she had done. How he effortlessly swatted her attempts of hurting his mother to hurt him. The woman was none other than Kateria Leviathan. Kateria was described to be a tall, bespectacled woman with a voluptuous figure. She had tan skin with long brown hair tied into a bun with a headset and purple eyes. She wore an extremely low-cut purple dress with high slits which exposed a large portion of her breasts and legs. She wore an extremely low-cut purple dress with high slits which exposed a large portion of her breasts and legs. That damned Voldegode! Filthy Astaroth! I will make him regret what he has done to us. Kateria felt powerless and helpless against him. Her magic did nothing to him, her ultimate class devil being helpless against someone like him. She will never forgive what he did to her, and Cruzuri whom he had broken. She got up, unleashing even more aura and anger. She wanted to make them all pay. However, before she could do anything, someone called her out. You got what you deserved, Kateria. Kateria became pale when she had heard the voice. She turned to see Leviathan herself. A very serious and furious Leviathan at what her descendant had done. Leviathan saw Lyra as her own family, since she was part of the Asmodeus clan by marrying Joseph. Same went for Asmodeus, Lucifer, Lilith and Beelzebub. And all of them have immense respect for Issei, seeing him as the hope of the underworld. Our Lady Leviathan. Kateria muttered with shiver and fear, almost being downright afraid of this, as Leviathan walked towards her, and raised a hand on the devil and, slap, Leviathan tightly slapped her. She was beyond furious that Lyra was attacked, the mother of Issei Voldegode, the one who is going to be stated as the most strongest devil of all time. Leviathan cared for Lyra, and she was not happy when she had heard of this action from her descendant. Lucifer firmly believed that Issei's power alone is capable of being a devil king, but his nature, posture and tone of regality that he displayed publicly showed that he is more than worthy of being a devil king. Do you realize what you have done, Kateria? Leviathan exclaimed with a serious and angered tone, borderlining fury for what she had done and was going to do after this. She then continued, the woman you harmed? Was the woman that was married to the descendant of Asmodeus. Do you even realize the shame you have brought our house? Kateria tried to retort speaking, but my lady, he tormented Cruzuri and mocked some of the members of the houses of Lucifer. Leviathan could only pinch the bridge of the nose in frustration and annoyance, as she responds, you don't understand, do you? She removes her hand, and continues, Cruzuri brought this on himself. He was the one that challenged Issei, and Issei defended himself. The match could only have ended if he gave up, which he unfortunately did not. Till Issei killed him multiple times and revived him. He could have erased him from this world if he wanted to. But he chose to follow the rules, and even honored the devil code of always fulfilling deals no matter what happens. We may add fine print and tricks into contracts, but in the end we will always fulfill our deals. Issei did that as well. He is a devil in every manner, more so than you, Kateria, so enlighten me, why should we punish him when all he did was defend himself and his mother? Kateria couldn't help but remain silent, gritting her teeth in anger. She felt helpless at this prospect, and knew that Leviathan does see Issei as someone important. But great-grandmother. Kateria responded, as she continued with slight anger, I want to get back at me, for humiliating me. He will only cause more decline for the underworld. She tried one last luck against Issei. Leviathan looked at her and shook her head in disappointing disapproval at this attitude. She had to make one thing very clear to Kateria, knowing she will only get herself killed in this war. No, he will become a noble demon lord like he calls himself. He has the personality, nature and power of one. While you, who would be a supposed leader, neither has the personality nor do you have the power. You never inherited the sea serpent of the end like the other members. You may have power of ultimate class, but you unfortunately have too much arrogance and pride, Kateria, even more so than my own. I may be prideful, but I am not stupid. You are foolish. Leviathan spoke with a blunt and cold tone. Kateria could only look in shock and tear up at this. She looked down as tears started to stream down from her face at this. She never truly inherited the sea serpent of the end, which was the signature move of the Leviathan. The power that can drown entire cities without much effort, which makes Leviathan one of the most feared members of the devils. Leviathan had a solemn look, not displaying her emotions to her descendant. The female devil king looked towards her, speaking, "Maybe one day you may get the powers and learn the ability, but don't let your pride get the better of you, lest you end up dead. I had to apologize to Issei and Lyra for your actions, and I am glad Issei listened with an open mind and forgave the incident since Lyra wasn't that hurt. Let this be a lesson for you, a lesson that you'll remember for the rest of your life." Leviathan walked outside with a sigh. She did care for her descendants like all devil kings, but she knew the seriousness of the situation. She had to give Kateria a reality check, that pride, lineage and blood won't save you from getting killed by their enemies. She took one glance at the crying Kateria before she walked outside. Once she did, Kateria had clenched the sheets of her bed in response to her ancestor's words. She had a look of anger at how her own ancestor viewed her, and slightly blamed Issei for it. Scene change. Lucifer Mansion, Underworld, PM. Issei and Lyra walked towards the mansion, where they were greeted by Lilith and Lucifer, with the latter speaking, "Well, I am glad the two of you could make it." "I see, Lyra. It is good to see the two of you once again." Lilith spoke with a seductive yet cheerful tone, as Issei and Lyra gave a nod, the latter bowing in respect towards the Devil King and his wife. Issei then responded, "So the other Devil Kings? Already inside?" If anything, Azazel was curious on meeting the one that defeated Raylena. Issei nodded in understanding, knowing that Raylena was a cadre class that was beaten by a 16-year-old devil. He knew that Azazel would want answers given the curious man he is portrayed to be. "And this is more or less non-aggression, correct?" Lyra asked in response, to which Lilith nodded and spoke with a seductive yet happier tone, "Indeed. At least one of our enemies will be reduced. In that case, let's head inside and start this meetup." The Devil King and his wife nodded, as they headed inside. The two Astaroth clan members followed the two leaders and headed to where the other Devil Kings, and Azazel was present. "I am glad the two of you could make it." Asmodeus came and greeted the two with a small smile on his face. Issei and Lyra nodded in kind, as Leviathan then introduced Azazel to them. Azazel looked the same, except he didn't wear his clothing like he did when he was the professor of Ko Academy. The academy becoming the first bunker for Issei and his group when the global freeze struck the entire world, eventually moving to a different one when they had been raided by a rival group. He still was a tall man that had black hair, golden bangs and black goatee. He had his signature black wings. He wore a V-neck maroon long coat with a wide, open high collar that opens up at the hem. The long coat also featured 2 black belts around the waist and 4 black bands on each arm, 2 of the bands at the wrist and the other 2 near the elbow. He wore gray slacks and brown shoes. "So you must be the boy that the 4 Satans spoke highly of, Voldegoat, I presume? It is good to meet you." "So you must be the boy that the 4 Satans spoke highly of, Voldegoat, I presume? It is good to meet you." Issei was relieved to see his old ally once again. He didn't tear up this time due to being well informed about his arrival. However, he was curious on why he is here. Issei then asks, "Indeed, but what brings you here anyway?" "Well, my boy, I intended to make a non-aggression pact with the devils, making peace with them? That is still a far cry given the hatred my race possesses for your kind," Azazel commented with a neutral tone. He was tired of this war, and only wanted to go back to researching the sacred gears, which are the new hot thing in this world. He then added, "Plus, not really a big fan of war, especially with how well it is going," Azazel commented with a sarcastic tone. He had tried to convince the other fallen angels to stop war. Several listened, others did not due to a certain warmongering fallen angel. Issei knew that the war won't stop causing the end of all races if this happens. He also knew that Rainier and her superiors and subordinates would continue hunting those they deem as threats. Issei had an understanding on Azazel's intentions, knowing him well at this point. He then spoke, "That is fine, but will your faction sit quietly and take it? I mean, I have seen how aggressive the fallen angels, especially with them wanting to kill us on sight." Issei pointed it out, seriously. He remembered that fallen angels are even more threatening towards devil due to territory disputes as well as simple hatred. Leviathan then spoke in response on Issei's question, "They won't, Issei. But Azazel is a good friend of ours. We can have faith that he is able to keep the non-aggression pact. Leviathan spoke with a smile, knowing Azazel for a very long time. The Satans and cadres have fought against one another, with Azazel even deeming them as having immense arrogance and pride. But it doesn't mean that they are horrible people. She then added, after all, we do have a part of creating the fallen angels' race. That is true. Asmodeus responded to his fellow Satan, him also speaking. Azazel and his fellow angels fell because of curiosity, and knowing more about our reasons for rebelling, including our desire to lust. Azazel spoke with a smile, remembering his fall, and I have no regret learning about lust. That is how I was able to have a family. Even my kin are able to have a family, if only many of them weren't so supremacist and arrogant. Issei was surprised by this. He was never told about this from Azazel. Though, he never bothered to truly ask about this in the old timeline. He never knew what kind of relationship the 4 old Satans had with Azazel, since here, they are seen as somewhat good friends. Azazel mused with a sigh, knowing on how many view humans. He was happy with his family, and he knew had he remained an angel, he wouldn't have a family with the one he cares about. He has no regret of leaving God's controlling side. Then to top it all off, I don't have to deal with that old man in any manner. Azazel spoke with another sigh, with Lucifer and the other Satans including Lilith nodding in agreement. Lucifer then adds, I got to pity Michael for dealing with him. But got to commend him for his loyalty though. Agreed. Beelzebub spoke with a stoic tone, as he also pitied and commended Michael for his loyalty towards God. He then added, so is the non-aggression ready? Yep, my fallen will move out of your territories, while you give us a huge patch of land for Grigori to operate. That way we won't be bothering any of you guys. However, rogues will be something you guys can deal with, right? Lucifer nodded, as he spoke with a tone that had pride, leave that to us, some crows aren't out of our expertise to handle. The other Satans and Lilith nodded in agreement. As Azazel shrugged in response, he then responded, now to make it public, I need to do the same with the angels as well. Though not looking forward to meeting the old man, however. It's fine, take your time. Beelzebub responded stoically before Azazel turned to Issei and spoke, and Voldegode, how about we do a friendly spar? Azazel, you can't just. Lyra responded with a worried tone, with the fallen cadre speaking, it's fine, plus it is his choice to fight. Fine, I will humor you. Issei responded with a confident and accepting tone, with Lyra speaking, but I see, his light might hurt you badly. Worry not, mother. It is not a death match, right Azazel? Issei looked at the fallen cadre and he added, true, no deaths, just a small spar, that is it. Issei and Azazel looked at the 4 Satans and Lilith who all seemed to agree with this. Lyra could only relent at this, she then spoke, alright then. Scene change. Everyone was outside the mansion, with Issei and Azazel standing on opposite sides. Lucifer then spoke in response, only when a person surrenders, the match ends. Killing is forbidden in this match. The two got ready for a spar, as Azazel brought out 2 light spears while Issei only stood in place. Lucifer then responded, and begin. Azazel saw Issei unarmed, as he asked, so Issei, you going to bring a weapon or not? Issei responded, as he continued, using magic or sword would be overkill for you. He looks around the terrain, and sees a small branch and speaks, this would do just fine. Azazel was shocked at this. Before his eye was twitching seeing this. He felt insulted that Issei is using a twig of all things as a weapon to combat against the leader of Grigori. The other Satans, Lilith and Lyra were also stunned, before having a small drop of sweat falling from their head. Leviathan then spoke, a twig, you cannot be serious? Lyra, what is your son thinking? Asmodeus asked with a confused tone, to which Lyra pinched the bridge of her nose responding, I really don't know. But she loses her angered tone, with her continuing, I do have faith in him. I am not sure if a twig of all things can be the one to beat a cadre. Lilith mused with the same tone, as she gave her own thoughts on the matter. Lucifer then spoke, from what I can see, he really is confident. Let's hope his confidence doesn't turn into overconfidence, Lucy. Lilith spoke seductively, and with a normal tone. She was worried for Issei knowing that he may not win this battle. Lucifer also agreed to it, seeing on how the outcome is going to go. In the meantime, Azazel felt annoyed by this, as he responded, "Really a twig? Ugh, some of you devils are so arrogant. You really think that a twig is not enough. Why don't you find out? Show me if I am arrogant, or confident." Issei mused in response, as Azazel threw the spears at him, the spear landing towards his location only for Issei to use the twig to change the trajectory of the spears, forcing them to land sideways. He then leaped in the air and charged at him. Azazel used 2 spears to combat him, clashing against the twig in a series of clashes, triggering small amounts of shockwaves that was destroying the surrounding forests, both having grins on their faces. Azazel soon charged at him with both his spears, only for Issei to block them with a twig. "I must admit, you are one of the rare devils who is able to use close quarters. Most of y'all only prefer using magic, and I am amazed by how capable you were." Issei only responded with a smirk of his own, pushing the Grigori leader back. Issei fixed his twig and spoke, "I appreciate it, but shall we end this clash? Don't take the fun out of it just yet, kid." He charged at him in response, as Issei blocked it with the twig. Clashes of shockwaves were being released towards the location, destroying the surrounding trees and even the surrounding ground. Issei was able to keep up with Azazel, reaching to a standstill. "Not bad, but let's see if you handle it," Azazel mused, as he charged at him, as Issei managed to sidestep, using the twig to deflect the trajectory once again before landing the edge of his twig towards the cadre's throat. Issei then spoke with a grin. "Do you surrender?" Issei asked, to which Azazel dropped his spear, and responded with a smirk, "You got me, kid." Issei returned with a smirk of his own, as Lucifer and the other devils walked up to them, as Lyra walked up to him, and responded, "Are you alright, Issei?" "I am fine, mother. The light did slightly make me weary, but this twig protected me." Issei held the twig in his hand and showed it to them. Lucifer took the twig and inspected it, while speaking, "It is an ordinary twig. You certainly don't stop with surprising me." "Well, it is your win. Indeed, the kid's special," Azazel mused, as Issei returned a genuine smile. The fallen cadre then added, "It is no wonder you all spoke highly of him. He is one of the best devils, a prodigy, but doesn't show too much arrogance or pride on the regard," Leviathan added, with a proud smile. She then turned to Azazel and responded, "Now I wonder how the angels will react to this. I am pretty sure they'd be scared if Issei ends up killing Michael or someone like that." Beelzebub responded to Leviathan, as she nodded in agreement. However, Issei didn't plan on killing Michael, since his main target is to find out more on the biblical God before he makes his decision on sparing or dealing with him as needed, like he did with Amaterasu. "Anyways, is it alright if we head home?" Lyra asks respectfully, with the four Satans not denying it. Lucifer then spoke, "Of course, you can leave." Lyra and Issei nodded, as they both teleported back home, leaving the leaders of devils and fallen angels alone. Leviathan then responded, "I should probably fix this place. Though not going to lie, you two did quite the number, didn't you?" Azazel rubbed his head, and responded, "Sorry about it, my curiosity got the better of me. It always does." Lilith mused with a seductive tone. She then continued, "That is how you fell, didn't you?" "Indeed, he did push me to my limits. Not many of your kind are able to do so." Azazel responded to her, with Asmodeus speaking with a serious and a proud tone, "He is my descendant after all. I am pretty sure he will bring glory to all of us, indeed. And if possible, he will be the one to end this war, permanently." Lucifer responded, as they all watched the direction in which they leave. The devils had hope. They can end the bastard god once and for all, since they had seen the true face of the god. Years later, Lucifer Mansion, Underworld PM. Issei, years old, looked around wondering what is going to happen. He understood that the war with heaven would begin shortly. Looking at the 4 demon kings, he asked, "So you wish for me to capture her, don't you?" "Indeed, the main reason is so that I can convert her to a demon. That way she can be free from the controlling influence of her father." Lucifer spoke with a serious tone. He knew that the person he was asking to bring was someone he had once cared for when he was just an archangel of heaven. He then spoke, "Your goal is to bring her to us alive." "Yep, we could use her abilities to our advantage. We will be needing her healing abilities." Leviathan spoke with a gentle smile, to which Beelzebub commented, She is one of the best healers heaven has, both physically and mentally. We can use her aid to relieve the soldiers of any troubles they have. We may have the Phoenix family, but they will need time to once again grant their Phoenix tears. Issei didn't deny what the two Devil Kings were saying. He remembered Revel stating that it is a special ritual where they actually make the Phoenix tears, and it takes a lot of time to do so. Although RageRevan and the other Clippeth members found a way to make an alternative, he still remembered on how they got it was by colluding with a Phoenix clan member to recreate the original, and eventually even went so far as to kidnap Revel and Riser to make more of them. He shook his head. None of his friends are even born yet. So he shouldn't be indulged in the past. That is not a problem, since the biblical God is stated to be controlling in nature. But are you sure she will listen to us? I mean, bringing her to our side is one thing, but will she comply? Her loyalty with the biblical God is a problem. It is on par with Michael's own loyalty to the biblical God. Issei responded, to which Lucifer didn't deny this to be false. The Devil King knew this to be true, and so did the others as well. You can use magic if you wish, but ensure that she is on your side. You can use powerful possession or controlling magic if you need. Lucifer responded with a serious tone, to which Issei looks at him and speaks. But even if that doesn't work then? Lucifer looked down, and turned his gaze away. The other Devil Kings looked in worry as he speaks. Then do what you must, either you kill her or enslave her. We have to eliminate the threat from heaven, but kill as a last resort. Lucifer walks away, as he heads inside to his personal chambers, leaving Issei surprised by this. He was not expecting Lucifer to say this. His tone, despite being serious, held sadness in it, implying that he really cared for this person. I had a feeling things would get touchy. Leviathan spoke with a worried tone, to which she turned to Issei and spoke. Lucifer had some bonds. Despite being someone with immense arrogance, he did prioritize care for certain individuals. The one on your list is a target to be dealt with. She has been healing heaven and exorcist forces, making them more problematic towards us. It's true, and when you said none of the techniques worked, it is best if she is eliminated. Honestly, she is a problem that needs to be dealt with, Asmodeus explains to his descendant, making him nod and understand. Issei knew that the Devil King was speaking the truth. He was still amazed by how different the Devil Kings were due to how they were portrayed by Hades. But he shook his head, knowing that many of the gods don't shy away from lying if they get what they want. So Voldegode, what is your plan on dealing with her? Possess or kill her? Issei turns to Beelzebub, who asks the question and speaks after shaking his head. I have a plan, though I neither plan on possessing or killing her in any way. But I do plan on turning her against her beloved God, slowly and steadily. Issei speaks with a serious tone. He decided to take a different option as opposed to the previous two options. The three Devil Kings were surprised by this. Leviathan soon asks with surprise and some amusement, what plans? Issei only turns to her and gives her a smile. He knew on how exactly he can not just turn Gabriel against the biblical God but also the rest of the seraphs against them completely without any hesitation. Italy, Europe AM. Issei teleports to Italy, which was where his assigned mission was present. His goal was to get to her side. He had a plan which was different from possession or inflicting death on his target. It was a better idea. Do you think this would work, Drake? Issei asked the resident dragon inside his sacred gear, to which Drake responded, knowing you, it should be possible and probable. But it would be effective. Honestly, with the way you are behaving like a true demon. Drake commented with a smirk, as Issei shook his head and spoke, I am a demon king after all, and it would be fit if I do as I see fit. 'Cause that is what a demon does. If anyone threatens my subordinates, or those that I care for, they will be dealt with by force. That is true. Drake commented, remembering on what Issei did to Amaterasu, which was stripping her powers and making her human, the very being she looked down upon, as he continues, I am surprised the Shinto pantheon didn't pick up on what you have done. You did take down one of the chief goddesses. Issei did understand this to be true, there was no retaliation, and he did meet up with Yasaka on a weekly basis ever since the incident with Amaterasu happened. The two have gotten close and have become akin to lovers. Issei also knew that soon enough, all the Kistans will be gaining their human form for the very first time, and she had specifically invited him for the event. It was going to happen a few months from now, with Yasaka herself gaining her third tail, making her more powerful than before. That is concerning. Either they know what I have done, or they don't sense her presence at all. Either way, Lucifer and the other devil kings have no news about the Shinto pantheon attacking us, Issei commented in response. He knew where this was going. The gods only see themselves as worth the efforts. To them you mean nothing, and this extended towards their own kin as well. If they die, they know that their will is passed down through generations of gods, demigods, and other beings that serve them. Furthermore, the world will continue to exist without them. That was proven when the biblical god was killed in the old timeline. Same goes for Hades and Persephone. The world still was existing even without their existence. It didn't hamper their existence completely. So if I kill them, down to their soul, it wouldn't kill them. That is established as a major difference in both of our worlds. Issei responded, the world where Anas comes from is different from his own world with a different set of rules and laws, since here if a god dies, either he is replaced or nothing happens to this world. That is true in my time. I did kill many gods that wanted me and Albion dead, so I wouldn't put it past the fact that gods aren't tied to your world like how they are tied in the reality where Anas comes from. Drake responded to him, with Issei speaking, remembering that the gods represent order, and destroying it might cause problems or complications. A major one is damaging the world's integrity and standing. Here it is not the case, since if the biblical god died, the whole world would have been destroyed long before Issei was even born. Even if the other gods ended up dying, Issei doubts this would be the case, or he would find a way to prevent the world from being destroyed. I know from Shiva's words that the global freeze was meant as a way to control us. Even Anas confirms this, and wants us to prevent it from happening. That is why I won't let these gods control us. Issei spoke with a serious tone, making Drake nod in agreement. Issei soon headed to the cathedral where his target is supposed to be. His target is none other than the seraph Gabriel. Lucifer wanted her to come to the underworld and become a demon for this reason. It was because Gabriel was his most cherished sister, though not on Siscon levels fortunately. She never joined his rebellion due to her blind devotion. Lucifer understood that Gabriel was never someone who went for violence. He didn't push her to do something she hated. Hence when he and his brothers fell, she was the most despair-ridden since she loved all of her siblings a lot. He still cared for her, even when she was his enemy. Gabriel was described to be a very beautiful and tall young woman with curly thigh-length golden blonde hair that has shoulder-length hair strands styled in thick tubed ringlets with bangs swept to the right side, green eyes, delicate shoulders, narrow hips with long slender legs, an extremely voluptuous figure with enormous breasts, and a thin waist and splendid curves. Gabriel wore the neat long pale green and white dress with the transparent cloth on the front which almost exposes her breasts. She also wears her flower hair clip and hair band made out of pearls on her head. Gabriel also wears a heart-shaped pearl necklace and a hand brace on her left hand as her main accessories. She also appeared to have twin long pearl beads which serves as a belt/accessories around her waist. Issei looked at her. He hid his presence as a demon to ensure he can enter the church. Unlike most devils, Issei was never barred or prevented from entering the church. Interesting, guess I am the first to be immune when heading to the church, Issei commented, as he continued to head inside. He walked further inside and continued to see a bunch of exorcists and angels disguised as humans standing beside her. Issei wasn't affected by the holy presence in any manner, due to him not only having Drake by his side but also being way different as opposed to regular devils. He could see this was a ceremony to honor God Yahweh, the name of the biblical God. He hated gods with a select few deities only being cherished by him. He could see Gabriel gracefully moving around making prayers and hymns to their God along with a choir of beings beside them. Issei knew the one singing them was Gabriel. Gabriel herself was doing the liturgical dance, a special dance dedicated to the biblical God, with many angels following suit. Issei took a seat beside a church devotee. With him speaking, "It is nice to see such devotion to our Lord and Savior." Issei didn't say anything and watched the performance. His target was Gabriel, and he had a plan on turning her against her own God. He waited till the performance is over, as he saw a bright light coming from behind her. Issei knew this was holy light, so any devil wouldn't even dare come near these places. Issei could feel some discomfort in this, but it was barely anything. Once the performance was done, the crowd clapped in response. Gabriel then spoke with a higher tone. Now that our performance is completed, please pray to the Almighty God for His blessings. Every wish you have will soon be granted to you in the future. Amen. The people also said their prayers and prayed to the God. They all did so one by one, and when the time came, he could see the angels releasing their wings and ascending to heaven. Gabriel was about to leave, before her gaze picked up on by Issei. What brings you here, young man? Gabriel asked, as Issei stood up. He walked towards the seraph, and she was surprised. He then spoke with a low tone. Can we speak outside? I don't wish to speak in front of the God. Gabriel was surprised. She wanted to retort, but Issei keeps his hand on her lips, making her surprised. She had a subtle blush upon this. As he spoke, have faith in me. I am not here to harm you. Seraph Gabriel. Gabriel grew wide-eyed as she turns to Issei with a stunned tone. This meant that he knew of the supernatural, since even some exorcists don't know, due to the higher level ones mostly being training the next generation of exorcists in the never end. You. Gabriel muttered, to which Issei responded, Come, I won't take long. Think of me as your well-wisher. Gabriel could only nod. She tried to read his heart, but it was hard due to his high resistance to it. Issei knew that he wanted to hide his intentions and not yet. He was aware that she wants to know it. Knowing that she has no choice, she accepted his deal. Issei was glad, her being naive making her believe people. Something he could use to his advantage, but it was a double-edged personality making her believe the biblical God blindly. She was aware that she can have faith in Issei. She walked beside him outside the church where there was a meadow. Issei asked her to sit on a meadow and spoke. I will introduce myself. I am Issei Voldegode, and I am here to reveal the truth to you about the world around you. The truth? Gabriel asked innocently, to which Issei spoke. I have been watching this war, and I believe you know the fallen angels have called for a ceasefire, right? Issei asked, to which Gabriel gave a nod. She also remembered that Azazel had backed out from the war. She hoped this war would end. But with the biblical God in charge, the chances of the war ending permanently are very low. Father doesn't believe that the war would end. His own son rebelled against him, along with the rest of the angels that sided with him. That was how this war even began. Issei looked down. He knew that the biblical God wanted absolute control of his subjects. Lucifer told him a very different aspect of the biblical God which was believable due to his experiences with the gods. What if Lucifer knew something that the biblical God didn't want to know? Gabriel turned to him with a surprised expression. As she spoke, what do you mean? Maybe he knew something, a powerful secret of the biblical God that nobody knew of. I mean, he wouldn't just betray the biblical God for no reason, right? Issei asked, to which Gabriel stayed silent. She was beginning to question why the biblical God had casted out Lucifer in such a cruel manner, yet he was different with Azazel due to him also fighting back against the biblical God. You see it, don't you? Issei asked, to which he continued. Azazel was granted a merciful punishment of just falling. He was not cursed like the biblical God. Did you notice the discrepancy? Gabriel stayed silent. She saw on how Lucifer was not only cursed with his current state, but also had lost several years of his life, reducing 2 years. Additionally, Issei also remembered his body was changed in a manner that he cannot have children, hence resorting to using the book of Lucifer to getting his devils in such a short amount of time for war. It still took him centuries but was faster compared to the regular birthing process. Lucifer and the surviving rebels who weren't in prison did everything they could to survive and eventually succeeded. Lilith had to endure a lot of pain, which only worsened when Hades got his hands on her. However, this time, no god is ever going to ruin the lives of those he cares about. He cared for Lyra, Runias, Yasaka, and did hold immense respect for the 4 Satans and Lilith. None of them is going to suffer no matter what happens. I did. Gabriel spoke with a low and shaky tone. He then continued, good, then you know that you need to know the truth. There is something that he is hiding. Gabriel turned to him and asked with a tone full of desperation, you know about this, don't you? I do. Issei spoke, however he decided to not reveal the truth of the biblical God just yet. He then continued, but I am not going to tell you just yet. But dash? Gabriel wanted to retort, but Issei cuts him off, speaking, you have faith in him. You would not believe me just yet. I know this. I want you to find out the truth by yourself, Gabriel. All I can say is that the biblical God is not someone whom you can have absolute trust in. Issei got up and started to walk away. He turned away, and Gabriel responded, wait. Issei turned to her and spoke, will you tell me the truth in the future? Issei returned a smile and spoke, I will, and don't worry. I will always be your well-wisher. That is my promise to you. Issei soon teleported away. He had succeeded in his mission of inflicting doubt inside Gabriel's heart. He knew that she would be betrayed by these gods sooner than later. Gabriel kept her hand on her chest. She had a small tear in her eyes, not believing the words he said. However, the seed of doubt has been planted inside her heart. She then muttered, Father, would you turn on me? Gabriel shook her head to compose himself, as she continued, I don't want to believe Father is hiding something. Lucifer betrayed us, and started this war. But even then, the seed planted inside her by Issei is starting to take its roots. Gabriel soon looked at the sky, wondering what is going to happen to her. She wonders on how the war between the angels and devils is going to end. Scene change. Lucifer's mansion, Underworld PM. So that was your plan, huh? Lucifer asked Issei, to which he nodded. Leviathan then responded, the power of doubt. You wished to show her that bastard's true face to her, didn't you, correct? Leviathan added to Lucifer's words. She was surprised by the plan that was informed to her, Beelzebub and Asmodeus. Yes, I believed doubt would work. My other two options were killing or brainwashing her. Either option wouldn't work in the long run. If we go for the former, there will always be another healer that can take her place, since the biblical God is capable of power transference, since her soul would return to heaven, and another Gabriel would be born. The latter is also not an option, since in an event she does break free from the brainwashing, she would either gain resistance or become more hateful of us. So either option was not working. That is why I thought of a different option. Issei explained to them, with Asmodeus responding, so that is why you chose option 3, doubt? Issei gave a nod to his ancestor, speaking, yes, that is why I chose option 3. Issei spoke with a pause as he continued, doubt, because you firmly believed that doubt would work. What were you thinking when you chose this? Beelzebub responded with a serious tone. He knew that doubt, when used properly, can be a powerful weapon, since it questions everything one has ever believed in. However, this weapon can't be used if blind belief is involved. I was thinking, instead of brainwashing or killing her, why doesn't she join us willingly? Inflicting doubt is the best way to start with it. All I did was tell her a portion of the truth, cause I know her belief in the biblical God is too powerful. To break it, we need to work it out as a slow poison. It would start as a small seed, and when it blooms, it would turn Gabriel against the biblical God on her own accord. Issei responded with a serious tone. He knew that the biblical God's belief in Gabriel was strong. That is why if he wants to break that very belief, he needs to be slow and patient when it comes to dealing with her. The 4 devil kings looked at each other for a moment. They knew that Issei has made a thought-out plan. Lucifer then asks, how long do you think it would take? Angels can't lie. What I saw as her emotions are true emotions. I doubt it would take long, and even then, it would happen eventually. All I showed her was the difference between the punishments you and Azazel suffered, and it displayed all that she needed to know. Her expression was that of sadness, and the seed of doubt has been placed on her. Issei spoke with a serious tone. Lucifer gave a nod, satisfied by what he was hearing. He knew that doubt would be effective. Lucifer then responded, very well, that is all from your side. You may leave, you have a guest waiting for you outside. Issei gave a nod, as he took his leave. Lucifer stayed silent for a moment, as he asked, so what do you think of him? Just when we expect him to do something, he never ceases to surprise us. Leviathan spoke with a smile, as she continued, though I am concerned, the biblical God would see him as a threat. With him by our side, we are getting victories, but it is only a matter of time before they target him instead. That is true, That bastard did see anyone that challenged his rule as a threat, and had them either cursed like us or dealt with. Beelzebub spoke with an analytic tone. He knew that Issei would be a target to them, especially the biblical god who would see Issei's power as a threat to the order he wished to establish. The forces of heaven were stretched thin due to this, and angels were dying. But everyone knew that the war won't end until the biblical god is defeated or killed. We continue to fight, there is nothing we can do. When I rebelled against heaven, I made a choice to end his life once and for all. This is a war we have to win, since that bastard wants everything under his control. Lucifer spoke with anger. He had to ensure that the devils live on, not only as a race, but as a force and show of defiance. Lucifer is arrogant, there is no doubt, since pride is in his nature, but he betrayed and turned on God for a reason, and that reason was to break free from his control. I agree, we all chose to betray that bastard for a reason, and we have no regrets. We made our choices, Lucy. It is too late to turn back, since he would kill us without a second thought. Leviathan spoke with a smile. She had no regret joining him in his rebellion and being cast out of heaven. She was sent to the broken realm of hell, which was now modified to make the world the way it is now, a world meant for lavish luxury and enjoyment. Indeed, and we will continue to fight, even if we perish, our descendants will continue our legacy. Asmodeus spoke with a serious tone, making them all understand. They may be arrogant immensely, but they knew if they perish, their descendants will continue their legacy, and ensure that the devils will one day win against them. Well, this meeting is adjourned, go back to your postings, we may begin our preparations for the next assault soon. Lucifer spoke with a serious tone. The other Satans nodded as they all dispersed in a bunch of their own magic circles, leaving Lucifer all alone. The man sits alone in his room. He gives a sigh as he heads back. I hope Lilith is up for some time. Lucifer decided to take his mind off. He wanted to do with Lilith since it was a while, and Lilith is always open for UL activities with him. Scene change. Outside the Lucifer mansion, Underworld PM, Issei reached outside where he saw Runias waiting for him. She then spoke. Took you long enough. Sorry, was finishing the mission. Had to find a way to get Gabriel to my side. Issei spoke with a serious tone, earning a pout from the Gremry devil. She turned to Issei and spoke. What? Getting another girl to your harem. That's not it. Issei spoke while closing his eyes. He then continued, I was tasked with bringing her to our side. Lucifer wants her to not be by the biblical god's side, though. Issei speaks with a slightly annoyed expression, seeing her pout. Why are you so concerned about it? Issei speaks with a slightly annoyed expression, seeing her pout. Why are you so concerned about it? A/N. I don't own this GIF or Food Wars, no reason. Runias turned her gaze away. She soon groans and speaks. Well, did you forget what was today? Today? Is it something special? Runias only got annoyed by this as she spoke. Did you forget? Your mother asked you to take me out. Are you not going to take me out? Issei thought for a moment, before he asked, a date? Yes, Issei. Didn't you forget, you promised me a date? Now come on, I know for a place. Runias grabbed his hand and dragged him. Issei was surprised by this. Runias reminded him a lot of Rias, except more childish and stubborn than Rias. He eventually relented, letting himself get dragged by the woman for a date. He wouldn't mind doing this for Runias, just like he didn't mind for Rias. Runias had a smile, and a blush creeping on her face. She was going to have some fun with Issei. She was not letting this moment go. Scene change. Heaven entrance, Vatican, PM. Gabriel entered heaven. She had a neutral explanation. She soon encountered one person. This was none other than Olivia Grigori, Azazel's daughter. She was a woman with flowing strawberry blonde hair and piercing crimson eyes that glow faintly with golden rings. Her dark, ornate armor clings to a lithe yet battle-hardened frame, accented by gold-lined gauntlets and thigh guards. Black, curved horns rise from her head, adding to her demonic elegance, while her large, radiant wings shimmer with deep violet and golden hues. Black, curved horns rise from her head, adding to her demonic elegance, while her large, radiant wings shimmer with deep violet and golden hues. So is the performance done? Olivia asked, to which Gabriel gave a nod. She then spoke with a smile. A smile too fake. It is, the people were enjoying the performance and the prayers. They prayed relatively well. Gabriel responded with a smile. She then spoke. After that, the people left them one by one. And now I have returned. Olivia gave a nod. She then spoke. I want to ask, your mood doesn't seem nice. May I know the reason? Gabriel just gave a sigh and spoke. I grow tired of this war. We have killed humans, devils and fallen angels. I am tired of killing those I once saw as brothers. Olivia knew this. She was also fearful of killing her own father one day. She didn't want to, but her father had to turn to lust and become a fallen angel. She was worried that the biblical God would give her the order to kill him. You do realize. Olivia spoke with a deep breath. As she continued, we made a choice, Gabriel. We cannot back out now. It is too late to back out from this war. Lucifer and the other devils still wish to take down the biblical God, and we need to beat them. Otherwise we cannot gain any peace. But, Gabriel retorted, she was doubting the biblical God even more, as she continued, this war, I don't know. Something is off. Olivia looked at her for a moment. She was quiet. She knew that Gabriel was also doubting the biblical God. Someone inflicted doubt inside her mind. However, she wanted to know who could it be. She then spoke, hoping to quell her doubts against the biblical God. Gabriel, just do what your heart tells you to do. You have been doing it so far, so continue doing it. Gabriel looked at her and nodded. She soon spoke, I guess you are right. Then again, ever since our Lord had returned from a meeting, especially after Lucifer's return, he has changed. Olivia spoke after a pause. She then continues, he can't continue to fight due to Trihexa and the two dragon emperors, such that we had to work with our very enemies whom we hated. Plus, the meeting, he has become really paranoid. You think so too? Gabriel asked with a gloomy tone, to which Olivia nodded. Yes, he has been more hellbent in eliminating Lucifer and his devils even more than now. He is starting to feel afraid. And what's worse, he has become more paranoid. Olivia spoke with a serious tone. As she continued, he is becoming more controlling and I can see it. I never thought that you'd be starting to have doubt against him. Gabriel was turning her gaze away from him. As Olivia shook her head and spoke, don't bother about it. For now, it is best we rest for the time being and prepare for what is to come. An attack by the devils can happen at any given time. Gabriel nodded in agreement, as the two angels head inside the door to heaven, to prepare for any upcoming invasion that would be happening shortly. Few months later, Astaroth household, underworld, PM. Issei was seen wearing shoes, with him heading out somewhere. He had hoped that he was not getting late for the ceremony. Yasaka had specifically invited them to this ceremony. He couldn't get late and he was also curious on how kitsune become human after gaining their second tail. I hope I am not too late. Issei muttered, to which he knew that the time here was still rudimentary. The hour system was not yet created and his way of knowing the time was by magic time system that he created. He feared that he'd missed the starting of the ceremony. But before he could leave, someone called out to him, Issei? Issei turned to see none other than his mother Lyra standing behind him. He then spoke, Yes, mother? Issei asked, to which Lyra asked in response, Where are you going, Issei? Lyra asked him, to which Issei responded, I am meeting up with her, mother. Didn't I inform you before? Lyra was surprised by this, as she widened her eyes realizing who he was talking about. She then responded, That kitsune? The one you said was your old flame? Lyra asked, to which Issei nodded. I see, well, take care, son. And be careful of the Shinto gods, they have realized Amaterasu was missing. Lord Lucifer warned me about this, from his sources. So be careful in what you are doing. Issei gives a nod, and responded with a serious tone. Does he know? Issei asks, worried that Lucifer may hurt Yasaka. He wouldn't hesitate to defend her from him if needed. He has immense respect for the original Devil King since while he held immense arrogance, he is someone that actually knew how to behave like a king and held massive respect from everyone in the army. No, he doesn't. Though he did ask me to warn you since your fame is reaching other factions. They may try to hurt you. Issei nodded, not denying the words that Lucifer stated. The Devil King knew that if there was a super devil capable of killing God right now, then the other gods will be afraid of him. He remembered Surzek stating about this in his previous life, on how some beings tried to have him assassinated when the reveal of him being a super devil became public. I know, Mother, and no matter what they try, I won't fall to them. As much as they try. Issei speaks with a serious tone, making Lyra nod in response. She then continues, though I wish to meet this girl that has smitten my boy. Kitsune or not, I want to meet her. Lyra speaks with a smile, her tone holding a small desire on meeting the girl Yasaka whom Issei talks so much about. Issei then speaks, Mother, but Lyra only pouts and looks annoyed, as she exclaims, Issei, I want to meet this girl. Lyra wanted to meet, she was getting slightly annoyed by Issei's protective nature. She can handle herself in battle, but Issei tried to retort only for Lyra to pout even more. She was making annoyed noises, to which Issei relented and spoke, Fine, you can meet her. Lyra had a smile at this, as she exclaimed, Thank you, I see. She hugged him, making him even more embarrassed. Issei didn't know what to do, as he relented and accepted the hug of his mother. She still treated him like a small child at times, not knowing that he is now a fully grown adult. After a while, they split up with Lyra speaking, Take care, son. Issei gave a nod, as he soon teleported all the way to Japan, where the ceremony was being held. Once he was gone, someone else had shown up. This was James Astaroth, formerly Asmodeus. He has long, flowing green hair tied back loosely with strands framing his face, paired with striking crimson eyes that give him an enigmatic, noble aura. He wears an ornate forest green vest over a white, ruffled high-collared shirt, detailed with gold embroidery and a deep blue gemstone at the collar, adding to his aristocratic elegance. His tailored outfit, complete with a dark cloak draped over his shoulders, evokes a historical or fantasy setting. Where is Issei? James asked. He barely met his son due to being indulged in war most of the time due to his younger brother-in-law Razak. Lyra then spoke. Oh, you just missed him, he went just before you showed up. Lyra responded with a smile, to which James became annoyed by this and sighed. He hated that he barely got time to spend with his family. This is not fair. Lyra gave a giggle and spoke, Now, come. He will be back soon. James could only nod, believing his wife's words. The couple soon went to have their time alone in the corridors of the mansion. Fox ceremony, Japan p.m. Issei managed to arrive to the location. He looked around, seeing several spirits being around, from Tengus to Kappas to Yukianas chatting with one another. Issei gave a smile at this, commenting, Yasaka's faction has grown. Issei mused, he never saw this many Yukai now before. It has increased from before. He could see several foxes moving and playing around. They were mostly regular foxes, but Issei could sense spiritual energy coming from them. He knew these would soon become kitsune. He decided to walk forward, trying to find out where Yasaka was. He soon found her. She now was a woman with long golden blonde hair cascading freely, accentuated by elegant hair ornaments and fox ears peeking through. Her golden, sharp eyes enhance her confident expression, giving her a charismatic and possibly mischievous aura. She wears a luxurious black kimono detailed with golden floral patterns and deep red trim, tied with a bold golden obi bow that emphasizes her hourglass figure, with fluffy foxtails visible in the background. When Yasaka picked up his presents, she looked at him with a smile and spoke, I see you are here. Yasaka got up from her seating and headed towards Issei. She soon embraced him in happiness, before splitting up. Issei remained stunned by how her appearance was visually different than what she was. Yasaka picked this up and spoke, I see, what happened? No. Issei continued and responded, Nothing, though I was not expecting you to lay your hair down. And the dress you are wearing? It looks different. Yasaka only gave a giggle and spoke, Of course, it is a ceremony and I wanted to wear something new. What do you think? Issei gave a smile and spoke, It looks good on you though. Yasaka had a small blush upon this, and speaks with a smile, I am glad you liked it. Yasaka had hoped there was some level of perversion in this Issei. She knew that Issei had changed ever since his parents and older sister passed away, with the additional issue of him being merged with Anos Voldegode, who was far from perverted as compared to Issei. She intentionally wore that kimono and let her hair down, since she had hoped Issei liked it. though she was happy with Issei being genuinely stunned by her new appearance. Come, let's head towards the place. I would like to show you around. Yasaka wrapped her arms around Issei, who didn't seem to resist. She was already his to begin with, and this time, there is no one that will take her. She was not going to fall for the charms of her former mate, and not make the same mistakes she did prior. The couple went to a variety of stalls. First they decided to go into the mochi store, where an inakami was selling them. The inakami then asked with a worried tone, Yasaka-sama, what brings you to this store, and with the devil no less? Yasaka narrowed her gaze and spoke, I am here on a date with my boyfriend, and also give me a few matchas. The inakami looked at Issei for a moment, before speaking, sure, why not? He served the matchas to the couple and gave it to them on a plate. The couple had the food in enjoyment. It's good, it's good. Issei responded after grabbing a bite, to which Yasaka spoke, I ensured that this one was cheesecake flavored, since you always wanted to have one ever since the global freeze began. That is why I asked him to make one. Even giving him the recipe I recall. The inakami soon responded with a smile. Of course, it took me some tries, but I managed to get it. You really know a lot of things, don't you? Inakami asked with a toothy grin. His stall became even more popular when the inakami was introduced to this, since many yukai liked it. He was happy that Yasaka introduced her to this recipe. I do. Yasaka mused, as the inakami then spoke up. Kid, take good care of our lady. She is truly special to us, since there have been problems. Inakami's words made Yasaka really worried. She was concerned with Issei knowing about this, and not having a good time. She then spoke, Inakami, we shouldn't. No, Yasaka, it is alright. Issei responded with a smile, as he continued, let me take a guess, it is the Shinto gods not liking a demon is roaming around their territory. Yasaka was surprised at this first. But she soon realized that it was not that surprising, since Issei was the one that cursed Amaterasu to live the rest of her life as a human, with the added benefit of her reincarnating as a human every time she dies till she pays for her every sin. The inakami gave a nod, and spoke with a sigh, yeah, you are right. Issei grew an annoyed look, as he could feel a more powerful tug. It was Yasaka who was turning her gaze away. She didn't know what Issei would think of her now that this secret has been out. Anyways, I will take my leave, I need to speak about this situation. The inakami gave a nod. He could see Issei was not pushing her away, nor was he angry at her. He was however angry, for an unknown reason, something that the inakami couldn't pick up. He then walked with Yasaka, but not before paying the inakami's stall money, making him nod. He then spoke, thank you, take care. She lowered her gaze. I didn't want to ruin tonight. He tilted her chin up, forcing her to meet his eyes. You think I care about a festival when gods are foolish enough to threaten what's mine? Her breath caught. She was not expecting that Issei would act in such a manner. She was not expecting that Issei would call Yasaka his, at least not yet. She didn't mind waiting for it, but here, he already called her his. I'm not angry at you. Issei continued. I'm furious that they dared to act against you, and that they thought I wouldn't notice. Yasaka grew worried. She had an idea on why he had anger in his eyes. Fury was something that she understood by this. She then spoke with an assuring tone, I see, it's all right. I am fine, right? No, Yasaka. Issei spoke with a slight stern tone, as he continued, you are in danger, and I am not aware of this. I should have known about this. But it matters not. He soon gently cupped her face. She had a small blush on her face. Her face flushing due to the close proximity she was in towards Issei. Issei then spoke, call for me, and I will come. Hide from me, and I will find you. Belong to me, and I will burn the heavens before I let them touch you. Yasaka couldn't help but tear up at this. She was not expecting to hear this from him. She rubbed her tears, and responded, you are right. I thought I was a bother. It's all right, you are mine. And I won't let you become anyone else's. Yasaka closed her eyes and gave a smile. She then responded, yes. Issei gives a nod and speaks, now let's go. Yasaka gives a nod and walks with him to the location. They continue to have their time together, with Yasaka showing many places around them to Issei. She then continues, this is the Inari shrine I see. I built it to dedicate the one that preceded me. Someone that was supposed to lead our kind before I stepped in. The person I saw as someone whom I can trust with all of my heart was the one that killed my predecessor, and I would have been next if you hadn't come and rescued me. Yasaka spoke with a solemn tone, before changing her expression to a smile, and spoke, "Come walk with me. Let's pay respects to her." Issei gave a nod. He was aware that there was pain in her voice. But he could sense she was moving on, glad to do so. He decided to let her be, knowing she will be fine. The couple then gave their prayers to the Inari statue that was in front of them. The least they could do was grant respect to the fox goddess. It was a statue of a 10-tailed kitsune that was looking in a serious manner. They closed their eyes and clasped their hands to do so. Even Issei gave his respects, knowing she defied the Shinto gods to see to it that she and her yukai can live a normal life, even mingle among humans. In Issei's eyes, she was a being of respect. Intense respect for defying the gods for the sake of protecting what is hers. She may have perished, but Issei knew that Yasaka would uphold her legacy of fighting back against the gods for the actions they did in 2 timelines. After a while, Yasaka spoke up, "Shall we move?" "Yes." Issei speaks in response, as the couple walked across several more locations. With Yasaka introducing them to many more locations, she soon took him to a small stall run by a woman who at first glance seems human. She then spoke, "Greetings, Yasaka-sama," and she was confused, to which Issei spoke, Issei Voldigode." "Oh, right, Issei-sama." She spoke respectfully, to which she asked, "What would you have?" Yasaka thinks for a moment, before speaking with a normal tone, "Miso soup." Yasaka spoke, as she continued, "Do you wish for the same?" "Sure, I don't mind." Issei responded, to which the woman responded with a nod. She soon decided to prepare the miso soup and walked around gathering the ingredients, while her face was near the cooking stove. She was getting her ingredients, and gathered them while keeping her eye on the stove. Her neck was elongated while she walked around gathering the needed ingredients. The reason? She was not a human but a Rokurokubi. Yasaka turned to Issei and spoke, "Each and every location is run by yukai like us. Ever since I remembered my past thanks to you, I decided to reunite the yukai like before. The task is hard, but I was met with success." Issei gives a nod and asks, "Has there been any case of a human coming up here?" Yasaka gives a small smile and speaks, "Yes, but whenever they see anything they can't understand, they run away immediately. Some of us find it amusing, though there has been very few cases of a human getting killed by them. Many yukai did hold some anger towards humanity, but now, given what happened in the global freeze, most of us ended up working together just to survive." Issei gives a nod. He was happy since the global freeze was when true peace was achieved in a twisted manner, since there were still rival gangs that wanted to eliminate them. However, this time, Issei will ensure that history won't repeat itself, no matter what. The miso soup was soon served, as the Rokurokubi with her head still indulged in the cooking. After a while, her head followed it up, with her neck shortening, making it seem human-sized. She then spoke, "Here you go." "Thank you, thank you." The two responded, as the Rokurokubi went back to preparing for her next customer. Yasaka then continued, "Also, Rokurokubi is one of the yukai that also have such high number of females as opposed to males, like the Nikomatas and the Neuranas." Yasaka explains, as she took a sip of her soup and continued, "As a result, many prefer breeding with humans or other supernatural species to populate their numbers. I am aware of the Nikomatas, but..." Issei took a sip of his own miso soup, as he continues, "Weren't Neuranas stated to be ruthless killers who lured men to drain them off their blood?" "Not exactly." Yasaka shook her head and responded with a smile. She then continued, "Those were just stories to ensure that some humans didn't bother them. They are solitary creatures, who prefer bathing themselves near water bodies, cleaning their hair. They hate being disturbed, though many of the rumors of them consuming blood is just exaggeration since they primarily scare them, which is easy for them since all they need to do is show their serpentine features. But that doesn't mean they can't do so," Yasaka explained to Issei, making him nod. He understood that they must fall for her beauty and charms in such a manner that they would end up getting bothered by such actions. "Also, don't forget, I did mention that UI kind, once they chose their soulmate, they remain with them till the end of his life. And in several cases, humans are their soulmates. Yasaka then continued with a smile, though I think this time, there would be more cases. Issei gives a nod, without Amaterasu here to control the yokai fueling their hatred and prejudice against humanity. He was aware that this time, history would be different, not being the same ever again. Anyways, we should finish our soup, it is going to get cold. Yasaka suggested, to which Issei nodded. The couple had their soup, completing it before it gets too cold. Once they were done, the Rokurokubi bowed in response, thanking them for coming to her stall. She was enlightened that Yasaka herself entered her stall, looking at the woman with immense respect. Once they were outside, Yasaka then spoke up. So how did you like my faction, at its initial stages? It's good, truth be told, it surpassed what I presumed, since I only thought it was some foxes that will gain their human form. But here, it was different. It was like a huge festival. Yasaka nodded with an amused expression and responded with a smile. Of course, every year our kind comes together to celebrate this festival. This never happened until more years in the future, but this time I decided to do it right now. I managed to unite us against all odds, and this festival. Yasaka points out towards the festival, seeing yokai of many types mingling with each other. Kappa, Tengus, Kasobake, Yukiana and many more are interacting with one another, is a culmination of the unity that we all possessed. Yasaka spoke with a happier smile, to which Issei gave a nod. He was happy by the fact that she was uniting her kind under one banner and leadership. Issei then asked, so when is the final ceremony beginning? It will begin around midnight. Since this signals the end of the new year. For us, that is. Yasaka spoke with a smile, making Issei nod. It was nice of him to know more about the yokai of this world, and I think only a few more minutes remain for us. Yasaka ended the statement. As she continued, shall we have some sweet dish? Issei gives a nod, as Yasaka leads to the location. The couple walked towards the stall hand in hand and reached the location where sweet dishes were present, and spoke. I thought of having some sweet stuff. I did ask the Yukianas to prepare something known as popsicles that are not even known in this era. Issei looked at her for a moment, before speaking, and let me guess, it was popular? Yep. Yasaka gave a nod and continued, especially among the younger yokai. Children love this, and the Yukiana found a better purpose than stalking travelers in snow areas. Come, let's have some. Issei followed her, as she walked towards a Yukiana handling her stall. She looks like human except with skin as white as snow. She then spoke, greetings, what can I get you? 2 popsicles, one for Issei and one for myself. The Yukiana gave a nod. She then responded, since you two are a couple, how about I get you a special popsicle? The Yukiana asked, making them look at each other, with Yasaka speaking, sure, why not? The Yukiana gave a nod. She soon brought out the ice popsicle from the basket and granted it to them. It was a merged popsicle that had 2 popsicles in one. Here you go, Yasaka-sama. The popsicle was granted to her, and she paid the Yukiana, who took the money with her other hand. They took the stuff, as the couple walked away. The Yukiana then spoke, thank you. She bowed as she watched them leave. Yasaka then split up the popsicles and granted one to Issei. She then responded, have it, this was made by Yukiana's ice. Issei gave a nod, and started to eat it. He seemed to like the ice popsicle. He then asked, it's sweet. Yasaka gave a smile, and spoke, I am glad you liked it. Knowledge of the future is advantageous, since I taught the Yukiana this, and all I asked her to use her freezing ability on her popsicle. The ice also has some mana inside it, making it more sweeter and tastier than regular popsicles. Now it makes sense why the popsicle is tasty. Yasaka gave a nod, speaking, that's good. Though, did you meet any of our allies from the past timeline? Yasaka asked, to which Issei responded, I did meet up with Azazel and Gabriel. The latter is someone whom I inflicted doubt on against the biblical God. I have a feeling that the biblical God is the same as the gods that betrayed us. That is why I am not letting them hurt or kill what is mine. Issei speaks with a smile, making Yasaka nod in response. She was relieved by the fact that he was able to meet up with Azazel and Gabriel and try to bring one of them to their side, or at least stop them from war, since she remembered the fallen angels have called a ceasefire in this war. That's good to hear. Now all that remains is us being reunited once again. Yasaka responds with a happier smile looking up, to which Issei continues, yeah, and this time, I will live my life accordingly and destroy anyone that takes what is mine, even if they are God and I oppose their order. Yasaka responds with a smile turning to him. The couple then notice the foxes gathering in one place. She then realizes and speaks with a cheerful tone, I see, it is about time. Oh. Issei responds with a smile, as she leads him to a place where they can watch the transformation. Just when the countdown begins, the foxes start to howl. Issei watched the countdown begin, as slowing tricking down from to eventually. The couple eventually saw the timer reach down to. No sooner does the timer reach to, the foxes continue to howl as their bodies glow into a bright yellow light covering their bodies. Yasaka then spoke, this is the transformation, look, I still remember my first transformation. Yasaka spoke, while lying on Issei's shoulder who didn't mind her resting on him. He held her gently and closely as the couple watched the foxes start to morph. The bodies of the foxes soon morphed into humanoid bodies, with each having visible ears and a fox tail protruding from the back. The light soon died down, and revealed the foxes had become kitsunes, with each of them being completely with having their parts revealed to everyone. Everyone could see the kitsunes all now had a human body, with their ladies or female kitsunes' breasts jiggling. To any human being, this scene would be vulgar and indecent exposure, but to the kitsunes that have obtained their human form for the very first time, this was nothing new. Their first time was meant to be. Some of them still had fox attributes, using their legs to scratch their body akin to a real wolf. Others looked at their body and just embraced one another happy to receive a human form. Yasaka soon spoke with a happier tone, I am glad that more of you have joined our community. Let's become strong to protect our community and each other and usher in a new era for our kind. We will become our new faction, the faction of Yukai. The kitsunes howled in response, still behaving animalistic counterparts, as Yasaka felt her body twitch for a moment, and before she could react, another tail grew from her back, as it sprouted from her behind. She looked at it and smiled in response. Yasaka had become a three-tailed kitsune. Issei! Yasaka exclaimed with an happier tone, while leaping on him. She then continued in the same tone, I became stronger. I became a three-tailed kitsune. Yeah. You have my congratulations. Issei returned the hug and held her tightly. He was happy for her. She had become stronger on her own terms. He knew that she would eventually reach 9 tails. She buried her face against his shoulder, tails flickering with joy, as the Yukai roared in celebration around them. However, soon they picked up a presence that unleashed a powerful voltage of thunder aimed at the defenseless kitsunes. Issei raised his hand quickly in response. Yasaka widened her eyes in horror and rushed towards the location screaming, and oh! She soon saw an explosion, as Issei rushed to defend her. Yasaka fell to her knees, knowing that someone had killed her kitsunes that had just gained their human form. She had tears in her eyes and was weeping at this. These kitsunes, she knew them for a century and befriended them. When the dust settled, all the kitsunes were terrified and fearful. Some were crying and hyperventilating as a barrier had been created to protect them. It was a green dome that had protected all of them. Issei then called out, Yasaka. Yasaka looked at him, as he pointed towards the Yukai and gave the order, you need to leave, now. Yasaka wanted to retort, as she spoke, but Issei, Yasaka, take the kitsunes and leave this place. Take them to a safe space and protect them. Don't come out till I ask you to come. Yasaka looked down for a moment, before composing herself. She was not going to let weakness get the better of her. She then spoke with a serious tone. All right. Yasaka responded, as she used the sunshower barrier, her ability which she remembered gaining in the future. Issei enhanced her powers to make the barrier more stronger, as she took the kitsunes and herself to the barrier. She gave a smile before vanishing, as Issei turned to the attacker. It was none other than Susanoo, the Shinto god of thunder. He was a tall and muscular man that has long navy blue hair with white streaks tied in a ponytail, dark gray eyes and thick cloud-shaped eyebrows. He wears a golden-yellow pauldron on his left shoulder with cloud-shaped patterns, with a long wrist on his left arm, while on his right arm he wears a armor that reaches up to his hand, and a dark purple glove. On the upper part of his body he wears a navy blue kimono with yellow stripes covered by a long white sleeve on the left arm, held up by a dark purple belt with a huge red lace closed in the shape of a bow. He wears long trousers that cover almost all of his feet and high-tech geta. When he is not fighting, he always carries his sword wrapped in bandages and keeps it resting on his right shoulder, holding it with the aforementioned hand. When he is not fighting, he always carries his sword wrapped in bandages and keeps it resting on his right shoulder, holding it with the aforementioned hand. Susanoo. Issei growled, remembering that he was one of the gods that had attacked their base in the old timeline. He took a deep breath to compose himself, having a cold look to mask his anger. The god gave a grin and responded, "What do we have here? A demon moving around in these sacred lands. You are either foolish or brave to come here." Susanoo tried to taunt Issei, to goad him into attacking, but that failed. Issei only gave a smirk and spoke, "Perhaps, but if I remember, your sacred lands is Takamigara, the Shinto heaven, not Japan in general. If anything, this territory is human territory. It was never yours." Susanoo lost his grin and responded, "Seems like this demon doesn't know his place. I, Susanoo no Mikoto, would be enlightened to show you your place." Susanoo brought out his Anakiri Aim no Murakumo. He soon entered into his Saigon stance, and responded, "Now die for defying the will of the gods." Issei only took a deep breath and spoke with a smirk, "You gods never change, always believing in the delusion known as the divine order and thinking that the world revolves around you. Alas, it is not the case, since you gods will never gain absolute control over me or those that are my subordinates." Susanoo got angry at this. The demon was still not fearing or looking at him in respect. He used his blade Anakiri Aim no Murakumo to charge at him. He continued to slash as Issei only dodged around gracefully. He wasn't even trying to evade, despite Susanoo's ability to be able to use any sword to its maximum potential. He still was unable to land a hit on Issei due to his ability to dodge everything. He continued to leap and move around, not letting a single attack hit him. Ugh! How can a mere demon defend from this? Issei only grabs the blade and Susanoo tries to overpower him, but fails miserably. Issei then speaks, "A mere demon? Can a mere demon do this?" Issei punches him in the gut, making him vomit in response, and spoke, "You call yourself a god? How amusing. True divinity doesn't beg for followers, it commands them." Issei punched him again in the gut, making him vomit. He then continues to do so, "You speak of fairness, yet you kneel only to power. Where was your justice when you attacked those innocent kitsune?" He landed a curb stomp that sent the god flying to the ground. Once the dust settled, Issei landed on the god, and placed his foot on his chest, making him groan in pain. "Why, you think you have one? When they find out on what happened to me, demon, and my pantheon will hunt you down. You damned demon! Why, you denier of our divine will!" Issei only shakes his head in disappointment. He knew these gods are too arrogant to admit their faults. He decided to kill his first god permanently. He was aware that many more will come after him eventually, so it would be best to start eliminating them from now on. Hiding behind others? How cowardly, Susanoo no Mikoto! Issei's tone was filled with mockery, to which he responded, "In that case, let the Shinto pantheon see your death, publicly." Susanoo became wide-eyed as he responded, "You wouldn't? I am a god! You can't do this to me. Why not?" Issei asks with a mocking manner, "Tell me, Susanoo, why can I not kill you?" "Because you will destroy Japan if that is the case. You kill me, and the weather will be in complete ruins. I control the weather of Japan," Susanoo declared with fear. He knew that Issei was dead serious in killing him. He could see his cold and overpowering gaze. He was unable to attack him in any manner due to Issei placing his foot on his chest and stomping it. Don't say things when you don't mean it. I can sense lies. Hell only awaits liars like you, and you attempted to kill those innocent kitsunes. For that, there is only one punishment for you, death." Issei spoke seriously and coldly, as he used telekinesis to throw him in the air. He soon followed it up with wires that bound around the god and started to crush him. Issei wanted to make him suffer for trying to hurt those that are the people he cares about. Susanoo could only scream in pain. He could feel his whole body getting torn to pieces. Issei only spoke, his eyes glowing red. For your crime of hurting innocent yokai, you will be cut into 1,000 pieces, Susanoo no Mikoto. The god was cut into pieces, each of them destroying his being completely. Issei soon leaped in the air, and used some of Drake's flames to destroy his soul. He then spoke, "Goodbye, Susanoo no Mikoto." He soon landed on the ground. As he looked at the other yokai that were in hiding, primarily the Yukianas and the Kappas, as one of the Yukianas asked, "Is he gone?" "Yes. And he won't be coming back." Issei speaks, as the yokai cheered at this. Ever since Amaterasu attacked Yasaka 3 to 4 years back, word spread of the gods being untrustworthy, with even other yokai starting to believe it. Many didn't want to believe it, but now, with Susanoo's attack on them, they could see the truth. Issei wouldn't deny it, but he was not expecting the gods to show their true faces so quickly. He started to realize that these gods hate losing control of their followers and their territories. He wondered if this was true for the other gods like the Hindu pantheon and other pantheons like the Shinto pantheon. Regardless, he will deal with all of them if they harm those that he cares about. He is not going to let them take what is his, even if he has to destroy the divine order completely. "Yasaka, you can come out now." Issei speaks up, as the sunshower barrier goes away, revealing the kitsune that had survived, all being well and alive. Yasaka soon arrived and leaped on Issei with joy, hugging him with happiness. "Issei, I am glad that you survived." Issei rubbed her head, and responded, "Yeah, and Susanoo is also gone. He won't be coming to bother us." Yasaka looked at him, and gave a nod. She was happy that her kin was safe, once again protected by Issei. Yasaka soon headed down, and watched the yokai all celebrating the new year and the end of the festival. "Now all that remains is educating my kitsune on language and basic human etiquette." Issei gave a nod, as he knew the kitsune was still animalistic, and while to some extent, they may end up mating with humans due to their wild nature by force, Yasaka had to prevent this, since she believed that they are not yet ready to mingle with the human world just yet. "I will wait for some more time, till they are ready to become part of human society." Issei gives a nod and responds, "That is for the best." Scene change. Yasaka's shrine, Japan AM. Issei and Yasaka were alone in the shrine. The festival had ended and all the yokai had returned. Yasaka had asked the Kistons to remain deep in the forests, fully believing that they would be safe there. She decided to spend the time with Issei. "Well, what will you do now?" Yasaka asks, to which Issei speaks, "I think I will stay here for the day. You don't mind, do you?" Issei asks, to which Yasaka shakes her head and speaks, "Of course not. I'd love if you stay with me." Yasaka responded with a smile, as she speaks, "I will head inside and prepare the futon." Issei gives a nod. She walks inside and brings out the futon. She soon set it up and prepared it. She was aware that Issei wouldn't mind her sleeping beside him. Once she was done, she called out, "I see." Issei got up and turned towards her, and she spoke, "The futon is ready." Issei walked towards the room, and closed the sliding door. Yasaka then spoke, "Come sleep with me." "All right." Issei responds, as the couple sleep on the futon. Yasaka moves her body towards him and gently rests her head on his chest. She didn't want him to leave in any manner. "I see, once this war is over." Issei turns to her, and Yasaka speaks, "Can you promise me something?" Issei speaks in response, "If it is in my power, I can. I want you to be my first." Issei was surprised by this, as she continued, "I see. I love you more than anyone else. I know you are not the same perverted boy, and now a demon king, but even then, you still are the same boy that cares for others and puts others over himself, even fighting against gods to protect those that you care for. My old mate, he abandoned me without hesitation, leaving me to raise my daughter alone. I was pregnant back then, and it was hard for me to raise Kunu alone, but I managed to do so." Issei only looked at her solemnly, to which Yasaka continued, "I don't want to be abandoned. Never again." Issei only took a deep breath and spoke, "Fine." Yasaka looked at him wide-eyed, and he continued, "I will be your first, and be by your side. I won't leave you alone, that is my promise to you." Yasaka only looked at him with tears in her eyes, and responded, "Thank you, I see." Issei returned the smile, and pulled her in a possessive manner. Yasaka was his, and nobody else's. Yasaka only smiled deeply even more, as he spoke. I am not going to abandon you, no matter what happens. Yasaka nodded, and nuzzled on his chest, as Issei turned off the light. The couple soon slept soundly together, knowing that they can rest for the day. Yasaka's shrine, Japan AM. The next day held another promise, another day of survival and another day of moving on. Another god had fallen, and it was only a matter of time before they realized on what was going on. Yasaka was the first to open her eyes. Her eyes fluttered slowly, and the Yukai queen looked at her surroundings. Her face was close to Issei's chest. A momentary blush grew on her face. She was not an old woman like before, where she had a kid, but much younger kitsune, due to which she struggled to keep her urges under her control, unlike in the previous timeline. She had to, since she had no intention of assaulting her soulmate. She was still more fox-like than actually being a kitsune, since chances of them behaving like the former was still prevalent, though it decreases as time passes by. She nuzzled herself to his chest, akin to a fox nuzzling to his favorite owner. Though her memories and mannerisms were of the past timeline, her current body was of the current timeline, implying it needs time to actually become more controlled and more restrained. She looked at her mate with adoring eyes, and wanted to actually go for him. She was breathing heavily. Hot breath came out from her mouth. Yasaka. Control, Yasaka muttered to herself, struggling to feel her urges being out of control. Before she snaps herself to control, she was pale by this. She never lost control like this. As she spoke, that was close. She was aware that if she were to assault him, she would never forgive herself. If Issei ends up hating her because of her lack of control, she doesn't know what she will do. She shakes her head of those thoughts. She knows this new Issei, while retaining traits of his old Issei, is highly possessive and protective of those that are on his side. She knew this was a combination of Anos as well as the trauma Issei had to endure in the previous timeline. Due to the nuzzling, Issei eventually wakes up and looks at her. As he decides to speak, Yasaka. The woman snaps out of her state and turns to him. He seemed to have a normal expression on his face. As she speaks, "Morning, I see." "Morning to you too." Issei retorts. He had an idea on what Yasaka was doing as he asked, "Is everything alright?" "Why, yeah, it is." Yasaka responded with a worried tone. She was worried on what would happen should Issei find out on how she was behaving with him. She looked at Issei, her ears twitching in response and shaking, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and confusion. "Yasaka, is it because of your instincts?" Yasaka blushed red at this, as she turned her gaze away, giving him the idea. She was ashamed at this, with her responding, "As sorry." Issei shook his head and gave a smirk, as he spoke. "No need to say sorry, don't worry, we will do something about it." "You can hold it in, can you?" Yasaka turned to him and gave a nod, as he spoke. "Then worry not, if you wish, I can suppress them for you." The kitsune thought for a moment, before speaking. "No. I wish to control them on my own." "You made a promise that when the time comes, you will claim me as your own." Issei's smirk changed to a smile, as he spoke. "All right then." He soon gets up, and speaks. "Shall we?" Yasaka gave a nod, as she also got up. Issei removed the futon covering the couple and he got up. The kitsune then wrapped up the futon, and folded it gently, opening the sliding door and placing it inside the cupboard. "Issei." Yasaka spoke with a low tone, as she gently placed her near her chest. She then spoke. "Thank you." Her expression was gentle, as she closed her eyes and gave a happier smile. It seemed a bit like a toothy grin, her fox-like canine teeth barely visible from her mouth. She soon walked out of the room, humming a tune to herself. She quickly opened and closed the sliding door, leaving Issei alone, as he only acknowledged with a smile. He had to protect her at all costs, she alongside Runia's, and his parents had become his most cherished people in this world. Yasaka's shrine, Japan PM. Issei was seated on a small cushion, as Yasaka came in with a small tray containing bowls of soup for the couple. She gently placed hers on the ground and his next to him, and spoke. "Here." "Thank you." Issei responded as the duo clasped their hands together, and responded, "Itadakimasu." The couple gave their thanks for the food and started to have their food. They started to have some of the soup. Yasaka turned to him and asked, "How is it?" "It's good, Yasaka." Yasaka returned a smile and spoke. "Thank you, Issei. I have been remembering recipes from my time in the old timeline, and this was another result of it. It is the miso soup that I worked on. Issei returned the smile, before his expression changed to that of concern, which was something the kitsune picked up on. She then asked, I see, what's wrong? It's the Shinto pantheon. Issei responded, as Yasaka asked with horror, are they here? Should I dash? No. Issei spoke with an assuring tone, as he looked at her with a smile, they are not here, worry not. Yasaka looked at him and nodded, as she soon asked, but then, why are you concerned? It is because there was no response to the god killings. I mean, at this point both Susanoo and Amaterasu have gone missing. 2 major gods have been taken down, and this would create some concern for them. Them going missing would have caused some turmoil, or at the very least, they would have noticed this. Issei spoke, which made even Yasaka ponder. There has been no reaction or response from their end. These gods were so hell-bent on displaying order and ensuring other beings followed them to the extreme, else all they received would be death, something which Yasaka would have experienced had it not been for Issei interfering. Now that you mention it, it has been silent. Susanoo's attack on us was just because you were present in their territory. He didn't even demand for Amaterasu's whereabouts. Yasaka spoke in response, remembering what had happened yesterday during the ending of the festival where Susanoo attempted to kill her yokai for no reason. She personally doubted that they would be blamed for Issei being here, or even being slated for execution. Susanoo just killed them for no reason, aside to flaunt his status as a god. Such that everyone must bow or kneel before them. Could it be that they don't care for the 2 gods that have gone missing? Yasaka asked the million-dollar question. She did remember Zeus abandoning Athena and Artemis when they chose to side with humanity. But she also knows Zeus was not a good god, at least not compared to the gods from Shinto and Hindu pantheon. Possible. That's just how these gods are. They won't hesitate to kill their own kin if they oppose this divine will of gods. These gods are a bunch of psychopaths who only want to enforce this will on themselves, and everyone else in this world. These gods will even die for this will. That's just how they are, Issei responded with a tired sigh, earning a nod from Yasaka. He was warned and informed very well by Aenos on how these gods will slaughter entire cities and destroy entire worlds to ensure that humanity and other lower races don't get more powerful than them. Even if they don't threaten them, their power threatens their standing, and that was what they hate. Just what can we even do against them? You are strong enough to fight and kill gods without caring about the consequences, since you have the power to handle them. But us, we don't. Yasaka spoke with a hopeless look, as Aenos shook his head, and gently held her hands. He kept the soup bowl down, as she looked at him with tears in her eyes. Her daughter being killed is a haunting memory she has to live with for her entire life. Yasaka Issei spoke with a low tone, as he continued, they killed us cause they feared that we have the power to kill them. They can't stand someone like us being powerful since it endangers their divine order, hence they tried to kill us. Even you, just by disobeying Amaterasu, made her see you as a threat to her order. Think about it, Yasaka, they fear us disobeying them for a reason, Issei pointed out, to which Yasaka couldn't help but nod. She could see that they were killed for this reason. Yasaka thought for a moment and spoke, the prayers. Issei gave a smile followed with a nod on her realization, as Yasaka continued, of course, it has to be the prayers that we give them on a daily, weekly, monthly or yearly basis. Humans and our kin used to pray to the gods increasing their powers, with the intention that they would help guide and protect us when we need them the most. They would desire to lead us in the right path should we remain astray, only for them to stab us in the back when we needed them the most. Yasaka ended the last part with anger. She had lost everything despite following and worshipping them with complete devotion. In the end, she lost her very life and family to the very same people she looked up to. Issei held her hand tightly and firmly, speaking, exactly, but getting worked up will only do more harm than help. Yasaka took a deep breath to compose herself and spoke, you are right. After what Susanoo did, us yokai have decided to not worship these gods. Humans may still do, but it is only a matter of time when they stop doing. Atheists existed for a reason, Yasaka. The gods knew that they would get weaker as time passes by if humans not only stopped worshipping them and became stronger. Hence they went after the big restart button. Issei ended the statement, making her nod in understanding. She understood that this was what was an additional reason why the gods started the Great Freeze, where all pantheons decided to cull all species but themselves from this world. This shows that the gods aren't what they are portrayed to be. They are far from invincible and can be killed. I was able to kill Shiva as a last-ditch effort, and this was without me having Anos by my side. He is strong but not invincible. He can be killed and this whole global freeze can be ended before it even began. Issei responded to her, making her nod in agreement. She understood the whole situation. She wasn't aware of what happened after her death. All she knew is that Issei failed to end them, and was killed. Though she was amazed by him killing the strongest god in his last-ditch effort before he ended up dying. I never knew Shiva was the one to kill you. Yasaka spoke with a surprised tone, as he shook his head and spoke, no, it was his wife who laid the finishing blow. I was already dying but she ensured my death. Parvati? Yasaka asked, to which Issei gave a nod, making her understand that it was her who killed him. She will want to try her luck again. Once I become a threat they can't ignore. I highly doubt she would remember anything from the old timeline. Issei responded with a serious tone, making her nod. She understood that the Hindu pantheon will act once they see Issei as a world-ending threat, unaware that he is far stronger than they could even imagine. Issei, are you really going to wipe out entire pantheons? Yasaka asked, to which Issei shook his head and spoke, no, I won't. Unless they give me a good reason to do so. I don't fight for revenge, Yasaka. I have only one goal, and that is to prevent the global freeze from happening again. These gods need to know their actions have consequences, and I will see to it that they never even dare unleash global freeze and wipe out the world ever again. Issei spoke with a serious tone, making Yasaka nod in understanding. His goals were very clear to her, and that was that no matter what happens, history won't repeat itself ever again. I understand. I am going to support you in this battle. Yasaka spoke with a gentle smile, earning a nod and a smile from him. He then spoke, there is another that might help us in the future. Yasaka asked with a tone of surprise, who? Runia's Gremry. Issei responded with a smile, making her stunned by this revelation. She had an idea that Issei would soon create a harem, and she was absolutely fine with that as long as he doesn't ignore or abandon her, something he would never do, no matter what happens. However, she was not expecting him to go after the first Gremry to be his girl. She then asked, I see she is the first Gremry. Turns out, she has developed a liking towards me and doesn't take no for an answer. All I did was comment on her hair, and well, that was enough to get her on my side. Now she wants to start up a family with me now. Issei spoke with a sigh, earning a small chuckle from the kitsune. She realized that Issei will find a way to charm girls one way or another. They all get attracted to his hard-working, kind and honest nature, something that is rare in people of the supernatural world. Additionally, he is also courageous, loyal and selfless, having a tendency of poking his nose into others' businesses and being unwavering determined to protect those he loves from harm. Traits coupled with the previous make him near impossible to obtain in the supernatural world. Hence why he has such loyal allies who stay with him, and women that cherish him a lot. Yasaka being one of them. I should have known. Yasaka spoke with a chuckle, as he continued, that's just how you are, even if you merged with Anos. Your tendency of getting girls to your side hasn't changed. I am pretty sure that I will be having more sisters by my side once this is all over. Issei shook his head, watching her giggle in enjoyment. He knew what she said was far from wrong, but he didn't want anyone to be by his side, since he didn't want to bind his life to them. He wanted to ensure that they chose to be with him by their own violation and not by force. Either way, I should probably get going since my family would be concerned about me. Issei was about to leave, but Yasaka grabbed his hand and responded, I know this is selfish of me, but can you please stay here for a while longer? Yasaka turned her gaze away, as Issei closed his eyes and responded, fine. Yasaka happily nodded, as the couple decided to stay in Yasaka's shrine for a little while longer. She ensured to hide her foxtails and ears and pretend to be human, something she learned recently thanks to her memories. She also had to help her kin act and behave more human since she believes that they'd be integrated into the human society very soon. Scene change. Takamigara, Shinto Pantheon, Japan, PM. In the brightly lit dimensions of the Shinto heaven known as Takamigara. The rocks and other lands are seen floating in the air. The greenery and other locations seem extremely beautiful and well placed, especially the islands. There are different crystals surrounding the entire location of Takamigara. There was a brightly lit castle at the very center of the location, where many heavenly spirits. The castle was the center where the Shinto pantheon used to reside, primarily the Trinity gods Susanoo, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi along with their father Izanagi. It was a Japanese architecture-based castle. Inside the castle, the main Shinto gods were seated. Primarily the ones that are known for their work in shaping Japan to what they had desired. The first was Izanagi, the god of life and the chief god of the Shinto pantheon. He has a poised expression, sharp almond-shaped eyes, and a neatly trimmed mustache and goatee. His long, straight black hair flows down past his chest, enhancing his dignified appearance. He wears an elaborate white and cream-colored robe with gold and black accents, detailed with traditional patterns along the borders, giving it a ceremonial and majestic feel. His accessories are particularly striking: a grand golden crown with radiating spikes encircles a red jewel centerpiece, creating a halo effect behind his head. Around his neck, he wears an ornate beaded necklace featuring a circular mirror set in a golden sun-like frame and additional blue claw-shaped pendants. A beaded red rosary-like strand is tied around his waist, hanging alongside a richly decorated belt. A beaded red rosary-like strand is tied around his waist, hanging alongside a richly decorated belt. I am glad you all could arrive when I had called you for. This meeting is between the uppermost leaders of the Shinto pantheon. Izanagi spoke with a tone of gratitude. As he continued, this is to address something very grave. The other gods were concerned, as another spoke up, as she spoke. But shouldn't we wait for our siblings, father? The one who did so was Tsukuyomi. She was a beautiful woman with long, platinum blonde hair that falls smoothly over her shoulders, framing a sharp, confident face with icy blue eyes and an expression that radiates authority and composure. Her outfit is a modernized Cheongsam-inspired garment, form-fitting and sleek in deep black, accented with traditional gold trim and fastened with ornamental knotted buttons. High slits on both sides of her thighs reveal a bold amount of skin, emphasizing both allure and dominance. Over her shoulders rests a white coat, casually draped like a cape, adding a layer of effortless prestige. Izanagi turned to his daughter, who often was asked to hide her gender, presenting herself as a man in front of the whole world. Izanagi turned to his daughter, who often was asked to hide her gender, presenting herself as a man in front of the whole world. Or in the current era, the entirety of Japan, since no one outside of Japan knows about them yet. It would take years for the world to start discovering them. Since then, Tsukuyomi was tasked with pretending to behave like a man in front of the masses, resulting in only the inner circle of the Shinto pantheon, and her family knowing of her being a woman. It is why I called you all for a meeting. Amaterasu has been gone missing, and Susanoo, I have lost his energy signature. The ones present grew concerned on this. Tsukuyomi teared up at this aspect, realizing she had lost her brother and sister. She removed the tears and responded, "Father, is there anything we can do?" Tsukuyomi asked, to which Izanagi spoke, "Easier said than done. I have been trying to use my magic to pick their signature. However, it turns out to be nothing. Even then, that begs the question, who or what was able to take down two gods, since I am sure Amaterasu is alive. She is in feudal Japan, as we speak. She is just not responding to my calls in any manner. As for Susanoo, there is no trace of him in any location. It was like he was gone, no trace of him was left. And it has been this way since yesterday. However, with Amaterasu, she is there, just not responding to my calls." Izanami explained to his daughter, making her nod. She was horrified and fearful to know that there was someone or something out there that was able to kill the gods. Could it be a dragon? A person finally spoke. They all turned to the one who spoke. This was none other than RageRevan, the goddess of thunder. She is dressed in a richly detailed red and gold robe similar to a kimono but having elements of Hanfu mixed in it, evocative of royalty and high status. The luxurious fabric is adorned with ornate golden embroidery that cascades over her chest and down the sides of her gown. The dramatic slit along her leg adds a layer of bold allure, contrasting the traditional elegance with modern sensuality. Her long, flowing blonde hair is styled regally and crowned with an intricate golden headdress complete with dangling ornaments, suggesting she is either an empress or a goddess-like figure. Her expression is serene yet commanding, with red lips and heavily lidded eyes that project power and controlled temptation. A golden dragon curling behind her emphasizes her elevated status and possibly hints at her being a dragon queen or an enchanted sovereign tied to myth or magic. Altogether, she radiates authority, grace, and a dangerous beauty, perfect for a character who is revered, feared, and obeyed. This was her pet, that she had rescued. Dragons have gone on record to kill our kind. Dragons have gone on record to kill our kind. Many gods fell to both Crom Cruach and Albion. So it could be a dragon that has reached our levels, perhaps surpassed us. RageRevan pointed out, to which Tsukuyomi responded, but even then, we would have found out on it, right? RageRevan thought for a moment, and spoke. Tsukuyomi, didn't Amaterasu and Susanoo say something before they had left? Tsukuyomi shook her head, and spoke. Not exactly, but Susanoo did say that he was going to deal with a lowly pest that has entered our lands. Pest? RageRevan asked, turning to her. As she asked, could you be more detailed on what pest was Susanoo referring to? Tsukuyomi once again shook her head, and spoke. No, he just said that. After that was when father lost his presence, right? Tsukuyomi turned to Izanagi, who gave a nod, speaking. Yes, and it seems like this lowly pest was the one responsible for Susanoo's disappearance. But I can firmly tell that he was also responsible for what happened to Amaterasu years back. RageRevan took a deep breath. This meant that a god had once again fallen. If the world's strongest beings end up falling, then this would harm and damage the divine order, and she knew that her pantheon won't let that happen. All pantheons are designed to ensure this divine order stays in place, in all parts of the globe, and those that defy or abandon this, were set to be wiped out as soon as possible. This was something that happened to the Chinese pantheon, when they refused to make the divine order happen. Then we have to do something, father. We can't let this slide. Another god spoke. He was the last god present in the meeting. This was Hachiman, the god of fire. He was clad in demonic red and black samurai armor. He appears like a wrathful war god summoned under the blood moon. The intricate oni-faced chest plate, horned helmet, and fierce mask evoke the imagery of a yokai warlord or cursed shogun, consumed by vengeance and fire. The warm orange and crimson tones of the background, accentuated by the blazing full moon and falling embers, enhance the infernal, apocalyptic feel of his presence. His grip on the longbow suggests a master of ranged precision and deadly calm, despite his monstrous appearance. His grip on the longbow suggests a master of ranged precision and deadly calm, despite his monstrous appearance. Hachiman, I understand your anger at this, but remember we don't know who or what killed Susanoo. We need to act carefully. Any misstep would doom our pantheon and the others will know of us. Izanagi responded with a serious tone, taking consideration of how the god of fire was acting. He understood his anger, since even he was angered at what happened to Susanoo and Amaterasu being missing. The god of fire of the Shinto pantheon scoffed, and turned his gaze away. RageRevan shook her head in exhaustion seeing his antics. She then speaks. Hachiman, getting worked up is no solution to the problem. We need to do something about this. One of our own gods has died, and not just any regular god, but an upper member, just like us. Another has gone missing and is not responding to Izanagi-sama's calls. This is the work of some powerful dragon who has done this. Hachiman seemed to agree with her words, calming down after a while, as she added, but even then, we can't let this slide. My question is, that should we contact the other pantheons and inform about this? RageRevan's words seemed to make sense to everyone. The last time this situation happened is that all gods from all pantheons had discussed this, and that was when the heavenly dragons had disrupted the divine order, and the biblical god was strong enough to deal with them. Unfortunately, the pride and callousness of being a god was still present in all divine beings. The fact of being stated to be born superior to every other being on this planet was still prevalent. No, it is best we gauge the threat first, Izanagi suggested. As he continued, we need to know what exactly we are dealing with before we actually try and contact other pantheons. RageRevan shook her head and spoke. Izanagi-sama, it is best we at least let them know of the news. No, RageRevan. Izanagi shook his head and spoke. That won't work. Since they will demand on who killed Susanoo, and what are we going to tell them? The other gods won't take it too kindly to what happens. They want answers, and you know what is going to happen if we are unable to give answers. RageRevan thought for a moment, and widened her eyes in shock. Her crystal eyes gleamed in the castle paling at the prospect of them being wiped out. The shine of the castle walls radiated into her eyes, which was when she showed intense emotion. Will they wipe us out? RageRevan asked herself. As Hachiman responded, how could they? We are gods too, Hachiman exclaimed, his suit blazing in response. Representing the sheer anger he had at the prospect of being wiped out for not being able to come up with an answer, which was something they didn't know. There was not even a chance for that. A chance to give a proper and concise explanation on their disappearance. Hachiman, calm yourself? Izanagi growled in anger, as the god refused to relent the first time. Izanagi only narrowed his gaze, and radiated his aura, making the god of fire flinch, his flames being doused by the sheer aura Izanagi possessed, as he demanded. I won't be asking you again, calm yourself, now. He shouted the last part, making Hachiman really afraid of his father. He started to calm down in response. The atmosphere was tense, the lanterns present in the palace was shaking violently, and the pressure in the room was intense and immense. It was enough to silence all the gods in the room completely. Everyone was fearful of the chief god of the Shinto pantheon. Even RageRevan and Tsukuyomi were afraid of what is going to happen. The two were visibly shaking at this. Izanagi calmed down, and turned to RageRevan and spoke, not just wipe out, they will make examples out of us. We may be strong, but we are not invincible and can die. The Chinese pantheon was an example of that. The three divine beings nodded in understanding, making them realize on how dire and dreadful the situation was looking. They looked at their father or lord, and understood the situation. I understand, Izanagi-sama. RageRevan responded to him, making Izanagi nod. He then continued, given the circumstance, we won't be heading to Japan, but monitoring them from a distance, seeing any anomalies that are in Japan. We won't act till we find anything about our enemies, everything if possible, Izanagi commanded with a serious tone, making all of them nod in agreement. They knew that things are going to get worse for them, if they act recklessly. But what do we monitor? Hachiman asked. He was still a bit fearful of his father after the outburst. We will monitor the regions of North and West first. We will put focus on one of our regions before we move to the other locations. If we find anything, we will detect and search on what is happening. Izanagi spoke with a serious tone, making Hachiman nod in understanding. RageRevan then asked, and should we inform this to our pantheon? The deaths of Susanoo and Amaterasu going missing? Izanagi looked at her, and shook his head. No, by no means we are going to inform this. We will inform them that they are sent to deal with those lowly yokai, so that they can be used to keep the humans and other races in check. The other deities nodded in understanding, as Izanagi commented, Yasaka is a good pawn, she will be a good figure to guide our divine will to the masses of the yokai. From what I have heard, her faction is just in its starting stage. Yes, father. Tsukuyomi responded, wiping her tears. She still was devastated at what happened to her siblings, but she couldn't let it slide, as she added, being completely raised to follow the divine order. The moment she was born, my sister worked hard to ensure that Yasaka would do what she was asked. She had found her, behaving like a feral wild animal. Had it been a little longer, humans would have found out about her, and who knows what would have happened to her. We never expected her to become a kitsune after Amaterasu had wiped out Inari and her yokai for defying the divine order. That is true, kitsunes can be born from any fox. Foxes that were able to survive the harshness of the climate of the mortal realm and managed to live for hundreds of years. They take some hours to adjust to their new human form. As a result, them going feral is very rare, and has never been documented. RageRevan added, making the other deities agree to this. They gain human sentience relatively soon, making them understand on what they should do, and how should they behave. However, those that haven't had any human contact or understanding may fail to do so, especially in their encounter with humans, hence why they end up getting caught or worse killed. Worst part, some of these foxes actually fall for mortals, and then cause all sorts of problems for the divine order. We have to ensure that they get separated at all costs, Hachiman pointed out, making the other deities nod in understanding. Izanagi then spoke. Is there any objections to this? None of the deities spoke up, making Izanagi speak up. Very well, this meeting has ended. Hachiman and Raijin were the first to leave, as they left in their respective magic circles. Once they had gone, Tsukuyomi then asked, Father. Yes, Tsukuyomi? Izanagi asked with a small smile, as she asked, Can't we head to Yomi and ask Mother about this? If Susanoo had ended up dying, wouldn't his soul be there? Tsukuyomi's words had hope. She did make sense on what would happen if a god ended up dying in their faction. She understood that gods can be revived if their soul is not destroyed. As much as I wish to know. Izanagi responded, as he gave a sigh and spoke, You know how she views our pantheon. Ever since she was trapped in Yomi, she hates us. It is highly unlikely she would listen to us, let alone help us. Tsukuyomi looks down, and responds, I understand, Father. Izanagi nodded in understanding, as they also soon left the meeting room and headed back to their work. They had to see on who was responsible for the death of Susanoo, and who was responsible for Amaterasu's disappearance. Scene change. Gabriel's study, Fifth Heaven, Vatican City, p.m. Gabriel was speaking to Olivia Grigori. The daughter of Azazel made her points, as she asked, Gabriel, did you find out anything on the biblical God? No. Gabriel spoke while shaking her head. She then continued, It is the same. He still treats me the same. I see, Olivia responded. The wings of the dark angel fluttered around, making her concerned on what had happened. She understood that the biblical God has changed from before. The meeting changed on how he viewed this world, coupled with Lucifer's betrayal and the formation of the three factions, and he hated this happening. His whole faction had split up into three factions, and he was not happy with it. I saw his behavior, and he seems more paranoid, more controlling. Did he restrict you in any manner? Olivia asked, to which Gabriel shook her head and spoke. No, Olivia, nothing, though he has intended to increase our powers to combat our repeated losses against Lucifer and his devils. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. I can still do what I want to as long as it doesn't go against the faith. Olivia hummed with a low tone, making the woman understand the situation. She is not naive like Gabriel and knew that the biblical God is starting to become like a control freak. She could see why her father Azazel had left the faction and fell into lust. That seems like what he would do, but you did see the increase at which he was doing, right? Olivia questioned Gabriel, making her nod in understanding, as she continued, It is simple, he is desperate, he is losing the war, and it is something he hates. But I feel there is another reason why he hates losing. Lucifer's rebellion, Azazel turning against him, the Tower of Babel, these incidents. If the biblical God is what he is supposed to be, then this would have never happened. It is simple, he is hiding something. Gabriel widened her eyes in surprise as she spoke. No, all signs point to that, I am afraid. Olivia spoke with a solemn tone. She shook her head and continued, Ever since the meeting where he went to an unknown location. He has been different, I am aware. Gabriel responded, as she continued, Michael and my brothers and sisters may not see signs until it is too late. The one who spoke to me may be right. He knows something that I and you don't. Olivia gave a nod. She could see Gabriel in a worried expression as she continued, He didn't reveal the truth because he knows I wouldn't believe him. Olivia thought for a moment before speaking. You are right, Gabriel, this person, he knows something that we don't. Do you think you will meet him again? She asked her. To which Gabriel shook her head and spoke. I am not sure. His appearance was entirely random. He hid something from me, however what he said. It was just hard not to believe. Gabriel responded with a tired and saddened sigh, making Olivia nod in understanding. This person, whom Gabriel met that fateful day, made her understand what she knew of him. She had an idea that this person was close to Lucifer or her father, and knew things that even they, as the biblical gods most trusted, didn't know. For now, let's not think too much about it. You should rest. Tomorrow we have to once again prepare for war. Olivia spoke with a smile, earning a nod from Gabriel, as she agreed to rest of the day. Both women decided to rest for the day till they know on what they should do with them. Years later, Astaroth territory, Underworld AM, Issei was with Lucifer, Morningstar, and the other satanic leaders. They all were having a steadfast number of victories, and even with God joining the fight, he was struggling to beat them in any way, especially after being weakened by the two heavenly dragons and the With more victories, I wish to celebrate, but... Issei narrowed his gaze, having an idea on where exactly this conversation is going. He knew how the story is going to end. The devils were the first to oppose God and actually do some serious damage that cannot be recovered. Even the Asuras weren't able to do much against the gods. Several things have happened since the years. One of them was he found the truth on several things. He was able to release Sun Wukong from his mind control and gain the Monkey King's favor, with the latter giving him his word that he will always be there to help Issei when he needs him the most. The mind control was done by the Hindu gods along with the Japanese gods when they invaded and destroyed the Chinese pantheon completely, leaving no survivors behind except for Sun Wukong and a certain sealed snake. He decided to leave him in the care and protection of Yasaka, who was more than happy to accept an old friend back into the fold. His bond with Yasaka was strengthened even further, who suggested to make others that are born remember their memories. He took note of this and decided to remind some of his allies, which he is going to start with Azazel. The least they could do is reunite with those of his allies. He also introduced the Kitsune to his parents, who, while worried for this relationship, were worried on how this would impact their son in a negative manner, were happy for him. Lyra decided to have a proper chat with Yasaka on her son, which the Kitsune didn't mind. Issei did notice she was a bit nervous when she met Issei's new parents. She acted more maturely than she usually did, and was more polite and calmer than usual. He understood that she had to make a good impression to his parents. Otherwise, chances are they wouldn't let them be together. Harems were common in the underworld, with a famous case being Issei's own ancestor Asmodeus, who had a harem of women in count. He did represent the sin of lust after all. He also knew that Yasaka was struggling to control her instincts. She wanted to mate with him immediately since he was her one and only soulmate. She was open about her desires, and wanted a child, something he was not against in giving, but he wasn't sure if his world would accept or keep that child safe. He was aware that a yokai, both Indian and Japanese, only get one soulmate for their entire lives, who could be any species. It was like choosing the right partner that you want to spend the rest of your life with, and in Yasaka's case, she failed to make the right choice the first time. Her old mate ran away when she was pregnant, making her struggle a lot in life. They had to protect that soulmate with everything they had, else everything will go down the drain, and they will remain all alone and broken, not desiring to live. Additionally, he also noticed one major change in the devils of this era and devils of the modern era. He noticed that devils were open-minded to their partners, especially if it is female, and more loyal to their males. Though they favored pure-blooded devils, chances of mixed breeds were seen with slight favor, even more than pure bloods, provided what the other half held for them. Some had better favors, while others didn't and were looked down on. But in Issei's eyes, the opinions of hybrids back then seemed to be better than the current time, as he believed that this was primarily due to the Great King faction when Zikram Bale takes over the government of the underworld in his bid to garner more power. His ideals are what shaped the current government, causing this to begin with. But Issei could see, on how the original four Satans actually favored those that had the power to fulfill their goals and desires, which was world domination. Selfish, prideful, and arrogant as they may be, he knew that they aren't stupid and blinded by immense pride and arrogance, else they wouldn't be such a threat to the biblical God to begin with. There wouldn't even be a great war to begin with if that was the case. The bastard has become more aggressive, he has been relentless in securing a victory. His forces are getting weaker by the second. Lucifer added, as Issei knew this to be true. He looked at the four Satans, knowing that they consider him a part of their inner circle at this point due to how many victories he had secured for them. He is becoming desperate, something we all foresaw, Lucy. And given what had happened with the heavenly dragons and Azazel backing away, he is weaker and our forces don't have that much burden. Leviathan mused with a smile. She relished seeing her former father suffer like this. True, and that is what is concerning. Lucifer spoke with a serious tone, making her nod in understanding. He then continued, the sooner we strike, the better. Indeed, we need to take him down. This is a chance we may never get. Beelzebub added in response, with Asmodeus only nodding in response. I believe that is what he also would want. Issei mused with a concerned tone, making them all surprised by this prospect, with Leviathan only saying one word. Explain. She wanted to know how this could be something he would want. It is a trap. He would be wanting you all to make a mistake. A mistake that he could capitalize on. In the war, we all have noticed him retreating when things didn't look favorable for him. If we head to heaven right now and confront him, this would end in disaster and potentially our demises. We must ensure that victory is guaranteed, then we strike. Otherwise we will lose big time. He is still a god and we can't take that for granted. Issei spoke his words, making the Satans seemingly agree with his words. This mistake would ruin everything, and this would end terribly. But the 4 Satans have made their choices. They knew that their generation would come to an end soon, and they still have to lead the war. They knew that their descendants would continue this legacy of theirs. Alright, if that is what you believe in, then we need to wait to strike at the right time. Lucifer responded with a smile, as he continued, speaking of which, how is your progress with Gabriel going? She is turning, and there is a chance we can get the allegiance of another person with her? The 4 Satans were confused by this, as Leviathan asked, who? Olivia, the Dark Angel. Issei spoke, stunning the 4 Satans completely. They were not expecting her name to be called up on Yasaka's shrine, Japan, PM. Yasaka was busy humming and cleaning her shrine. She would soon be transferring to the Yukai mansion, which was being built by a collective unity of the Yukai who completely distanced themselves from their gods, refusing to see them as such due to the events that happened 2 years ago, and with Yasaka being attacked before that by her own patron goddess. All Japanese Yukai have decided to cut all ties with the gods. I wonder what Issei is doing. She spoke to no one in particular, thinking on what he was doing. She knew that he had to return to his world, where he had worked there. She had been accepted by his parents as his lover, and that was enough for her. She was now officially his lover, or in his case one of his lovers, since another was Runia's Gremory, whom she has yet to meet. The girl seemed to be clingy towards Issei from what she heard of, something that made her internally chuckle, since she reminded her on how Rias behaved when someone tried to take her Issei away from her. She wondered if Issei had a thing for redheads, since in both timelines, a redhead was always attracted to him. She continued to clean her shrine. Since the Amaterasu idol was removed and replaced with the Inari idol, she was even more happy to clean this place. The least she could do was honor her predecessor who gave her life away for her ideals and beliefs. She crouched down and dusted the floors of the shrine. Human visitors are coming to this place, and Yasaka didn't seem to mind. She even tended to the place as the shrine maiden, doing her job as such and explaining to the people on the idol and its origin. Though she had to omit the one responsible for Inari's demise, since they would most likely not believe it. She also had to hide her Yukai-like traits, since the gods have ensured that Yukai have a bad reputation due to their teachings, which they pass down in the form of practitioners and other monks. She soon used magic and wiped the place clean, removing any dirt or grime that was present in the location. She took a deep breath. She had to thank Issei for giving her the needed material necessary to become stronger. She did want to work hard so that Issei can be assured that she will be safe. She knew that the gods would soon find out what happened to both Susanoo and Amaterasu, and she had to be ready. Her thoughts were soon snapped out when she picked her presents, but this time, it was a familiar and friendly presence. Ah, Sun Wukong? You are here? She turned around with a smile, as a cloud known as Nimbus with a monkey-like being moving on it. He wore some sort of Chinese armor which resembled his past and culture, not intending to abandon it. He wore some sort of Chinese armor which resembled his past and culture, not intending to abandon it. Sun Wukong leaped from the cloud and the Nimbus flew off as he spoke. Greetings, Lady Yasaka. Oh, no need to be so formal with me, son. What brings you here anyway? Yasaka asked, remembering this was Sun Wukong's true form. This was Sun Wukong, the first generation, but instead of being a wrinkly old man that was unable to move, and an identity to take due to the gods from the Hindu pantheon suppressing and controlling him, he had to maintain that identity. When he was released from the mind control, he returned to his original self. Well, I was passing by, seeing on how the faction was being built. Mine was destroyed by those bastards. Sun spoke with a growl, and an angered grunt, remembering the Chinese Yukai being massacred by the so-called gods. He shook his head and responded, anyways, with how steady your faction is being built, I believe that things will go well for you. Indeed, I can see that happening, just if these gods don't intervene in our progress. Sun Wukong couldn't help but give a giggle at this. He knew that things are going to end well this time for the Yukai. Unlike the last time against Inari, where she died fighting against the gods, similar to his pantheon. Kakik. They won't, Voldegard would kill them without hesitation if anything happens to them. Just like he killed the two gods. Sun responded with a cheerful tone. He was glad that these gods are gone for good. He hated them, and was glad that those that follow the divine order are getting exactly what they deserve. Yasaka didn't blame Sun Wukong for holding intense hatred towards them. He lost everything to them and also shared mutual hatred towards them for killing her, and having a hand in killing Kunu in the past timeline. She detested gods on a personal level, and only those that didn't hold the divine order in such high regard are the only ones she doesn't detest, though only one is dead. Sun lost his smile and became surprised, as he blinked his twice, hoping that Issei is not merciful towards them. The other is cursed to remain a human and a devil hybrid for the rest of her life. When my life was threatened, he ensured that Amaterasu, the one that attacked me, couldn't get away with her crimes and cursed her to remain like that. And even if she takes her own life, she will be reborn as such. Sun looked at her for a moment, before he started to laugh boisterously, knowing what has happened was something he couldn't even imagine. Keek. Oh my goodness! Never thought Voldegard would be able to punish the likes of gods in this time. He is far stronger than what many give credit for. He is someone I can call a friend. Sun Wukong continued to laugh. As Yasaka couldn't help but smile at this, she was happy that this time she has chosen the right man to be her soulmate. That is true. Yasaka responded, as she continued, speaking of which, did you do the task I asked you to do? Sun nodded, as he responded, indeed, keeping an eye on our fellow yokai was easy. The ones that hail from India. I see. She speaks while placing her hand on her chin as she continued, what did you find? Several stuff, Yasaka. He speaks seriously, as he continues, the Nagas blindly follow their gods unlike us. They actively make them live in the past and still keep them isolated and hateful from those that are predators towards them, like the peahens and other species, especially those that don't follow the gods and often follow fallen gods or asuras. Yasaka stroked her chin gently. This was concerning since the Indian yokai would eventually become their enemy, primarily those that follow the gods. She may have to prepare her kind against them. Their yokai were a united force that this time intended to really protect humans from the shadows instead of killing some of them in secret. She ensured that they tried to eliminate as many enemies of the yokai as possible. Fair enough, I actually foresaw this to be one of the possible case scenarios. It isn't surprising that they would do so, since even I was also blind to their words and helpful actions. Still, it is haunting on how they will kill you without hesitation or ounce of care if you dare betray their divine order. Yasaka spoke with a slight shudder. It was horrifying for them to be this callous and sociopathic towards their own family. She remembered on how Zeus had not even a single bit of remorse, sadness or guilt when he tried and killed his own daughters, who were only trying to survive and help humans survive. You seem to know on such stuff, Yasaka. Sun commented in response. Taking note on Yasaka was able to speak with such conviction. He understood that she did experience something like this when Amaterasu attempted to kill her when she was deemed as a lost cause. Cause I do, Sunday. Yasaka spoke with a serious tone. She sighs, taking a deep breath to compose herself. She decided to leave it as a memory, with her continuing, my predecessor lost her life defying this order, and even when I just merely questioned on Amaterasu's beliefs, she attempted to take my life. These gods. They don't tolerate anyone remotely questioning or opposing their words and beliefs. Even fellow gods are not immune to such scrutiny and hatred. Those that do, lose everything, and only someone powerful enough to challenge and kill these gods are actually the ones that can stand up against them. Case in point, Issei. Sun nodded in understanding. He knew that Issei was very strong, enough to release his brainwashing from the Hindu gods. He was glad and would come to assist Issei when the time comes down to it. I understand. Well, I will continue to keep an eye on the Indian yokai. They think I am with the Hindu gods just cause I don't look any different from a Vanner. Yasaka gave a nod to this, as she watched him call out, Nimbus. The cloud returned, as Sun Wukong leaped on it, and he soon spoke, goodbye, take care. You too, Sunday. She spoke with a gentle smile as Sun Wukong flew off into the Nimbus. Yasaka watched him leave, as she headed inside. She only used her fox form when she would need to hide from her enemies. Since all she needs to do is hide her foxtails and ears and use magic to add human ears to show that she is a human, she looked at it, and decided to take some rest. She was feeling a bit sleepy due to working tirelessly for her faction and the mansion. I could use some rest. She continues, as she speaks, if Issei or anyone else comes, I can pick their scent in case their presence was too hard to detect. She curled up into a ball akin to a fox and slept, since she was once an ordinary fox, her tails wrapping around her body like a protective blanket. She knew that no human would come at this time since they came early in the morning, or in some cases evening to pray to their guests. Her senses as a fox was something she wouldn't ignore, unlike the last timeline where she focuses on presences and using sage magic to detect anyone, which did get her caught since Chow Chow was able to defeat and capture her. Had she sensed him by scent, she could have escaped. Scene change. Lucifad, Underworld AM. Runias and Issei were in the Gremory mansion, the latter having a lot of memories from this place due to it being the home of his second family. The Gremorys treated him like their own, especially Rias, who was his lover before she died by the global freeze. He vowed to protect and keep Runias safe at all costs. She reminded him a lot of Rias, and her mannerisms matched the Gremory girl. She then spoke. Is something the matter? Runias asked gently and politely. She had feelings for him and didn't want to ruin her standing in front of him. She wanted to ensure that she manages to gain Issei at the end. She knew he would have other women, since she had picked fur from his suit which was present there, and it was yellowish golden fur. She wondered if there was another woman he was seeing, and she was not going to lose to that woman. Issei looked at her and spoke. No, nothing. This place, did you build it? Issei asked, to which Runias gave a nod, speaking, HMMH. I worked hard on this place, ensuring that none of our descendants would have problems living here. My family will embody my teachings of family love and cherishment, and that is why I want to ensure that they have as much space as possible so that no clash for my territory and stuff. Interesting. Issei responded, as he then asked, surprised, remembering she referred to descendants, our? Oh, speaking of which, what do you think of this place? Runias changed the topic while suppressing her blush. She slipped up and she hoped that she doesn't slip up like this. It's good, it's good. Issei responded, as he continued, with the war soon coming to a close. We should be having time alone to ourselves. Runias hummed in agreement, as she continued, HMMH. Runias, I wanted to ask. Are you sure of this engagement? Issei asked, remembering that it was his parents that had pushed forward this engagement, since they noticed Issei and Runias spending a lot of time together in the underworld. Lyra kept a close eye on her son, and who he is meeting, since she wished for him to have a love marriage. Runias almost coughed up. She then took a deep breath to compose herself and spoke. I don't mind. Her gaze turned away and she looked away sadly, as she continued, I am. To be honest, I see the other fellow first-generation devils here. She turned towards him and continued, all of them have their lovers, people that they care for and desire to be with for the rest of their lives. Some even multiple, and here I am, having no kids. I have lived for long, Issei, but I never found someone suitable, all of them looking at my body like if I become ugly, they would abandon me. Is that why you remained single? Issei asked. When he first saw her, he was expecting her to have Ziasidus Gremory as her descendant, his future father-in-law. But here, there was no one, and he knew that devils can have children easily due to the curse the biblical God put on them. Runias only gave a nod, speaking, yes, I never had children. The other descendants did mock me for not having children, but I never did. Since I wanted to be with someone who loves me as much as I love them. Issei understood. He was being constantly reminded of Rias even more, since she wanted someone to love her for herself and not for her status or body. It did make sense since she was Rias's ancestor and shared several similarities to him. He remembered that neither Serzex nor Rias have met her. Only Ziasidus has heard of her from his mother Kaisis Gremory. She had only come to the Gremory family mansion centuries ago before going into hibernation or frozen sleep so that her body wouldn't age all that much. She did so that she could meet her descendants centuries later, since many of the first-generation devils are mostly dead. Fair enough, and you believe that I am that candidate, correct? Runias looked at him, her cheeks heating up at this prospect. Her red cheeks was obviously a display of her affection towards him. I do. She spoke with a shaky tone, as she continued, "You never treated me like a piece of meat, unlike all those who saw me as such." Issei could only look at her and nod. She did lack the traits of being spoiled, which was something Rias had. But he could accept that trait since her spoiled nature was not too much, and she did care for him and her peerage. This time, he vowed to not let any of them die. Even if he can't be their lover, he was not going to lose any one of his friends and family. No matter if he has to kill every last god that tries to do so, no matter the consequences. "Very well, I don't mind." Runias looked at him, and she gave a smile. Issei then continued, "I will treat you with care and love, that is something that I promise. As the demon king of tyranny, you shall be treated like a queen." She closed her eyes, and gave a happier smile, speaking, "I'd love that." She soon remembered the golden yellow fur she found on his clothing and asked, "Say Issei, may I ask you something?" "Go on." Issei narrowed his gaze. He had an idea on what she wishes to ask for, but he had trust in Runias and knew she wouldn't betray him in any manner. She seemed to be a bit nervous on this aspect. "Is there another woman in your life?" she asked. She only wanted to know. While she did feel jealous on this, she wanted to know which woman was the one that her lover was attracted to aside from her. "Yes," Issei responded, while having a small smile, speaking, "She is someone who I had a history with. She is another of my lovers." Runias was about to ask a question only for Issei to speak. "I only have 2 lovers, one of them being you for now, that's it." Runias shook her head, speaking, "I am not against it. All I wish for you is to tell me about it." Runias gave a smile, speaking, "I see, I trust you. I know you have no reason to leave me unless you have a good reason for that. You won't betray me since we fought in war side by side, and you have always found a way to shield me from angels and fallen angels." Issei gave a nod, happy that Runias trusts him. She was almost like Rias, except she wasn't as spoiled and didn't have anyone to love and live for, unlike Rias. She wanted someone to love like Rias. She cared and loved Issei, something he could see, and he did care for her more than just a subordinate of his. "Anyways, I got to go," he spoke, noticing the time to be midnight, as she asked, "Wait, now?" "Yeah, I got to meet someone. This would be the perfect time to do so." Issei spoke, looking at the time from his shadow. He predicted that the time would be perfect since the person he wanted to meet would be present right now. "At this time?" "I see, but who would be active now?" Issei could only give a smile, speaking, "A certain female would be active at this time. I have already informed my parents on this, and they know I am meeting someone important, and would be arriving late." Issei responded, making Runias nod in understanding. She wondered on who this woman was that he would wish to meet. She did trust Issei, but was curious and slightly worried on who this new woman was. "I should get going, take care, Runias." He spoke, keeping her hand gently on her face, making her slightly blush before he teleported out of there, leaving her stunned. She was relieved that Issei cares for her and actually cherishes her. She decided to take some rest since she had nothing left to do and it was also getting late. She knew that things would get interesting after a while. Scene change. Forests, Island of Chios, Greece AM. Issei teleported to the Islands of Chios, a territory of the Greek faction. It is the 5th largest Greek island, situated in the northern Aegean Sea, and the 10th largest island in the Mediterranean Sea. This was where the village of Artemis's followers, known as Artemis's hunters. He knew that they worshipped their goddess Artemis here. Though she was born in Island of Delos, the island of Chios is where her huntresses live, immortal beings that don't age and look as young as they did centuries ago. That is the benefit of being a huntress of Artemis. Issei speaks, remembering the time when he spoke towards Artemis in the past timeline. At first, he saw Artemis as a Karen, only helping those in need out of desperation and forcefulness. He could see jealousy and anger in her eyes, when she saw couples interacting with each other, and having fun with each other. When Issei or anyone else did confront about it, she refused to answer, even threatening them with violence in case they were a male that had asked her this question. But Issei didn't give up, since most of her threats were a bluff. He had nothing left to lose anyway if he did end up getting badly injured and did end up dying. Frustrated, Artemis revealed the main reason. It was Athena's final request. She pleaded with Artemis to not let her hatred cloud her judgment, and help the humans in the global freeze since she couldn't do so. Issei understood this, but he felt something was off. Issei had a very peculiar habit, and that was to always find a way to poke his nose into others' businesses. He knew that he had to befriend Artemis before he could find out the real reason. He did so, and eventually the two became friends due to their collective responsibility of protecting the survivors of global freeze from other enemies as well as ensuring the survival of their allies. He had no reason or advantage of manipulating Artemis since she was all alone, and he had nothing to gain from her. Eventually he found out the real reason and was beyond furious at the one that made Artemis the way she was. He also was angry that the Greek faction didn't seem to punish or care for the one that did this since he was also a giant and the son of Poseidon. He assured her that he would always be there for her, even if she doesn't believe in him, he will always come if she needs help, causing her to almost tear up. The bond between the two improved and she along with Issei and his allies became the leading figures in ensuring the safety and survival of their group of survivors in the global freeze. They succeeded in doing so. Until their demise at the gods, who shamelessly betrayed them due to the global freeze. Though Zeus was unable to kill Artemis, that was done by her own brother Apollo, who had no shame and regret killing his own twin sister. He shook his head, not intending to remember those thoughts. His thoughts turning to her huntresses who perished in the global freeze, with only a small handful managing to survive the whole ordeal. However, everything has a price, and in the case of her huntresses, they cannot fall in love with the opposite no matter what happens, otherwise they are personally abandoned by Artemis herself, and worse, they are cursed by the goddess, which was what happened with Callisto, one of her huntress, and that immortality cannot protect you from being murdered. Issei spoke with a sigh, knowing this to be true. He knew that their immortality can be a curse since it not only failed to save their lives but it just gave them a more painful, agonizing death, while Artemis could only helplessly watch them die one by one. Artemis watched them die, hence she never again made her own huntress squadron after their death. She refused to let another one die under her watch, she was too guilt-ridden to do anything. It only became worse when none of Olympus would contact her, leaving her all alone. Issei gave a sigh. The gods didn't care when Athena and Hestia were killed. She was all alone, with no one aside from her fellow leaders that had also lost someone important. He continued to move till he was surrounded by several huntresses, all beautiful women with physical ages being as old as almost years old in age. They all were almost akin to Amazonian women, with athletic build. All of them having tall height, and had muscles on their body, implying that they can easily tackle and manhandle a man. They wore nature-like clothing to blend in their surroundings, with many of them wearing green and brown tattered clothing. You trespass here, tell me, what are your intentions of coming here? One of the huntresses asked Issei, her tone being more cautious and curious, not spiteful like he was expecting. This was a change that did surprise him. This could be either one of two scenarios. One, the incident that happened with Artemis never happened yet, or two, the huntress are not yet aggressive since many live far away from civilization. Is this the village of Artemis's huntresses? The huntresses were surprised by this, since this location is never disclosed to anyone not from their group or from the Olympians. This meant that he must have overheard their conversation, or he is close to their lady's kinship, meaning he is a guest of importance. But they couldn't jump to conclusions, they had to confirm him with their leader on his intentions, since they remember the last male that tried to befriend Artemis. One of them responded, "It is, who are you?" "I am Issei Voldegard, the future Demon King, and the current Red Dragon Emperor. My desire is to meet with Artemis and Atlanta." Issei spoke with confidence and fearlessness. He was not afraid of them in any manner. The huntresses flinched from this. It felt like their lady was commanding them, compelling them to follow it without hesitation. They felt that his commanding presence surpassed that of Artemis's own presence. "Our leader would speak to you." Another one spoke, as she continued, "Our lady is on a hunt, but she is available, and she can speak to you, till Lady Artemis arrives." Issei narrows his gaze as he nods. He then spoke, "How much time?" "An hour at most." The huntress responded to him, making him nod. They all knew that this man was not someone they wished to mess with in any manner. One of them spoke, "This way." They guided him to a village tent where they would usually tend to guests in case they ever find their way here. Though this village mostly forbade men entry due to women tending to break their vow because of most Greek men coming here being charming. Women were allowed, favored even when they would join their group. They requested him to take a seat and told him to wait. Issei waited patiently, having a slight idea on who this person would be. A voice soon spoke. I apologize for the delays, Lord Voldegode. He turned around to see a beautiful woman with mint green hair, adorned with a blue and purple flower accessory, and vivid purple eyes that stand out. She wears a revealing, elegant black evening gown trimmed with delicate lace around the neckline and accented by ornate jewelry featuring purple gemstones. The dress also has floral motifs, including a purple rose at the waist, and she accessorizes with matching earrings and long, black gloves. This was Atlanta, the current leader of the Huntress of Artemis. She led them on hunts, and when Artemis was absent, and only answered to Artemis, her goddess. Sorry it took some time, I had to look presentable. Sorry it took some time, I had to look presentable. My name is Atlanta, the lead huntress of Artemis's huntresses. I hope I didn't make you wait for too long. Atlanta spoke with a small smile. Issei looked at her for a moment, as she moved her hair to the side, and asked, So why is it that you wish to meet me and my lady? Before that, I am surprised by the cordial treatment that you gave me. Men don't seem to have a good reputation around here, right? Atlanta shook her head and spoke, knowing that Issei is misunderstanding them. She had to make it clear to the demon, which she picked up on. No, Voldegode, we don't hate men like how it is known. We are just afraid that men would disrupt the oaths that we have taken, which was of eternal maidenhood. This has happened before, and it is best that men don't show up to this place, which is why people claim that we hate men. Issei gave a nod, meaning there was still time for the hatred to worsen, which it does as time passes by making them more hostile towards them. He expected to be attacked by them in worst-case scenario. I might as well get to the point. Why do you wish to meet me and my lady? Issei closed his eyes and spoke. I have some business with the two of you. It is just that, she is from my past, and I wish to make her remember her past. And you have my word, I won't harm or attack her in any manner. Atlanta narrowed her gaze. She was not going to endanger the life of her lady. She took a deep breath and spoke. What business, devil? She asked in response, as he spoke. Once she comes, I will reveal everything. I won't sugarcoat anything. You have my word. Atlanta sighed and spoke. Fine, I just hope I don't regret this. She gave a sigh, as she closed her eyes to mentally connect herself with her goddess. She has a mental link with the goddess, something that Issei is aware of due to him being with Artemis, and knowing a lot about her since the past years. It only took her a few minutes, before a magic circle opened up revealing none other than Artemis herself. Issei controlled his tears, recognizing the very woman that was one of the last beings standing against the gods, ultimately dying to her very brother. She was described to be a very beautiful white flowing-haired woman with blue eyes. She wore a striking and revealing red and white bodysuit that accentuated her figure, with intricate feather-like white accents around her hips and chest. The bodysuit is complemented by long, fingerless red gloves and a coordinating red-orange flowing fabric behind her, evoking the look of ethereal wings or a train. A blue pendant necklace rests elegantly at the base of her neck. Artemis looked at him. She then turned towards Atlanta. She knew the one who wanted to meet her was a devil, and a powerful one at that. She could sense his power completely on levels she wouldn't even expect to be. She understood he was powerful, but how powerful, that was something she didn't want to risk. She also feared men, not hated just yet, since that was something that happens a while later on due to him still not being punished until he was killed in war. Furthermore, there was another incident that caused her to worsen her opinions on men, seeing them as depraved beasts. This caused her to develop an immense hatred for the opposite. Atlanta immediately bowed before her goddess with respect, while Artemis looked back at her, nodding in acknowledgement, speaking. Atlanta, would you tell me why did you bring a devil here? Because, my lady, he wishes to meet with the both of us. He only told me the reason being that he wishes to speak only after you have arrived. Atlanta spoke with slight nervousness. She knew that Artemis doesn't like men, and hoped she doesn't lash out in anger because of this action of hers. Artemis only closed her eyes and smiled, speaking. It's all right, Atlanta, you need not fret on this, you did what you were told to. I will take it from here. Atlanta only muttered in response, slightly relieved by her lady's words. Lady Artemis, does he wish for you to be here as well? Artemis asked the last part, to which Atlanta nodded. Very well. Artemis responded to her, as she turned towards Issei asking, "So Issei Voldegoat, I presume? Though I don't need to introduce myself knowing you came to meet me, I might as well do so out of courtesy. I am Artemis, the goddess of the moon, childbirth, archery and hunting. The daughter of Zeus and one of the Olympians. I personally ensure my own domain and protect young girls, and given you have met my huntresses already, I led them personally. Unless I am not here, then Atlanta does." Issei nodded, being aware of everything that Artemis would say. He expected this to be true. "So what brings you here? All the way to Greece?" Issei closed his eyes and asked, "Before I tell, how much faith do you have in your brother and father? Can you really trust them?" Artemis flinched at the question. She tried to pick on whether he was tricking her or not, but it turns out he was not tricking. It was obvious he was hiding something, and won't tell till SJE gives the right answer. "Oh, of course I do. Why do you ask that? They may be flawed people, but they are my family. I trust them." Issei narrowed his gaze. He expected her to say this since even Yasaka had faith in Amaterasu till she stabbed her in the back much earlier. He understood that the gods and goddess following the divine order hate the fact of losing their faith in any manner, or those that question their orders and faith. Artemis died the last time because of this, since she opposed the divine order by fulfilling Athena's final wish, and later on willingly working with the survivors to survive the harshness of the global freeze. "In that case, allow me to show you who they really are." Issei spoke. Before Artemis and Atlanta could react, he decided to make them remember their memories from the past timeline. They stopped right then and there in their tracks, stunned by what was happening. Artemis had tears falling from her eyes, while Atlanta shivered remembering her demise during the next victims of the global freeze. Artemis remembered the demise of Athena, followed with the time she spent as a runaway and a survivor of a hell's cape that not even gods can survive. Her meeting of Issei and bonding with him, along with her other friends, and eventually the infamous betrayal of her father and the rest of the gods. Her finally being killed by her own brother, who was disgusted by her siding with mere humans. Atlanta, on the other hand, remembered her watching her sisters die one by one, killed by the harsh and endless winters that propagated the entire world and them suffering through starvation. If it wasn't for her guidance, they would have turned into cannibals in order to survive. However, they perished one by one, only finding solace in the afterlife. Artemis walked towards him, her pace shaky as she took one step at a time, speaking. "I see. Is that really you?" Tears fell from her eyes. Someone she cared for had truly returned. She was glad that she was given a second chance at life. Issei only gave a nod, speaking with a genuine smile, an emotion rare from this new Issei. "Yeah, I have returned," and Artemis didn't hesitate, and embraced him, pushing him a few feet behind due to her divine strength. Issei managed to keep themselves from crashing as she spoke. "I missed you. I thought I would never see any of you again. What took you so long?" And she looked at him, with tears in her eyes. "You look different. What happened?" Issei then spoke. "It's a long story, but I am just glad that you are back." Artemis gave a nod, as Issei returned the hug. The duo are just happy to be given a second chance. She didn't mind listening to him, and she did deeply care for Issei at this point. They stayed like this for some moments, before Artemis picked up some shivering. She immediately released Issei and turned her head towards Artemis, as she looked at Issei, who nodded, releasing her. "Atlanta!" she exclaimed, happy by seeing her most loyal huntress back again, but fearful since she also remembered her demise. She wiped her tears, and helped her to take a seat. She turned towards Issei and spoke. "I see, look after her. I will get some medicine for her to help her with the trauma." Issei nodded and responded, "Very well." She gave a smile, wiped her tears and rushed outside of the tent. In just some moments, she came back with a glass of water and some herbal medicine and rushed towards Atlanta. She turned towards her and spoke with a polite tone. "Atlanta, take the medicine." Atlanta nodded and did what was asked. She was then fed the water properly and the huntress drank it. She soon took a deep breath to compose herself, as she apologized. "Apologies, my lady. I made you do such." Artemis immediately placed a finger on her lips, shushing her, as she responded. "Don't, Atlanta. You needn't apologize for this. I know you have been through a lot, and it is going to be all right. I am here for you, and I am not going to go anywhere." Artemis spoke with an assuring tone, making Atlanta even more surprised by this change of Artemis. She was not this humble, since she would only give the medicine, but never feed them unless they are too young. I know what you are thinking, what happened to my lady, right? Atlanta looked at her for a moment, as Artemis continued, it's a long story, and I want you to listen to me. Well, okay. I will tell you soon. Atlanta nodded, speaking, I understand, my lady. Is it all right with you if I rest for the night? This is a lot for me. Artemis nodded in response, speaking, all right, tomorrow morning meet me in the tent when you are ready, okay? Atlanta only hummed in response, and walked outside. She had a lot to deal with due to the intense memories she had received, the trauma ever present in her mind, only not affecting her too much due to the medicine she was fed. Artemis could only watch and worry. This time she didn't want to lose anyone from her huntresses. She turned to him and spoke, I am worried, I see. For my huntresses. I am aware, which is why I have returned. She turned back towards him and spoke, I know this is selfish, but is there a way that all of us can turn into devils like you? She asked Issei, to which he responded, Artemis, we are several centuries in the past. Surzex and Ajuka are not even born just yet. The evil pieces don't exist just yet. Artemis realized this. Though she was granted a second chance, it was done so, centuries before. This gave her enough time to protect those she cared for, not losing them a second time. But on the bright side, we have a lot of catching up to do. Issei spoke with a smile, making Artemis have a smile in response. She remembered that she has a lot of catching up to do with Issei, and wondered if there was anyone else that remembered the past memories. Yeah, we do. Artemis spoke with a smile, as the two move inside and catch up, speaking on the things that have happened in this new timeline. They ensure that this time history won't repeat itself again, no matter what happens. Unbeknownst to them, someone was spying on them, and he was not happy with what he was seeing. He ensured that Artemis would never have a man again, no matter the cost. Some hours had passed since Issei's arrival. Many of the huntresses seemed to be resting and sleeping for the night. Even Atlanta took rest due to what has happened today, her remembering the demise of her kin while she and her lady were helpless in saving them. It was her request to abandon them since they had no choice but to perish in the endless winter. They pleaded with Artemis to save herself, since she couldn't handle everyone and preserve everyone's lives. This happened when Issei came to them, and revealed the truth. Since then Artemis was with Issei. Speaking of the two, they were inside the guest hut, where Artemis lied on his chest, with Issei holding her from her waist. Artemis requested herself to want to rest on his chest. Issei didn't mind her doing so, since she used to do this when she felt lonely. She looked at Issei with care and cherishment, seeing him as her family and not the Olympians, excluding Athena and maybe Hestia, whom she never has seen in her demise the last time. It's been so long. She muttered to him. The two had caught up on a lot of things. She knew that Issei was now a pure-blooded devil instead of being a reincarnated one. She also knew that he was part Asmodeus since his ancestor was such, implying he was going to have a harem regardless. The old Artemis would have been disgusted by this, but this new one, she didn't seem to mind. She knew that all her friends would cherish her to no bounds. Issei had returned to her, and that was all she needed for now. It's been so long since I was born and following my father blindly. To think he is still the same rapist and uncaring psychopath that he always has been. I hate them. They destroyed my maidens, my sister, and my life. And my brother, Artemis spoke with a shaky tone. She was still in fury and despair on her own brother ultimately killing her once and for all. She hated him the most alongside Zeus and wanted to make the two pay. She was helpless and powerless against them, for now. He killed me without any care or love. It was like he always hated me to no ends. When I chose to support humans, support us. She spoke sadly as tears fell from her eyes. He only spoke while wiping the tears off from her eyes. Knowing that she has been through a lot, he also did so, but he had to stay strong for her sake. Artemis, you shouldn't cry like this. Gods like them can have connections to anyone, not even their own kin. They only desire control and hunger for power and followers. They hate losing that, and when they have lost too much, all gods collectively decide to destroy entire progressive cities or worse, hit the giant reset button. You have Athena, and sometimes, only one person by your side is more than enough. Artemis nodded in response, as she wiped her tears. She was not going to cry for them. She was never again going to cry for bastards that never truly cared for her. She was furious due to this, and would never forgive them in any manner. Issei started to play around with her hair, making curls from it, something she picked up and gave a chuckle, speaking, "Despite your change in appearance, that is one thing you haven't changed. You always liked my hair despite your preference for redheads." Issei gave a smile, as Artemis responded, "I am happy that hasn't changed in your aspect. I am still the same, just Anas and I have merged into one being. Hence why I kept his last name to show that we are the same person." She nodded, moving her hands around his neck. She wanted to stay by his side for the rest of her life. She knew that he can reincarnate himself into any person, but his identity would never change. "Fair enough. Tell me, do we have anyone else that remembers?" Artemis asked, to which Issei responded, "Yasaka, she does. She would be happy to meet you again." Artemis nodded. She was happy that Yasaka remembers her past. She was the one that she got along with the most when it came to working to ensure the survival of the people. They shared the same pain of being betrayed by their lovers, or in Artemis's case, her closest friend, and they got along very well. "I would love to, but first I need to sneak out without them finding out on me." Artemis spoke with a normal tone. She didn't mind lying on his chest since she did bond with him very well. "Fair enough," Issei responded, both using magic to ensure that they remain woken up, but soon tiredness took over them. She turned towards him, speaking, "I see. Could we sleep for a while? This day, it has been really stressful for me." Issei nodded, as he was about to move, only for Artemis to speak. She had a blush on her face, as she spoke. "I don't mind you sleeping next to me." She spoke while turning her gaze away. She was feeling lonely and didn't want to tell it to him to his face. Issei understood her state, and spoke, "I guess I have no choice." He soon lifted her up in a bridal manner, with her blushing even more at this. She then flailed around, demanding, "Hey! Put me down!" "What? You wanted me to sleep next to you. Plus I can't leave you hanging like this, right?" Artemis stopped flailing, realizing what she had done. She turned her head away, blushing immensely at the prospect of being sleeping next to a man, something she has never done in her entire life. Fine, but if anything goes wrong, you are taking responsibility." Issei smirked and responded, "Oh, don't worry, I would." Issei whispered to her, his tone making the woman blush even more. Never would a day come where the goddess of maidenhood would blush in love and not in embarrassment. However, she couldn't help but smile at this. She had found someone who really loved her and cared for her. She placed her head on his chest, feeling happiness and warmth around him. She closed her eyes, feeling safe and sound. The duo headed towards Artemis's personal tent, where they rested for the night. They knew that nothing would bother them, at least for the night. Lucifer's mansion, Lucifad, Underworld AM. Lucifer was speaking to his wife Lilith, as she spoke, so he managed to instill doubt in Olivia-chan. "Right, Lucy?" "Indeed, Lilith, he is playing the big game. He is aware that instead of possessing and mind-controlling, which would backfire in the long run, it would be best if they willingly join us instead of us brainwashing or forcing them to do so." Lucifer has a smile on his face. Before he shook his head, he knew that ever since Issei has joined the army, victory after victory was placed instead of losses. "Furthermore, I know that Brat surpasses me in power, and I always foresaw this, didn't we?" Lilith gave a smile and moved towards him, and nuzzled herself on him. She had no regret choosing her demon king over Adam that controlled and restricted her. Lucifer really loved her, there was no doubt in this. The first wife of Adam felt happier being with him over Adam. She then spoke, "You should have seen this coming, Lucy. Our children would one day rule the whole world, ridding it of the gods that control and use us for their own purposes and glory. We weren't strong to deal with that bastard and his angels, but our faction they will." Lucifer held her, grabbing her but making her moan in response. She didn't mind, however. She was a succubus, and it was in her nature to get aroused. She loved to get aroused by someone doing perverted things to her. She wanted to do the deed with him right now, and wanted to get herself filled up. Of course, our son RageRevan will continue to follow our name and legacy. But I feel it won't just be him, there will be someone else. Lucifer responded with a smile, as she continued to feel aroused by this, Her privates were her most sensitive spot, or in her case, her erogenous zone. She was feeling more and more aroused due to Lucifer not releasing her, but who? Lilith asked with her husky seductive tone, her mouth releasing hot air due to the intense arousement she was experiencing. She knew who it was but wanted to hear it from her Lucy, Voldegode. The two are unstoppable if they are willing to work together. Lucifer responded, as he continued, I can't wait for the day when we win. I may not be alive to see it, but I know that we will win. I guess that is true. She moved up towards his ear and whispered, wanna do it again? Right now? Lucifer asked, to which Lilith gave a smile which gave Lucifer the signal that his wife wished to have some fun right now. Well, it was not like it really mattered. He didn't mind doing it with his succubus wife of his. He knew that Lilith desired to create more of her kind. Just like Lucifer was the progenitor of all devils, Lilith was the progenitor of succubi, a variant of devils reliant on UAL activities. They tend to form contracts with humans or other supernatural beings, which will involve them taking human souls if the contract specifies. He knew she wanted to ensure that her race will find a way to live on, though she wanted to deal with a way to get rid of human souls being taken, since this would harm her race in the end instead of actually helping it. She wanted her succubi to be free to choose their partners and lives instead of being controlled and chained by society. They both decided to head to her room with Lilith's wings fluttering with joy at the prospect of having some UAL activities with her one and only partner. The two soon headed to a room to have some fun and enjoyable time together, not caring if the other devils. Scene change. Artemis's camp, island of Chios, Greece AM. Artemis soon woke up, her eyes fluttering at the prospect of her new life. She could see Issei holding her, not tightly and not too gently, just enough to keep him at arm's distance. She blushed at this slightly, seeing on how protective he is. But her blush faded, remembering that he was the last to perish, watching them all perish. She was saddened. Issei was merely years old when he lost his family. She remembered him being the only survivor of his family. While she knew that boys need to become to start maturing, but even then, it takes at least years more on average to become completely mature. So for him to lose his parents, and not give up on living and ensuring their survival at all costs, he had never gave in, nor did he fall to hatred. This was even more clear when he made it clear to not take vengeance, and instead prevent these gods from ever making history repeat itself, when he returned as Issei Voldegode. She cherished him, and didn't want to lose him. She got up and tapped his cheek, so cute, when sleeping. She gave an even happier smile, when Issei started to open his eyes. She looked at him and spoke, "Morning, Issei." "Morning to you too." Issei got up, as the duo got up. This was Artemis's own personal camp. It was elegantly dressed with almost golden pillars with vines surrounding it, making it more wilderness. The bed was like a king-sized bed, fitting for 8 people to sleep on the bed. There was a fountain primarily for decorations, and trees entering the camp which had fruits like apples on them. "So what now?" Artemis asked, in response to which Issei spoke, "First, we speak to Atlanta. She needs some clarity on what we are dealing with. Then, we find a way to get you all out of Greek territory. These gods won't notice you gone until several years, something I noticed when I placed a curse on Amaterasu." Artemis nodded in response, remembering Issei stating on what happened to Yasaka, and how she ended up nearly dying to her own patron goddess. She hated Amaterasu for this, and was relieved when she was cursed to live her rest of her life as a human-devil hybrid. "That is true, but we need to be careful. If history is right, then the incident would happen with one of my own." Artemis spoke sadly, remembering what happened to one of her huntresses. She hoped that it doesn't have to repeat the same punishment she had given to her. When Issei actually told her that she was wrong in punishing her, she understood what she did and how badly she screwed up. She didn't want to punish her, but her rules made it clear that she had to be punished. She was blind to the truth, and Issei did eventually reveal it to her, causing her to be devastated. "Artemis." Issei spoke as he shook her head, speaking, "You made a mistake once, but don't repeat it. There is still time. Keep an eye on her, make sure she is protected at all costs." Artemis nodded in agreement. She was going to ensure she was protected from others. Her emotional turmoil was a lot to her as well. She was conflicted but believed she violated her oath, but when the truth came out, she was devastated. She did gave her punishment but kept an eye on her. This time, she ensured that a punishment never happened this time, and would try her best to prevent this. Issei kept his hand around her waist and spoke, "Worry not, he won't get away with this. I promise you that." Artemis nodded, speaking with a grateful smile. She lied on his shoulder, assuring that she is going to be by his side. She is going to cherish him a lot, along with her huntresses. The two soon got up and headed outside, with Issei sneaking out from a different exit such as to prevent any misunderstandings from happening. She soon greeted her huntresses, who were happy with her lady's return and greeted her with the same tone. She dispatched most of them for the hunts for the food and other groceries while others were asked to keep guard. She soon headed towards Atlanta's tent, and knocked on it, surprising the huntress, as she immediately stopped what she was doing. She stood up and immediately kneeled in respect, speaking, "Lady Artemis, I was not expecting you here. Do you need something?" Artemis flinched at this. The survivors never called her lady, and it reminded her of the dead huntresses. But she shook her head. This was the new timeline, and she was given a second chance. She was not going to lose any of them. "I remember mentioning that I would have a conversation on the last timeline? Are you free right now?" Atlanta was surprised. Artemis always pushed her agenda onto her and her huntresses, and they didn't mind. She was not abusive or controlling towards them, but her actually speaking like them made them surprised. "I do," she continued, to which Artemis responded, "Please sit down, I will explain everything. But before that I want you to take an additional oath. One you must not break till I ask you to do so." Atlanta was surprised, but she nodded. She did what her goddess asked her to do, since she saw not only her being serious but Issei, who was also as serious as her goddess. "Oh, okay, as you wish." Artemis lost her serious look and had a worried smile. "I am asking you to keep this a secret, since the others won't believe what has happened. They will call you out as a bluff, but we know what happened in the future, right?" Artemis asked, to which Atlanta nodded. She shivered at the remembrance of her demise. She wasn't looking forward to experience that ever again. She was too afraid to do anything. Artemis immediately side-hugged her. As Atlanta looked at her, she then spoke, "My goddess, don't Atlanta, I was powerless to save you back then. I should apologize to you, since I was unable to save you. Your goddess failed you once, and she won't fail you again. You have my word, Atlanta." Artemis spoke while holding her firmly yet gently. She has gone through a lot in the past life, especially with watching her fellow sisters perish at the hands of the infamous global freeze. Atlanta looked at her. She did have immense faith in her goddess, and will always do no matter what timeline she is born in. She nodded in agreement and understanding, knowing that the global freeze in the old timeline was the reason why she has changed and become more humble and kinder. Looking at Issei, who was once the former pillar of the factions, she understood that the two had a history together, and the last one that did have used her for his own benefits, and then was ultimately killed by her lady. She wondered what this history was, but soon she would get all her answers regardless. Changing the subject, "It is best I." She soon glances towards Issei and speaks, "No, both we explain to you what happened. Why did I change? How did I change? My fate, and my relation with him? Everything." Atlanta nodded to her lady's words, as Artemis continued, "I won't go over every detail, but we will tell the major things." Artemis took a deep breath and split up from Atlanta, speaking, "Firstly, I wasn't absent due to what happened with Athena. She was the first one to fall from the global freeze when her own followers turned against her in a bid of survival." Atlanta looked in horror, as Artemis continued, "My sister didn't want to hurt them, and tried to defend herself but to no avail, and the followers killed each other in a bid to survive. By the time I got there, it was too late. Neither I could save her, nor her followers, and nor I could save my followers." Artemis spoke with sadness, as Atlanta also remembered the demises of all those that were under her. Atlanta felt helpless. The global freeze claimed so many lives, innocent and guilty. No one was spared and no one was forgiven. But we need to tell you the truth, on what really happened after that and how things became this way. Issei spoke, as Atlanta looked at him. She knew that things were going to get serious from here on out. She looked at her lady, who nodded in agreement and acceptance with her speaking. What we are about to say must not be revealed to the others outside this room. Are we clear on that subject? Atlanta nodded in response without hesitation, speaking, my lips are sealed. But are you sure we must keep this from our sisters, Lady Artemis? Indeed, Atlanta. Artemis responded with a serious tone, making her gulp. She was not messing around. She knew that this matter was very serious. She then continued, cause what we are about to say, you will never believe it. But it is the truth. It is something we both have experienced, and don't wish to experience it again, for us, and for any of you. Atlanta gave a nod, to which Issei responded, the global freeze, everything that we went through. That was all the doing of the gods. Atlanta grew shocked, speaking, what? How can this be? She looked at the two, thinking of it as a joke. But it turns out it wasn't, seeing that both of them were extremely serious. She had tears in her eyes, realizing that the gods were the ones responsible for killing her and her sisters. Turns out, they have no care for their own fellow gods as well. Both me and Issei were killed by the said gods whom we once fought for. I was personally killed by Apollo, my own twin, Atlanta. Atlanta looked in shock at this prospect. She wasn't aware that he was killed by her own twin brother. She then asked, how? He had no shame, just anger and disgust at me protecting you. She spoke while gently keeping her hand on her, pulling her to her side. She was the same Artemis that was going to be always there for her huntresses. She was still the same goddess, except this new one was more mellow and humble than before. The gods claimed that humans, devils, fallen angels, yokai, all were beneath them. Artemis spoke sadly. She now had no regrets siding with the so-called lower races, since she found real loved ones from them. Issei and Yasaka being such examples. Do you think of us as such, my lady? Atlanta asked, to which Artemis responded, never, Atlanta, you are my kin and protection. Had I not been reminded of what happened to me in the future, I would have blindly followed Zeus and the other Greek gods, eventually leading you to your doom, unaware of it. I don't think humans and other beings as low like the other gods. Atlanta, you have my word, I won't betray you like the other gods. I will always protect you. Atlanta nodded. She couldn't see any lies and deception from her lady. She closed her eyes and gave a gentle smile. I know, Lady Artemis. She continued in response, before her smile fades away, speaking, but even with you by your side, I apologize. But who will save us from Zeus and the other gods that wish to enact the global freeze? Artemis only responded with a smile. That is why Issei is here. He was the reason why I and you even remember what happens to us in the future. And even this time, the gods can't be trusted here, except for Athena, as far as we know. Amaterasu was an example, when she tried to kill her most loyal followers for doubting her word. Just by doubting her word she tried to kill her. Atlanta was surprised before she turned to Issei with him speaking, it is true these gods hate losing control. Their followers and other supporters, if they turn on them, they'll immediately want to destroy them. I have seen this twice, and I feel it is going to repeat even more again and again. Atlanta could only nod, seeing the seriousness in their tone, as she shook her head and responded, fine, I trust Lady Artemis, but I have a feeling that I can trust you as well, Lord Voldemort. Issei nodded. As Atlanta took the oath like she promised, I hereby take an oath. Never will I reveal any information discussed in this room to any soul present on this planet. Only when my lady and Lord Voldemort asks me to do so. Artemis gave a gentler smile and side-hugged her, this time firmly and gently. She spoke in response, it's okay, Atlanta, you are not alone in this world. Indeed. Issei responded, as he spoke, a confident smirk being plastered on his face. As my subordinate, I will ensure your protection and safety. That is my word to you, as a demon lord. Atlanta nodded with a smile, speaking with a gentler tone, yes. But before they could continue, someone barged into the tent, which was another of the huntresses. She then responded, apologies for barging in like this. She was described to be a woman with ginger-like hair on her head. She wore standard hunting gear which comprised of a tattered toga with pants to ensure that she was mobile in her hunts. It's all right, but tell me what happened. Artemis spoke, before she sensed a presence. A presence that would make her flinch. Before she gritted her teeth in anger and fury. She never expected him to show up right now. She wanted to make him pay, only for Issei to gently keep his hand on her shoulder, causing her to flinch again. She turned to him, and he shook his head, speaking, "Not now." He motioned towards the confused huntress, who felt fear at her lady being angry due to this barging of his. Artemis understood this and calmed down, realizing that she was redirecting her anger at someone innocent and clueless. "No, don't be sorry for getting worked up." "What happened, Phoebe?" she asked politely, to which Phoebe, who was fearful, returned back to her composed and calm state, speaking in response. "Lord Apollo has arrived to greet his sister. He demands your immediate presence. This is why I entered in without your prior permission, including Lady Atlanta's permission," Phoebe responded with a serious tone and a bow, making Artemis nod. Her look becoming cold instead of the usual joyful and enjoyable that she would have been if Apollo would have shown up. "Very well, you can leave. Asked him to wait. We will be joining him shortly." Artemis spoke with a serious tone. She had to ensure the protection of her huntresses from him. She was about to confront him before she stopped for a moment. Turning back to Issei, she asked, "I see. I need you to do something for me." Scene change. Guest tent, Artemis's camp, island of Chios, Greece, p.m. Inside the guest tent that Issei had once reunited with goddess Artemis. Another person was waiting. This was none other than Apollo, the twin brother of Artemis, and the son of Zeus and Leto. He looked almost identical to Artemis, having the same white hair and blue eyes, along with having the same expression. However, his hair was shorter, and he seemed to be wearing a white shirt, along with an armor around his waist. He also seemed to be wearing long pants like toga, which was something he wore for his other attire. He had a cold look on his face, knowing that there was a man inside the camp of his twin sister. He had a cold look on his face, knowing that there was a man inside the camp of his twin sister. He had to ensure that she doesn't fall behind any man. This was something he had done against Orion as well when he was the first and only known male member of Artemis's huntresses. He ensured that Artemis will remain a virgin forever. To protect her maidenhood, that was something that is supposed to happen. Artemis soon arrived, dressed in her formal Greek attire consisting of her own short, knee-length tunic, often described as a chiton. Her clothing is often depicted as silvery, reflecting her connection to the moon. She walked inside the tent, her anger palpable but controlled due to Apollo killing her in the future, but she was given a second chance. A second chance to not only prevent her death but also to prevent the deaths of all those she loved and cared for. She could see Apollo having a smile when he saw her, but she knew this was fake. "Sister, it's been a while." Apollo smiled, as he rushed towards Artemis to give a hug only for her to back away. Apollo was surprised, only for Artemis to speak in response, "Sorry, brother, I was on a hunt and the prey was too elusive and aggressive, which is why I am sweaty." Apollo was about to speak only for Artemis to respond, "When I heard of your arrival, that is why I had to rush. I didn't clean myself." Apollo narrowed his gaze, losing his smile, before speaking, "It's all right, I appreciate the concern of you getting your sweat on me. But it would have been fine. Regardless, I appreciate the thought." Artemis only nodded. She didn't want to be near this man, she hated him on par with Zeus. She then asked, "What brings you here anyway?" "I wanted to know, why is there a man in this tent?" Apollo asked, causing Artemis to flinch. Before her look changed to that of complete anger and fury. She was furious at the fact that this man was spying on them. If this man was not her brother, she would have ensured he regretted this decision with the rest of his life. Something she planned on doing right now, since she no longer deemed Apollo as her twin brother. She only waited for him to do something wrong, an excuse that she can give if questioned by the rest of her so-called family. She knew they would ignore and try to punish her, but she didn't care. She would rather die than become a part of that family. Only exception to this is Athena, who is the only one she would consider family. "How do you know there is a man in my tent, brother?" she asked with a small confused expression. She had to pretend she doesn't know a thing, as she continued, "Were you spying on me?" Well. Apollo became nervous. Her sister never questioned anything like this before. As he continued, "I saw a man approaching your tent, and I was aware that a man is in your tent." Her anger was getting harder to control. This Apollo was no different from the monster that killed her. Issei was right again. knowing these gods are selfish megalomaniacs that don't even care about family. She knew this man was spying on her. And she decided to confront him, not later but now. This means you were spying on me. Artemis responded coldly, to which Apollo became fearful. He was caught on in his actions, and knew that he was screwed up. He then responded with a shaky tone, "Are why you accusing me? Why your own brother? Your tone does it yourself, Apollo." She spoke coldly, as she continued closing her eyes before she continued, "Yes, I am not denying it, I have a man living here in this tent. However, he arrived here at midnight, more than hours before now. This means you didn't arrive now, but you were here for more than half a day." She opened it, her eyes having fury in it. She was wanting to teach him a lesson that he would remember. "You spied on me, Apollo. Nothing more, nothing less." Apollo also grew annoyed by this, as he responded, "So what? You shouldn't be with that man, don't you remember what dash?" "Yes, I bloody do," Artemis exclaimed with fury, cutting him off, as she continued, "and let's not forget that all of you were willing to ignore what Orion did to me. I had to take justice into my own hands and kill him. You claimed for me to not be with a man, the first man that was my friend aside from family. Somehow you lot chose the worst friends for me. And the same first friend tried to rape me." "Rape me? Apollo!" she shouted with anger, making Apollo back away instinctively. This was the first time his own sister was furious and hateful towards her. And the worst part, why was he spared? Because you lot didn't want to piss off Gaia. This is why I feared men and eventually would have hated men because of people like you. Apollo wanted to retort, but Artemis responded, cutting him off, "Yes, it was me that desired to be a virgin, but I saw mortals having children. I saw joy and happiness in their hearts seeing them born. I was thinking, maybe Orion was the one since Olympus had a hand in introducing me to him. But I was wrong. Do you even realize how scaring it is to be a survivor of such a heinous crime? Even if I was saved, he saw me. No man should see a woman unless he is someone she trusts with all her heart." Artemis shouted with fury. She had enough of Apollo monitoring her life. She understood he was constantly keeping an eye on her since he somehow always knew what she was up to. She initially thought he was looking out for her, but when he killed her, she realized that he was keeping an eye on her, so that she is controlled. Apollo couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger, as he glared at her. He then spoke, "You know we had to prevent Gaia from destroying us, right?" "I am well aware." Artemis calmed down a bit, as she responded, "But you let him go scot-free. The least you could have done was sealed him away." "I had to kill him, Apollo. I had to do the deed, and now here you are. Mad at me for taking in another man inside my camp. Do you see me hurting the Olympians? Do you see me hurting myself? No, right?" Apollo was silent. He hated that his sister was in the right. He knew that she was a lost cause, since she was caring for lowly races, unlike many of the gods, which meant that she had to be eliminated by the divine order, since those that remotely care for the humans had to be eliminated by any means. His father had told him about this, when he showed no care for the humans that had died under him, implying that what he was doing was right. He was asked to keep this a secret from his sister since she still cared for her huntresses who were just mere mortals. "Then you have no right to interfere in my personal businesses when I am not." Artemis ended the statement, speaking with a cold tone. Apollo scowled in response, and grunted, glaring at him. "So by opposing your maidenhood, you are opposing us then?" Artemis got on guard, as she generated a barrier instinctively to protect herself from an incoming solar blast. "I had a feeling that you tried to kill me, Apollo." Artemis responded with a serious and angered tone, as she continued, "There is no room for you to fall any lower, don't you, Apollo?" Apollo only glared at her and responded, "You should have remained by our side, listening to what you were always meant to be. Humans are creatures that are meant to be disposable. They are pawns for our own amusement and joy. You were supposed to lead them, but not care for them." He unleashed another solar beam at him, only for Artemis to deflect it with her own magic, causing some explosions in the guest tent. She soon charged a concentrated moon energy blast aimed at Apollo, sending him flying outside the tent. He gritted his teeth in anger, as Artemis floated moving outside the guest tent. She soon widened her eyes when she saw a giant boar slaughtering her huntresses. She recognized it to be the Caledonian boar. She had this monster under control, but now, it was ravaging her huntresses. Surprised? Apollo's voice rang from behind, making her turn her gaze towards him. She scowled at this, as Apollo grew a smirk, a sinister tone growing on his face. While you were messing around with your hunts, I was able to sneak in and place a controlling curse on the boar. Artemis only grew angry at this, and growled, You should have seen this coming, sister. Apollo spoke with disdain, as he continued, This is what you get for turning your back on Olympus and supporting these measly humans. Don't you see it, sister? Artemis was getting more and more angry. She hated what was happening to her kin, as Apollo added, You can save them, only if you tell me where that man is hiding. His tone made Artemis nearly want to sock him again, but she soon calmed down. She knew that Apollo would do this, but this was something she had anticipated, and hence she had a plan for this. A smirk grew on her face, as she turned towards him, and before Apollo could react, bam! Artemis brutally socked him in the face, destroying a major portion of it, as she had a smirk on her face. She enjoyed seeing him badly beaten and his face destroyed. Groaning in pain, he glared disdainfully towards his sister. You! He exclaimed before shouting, I will make sure you regret that. He shouted, lunging at her with a solar-powered attack aimed at him, only for several hoops to surround him, soon triggering something that makes him scream in pain. He soon fell to the ground, groaning in pain even more. Looking at his sister, she had a smile, and not just a smile of happiness, but also that of satisfaction. She enjoyed seeing the state of her former brother. You got some nerve of harming what is mine, Apollo. A voice spoke as Artemis had a smile, while Apollo lost his angered look and became confused. He saw the person walking from a different direction, and his confusion returned back to anger recognizing him. It was none other than Issei Voldegode. He had a cold look, as she spoke while moving towards him. I see, it seems like our plan worked. Issei turned to her with a smile, as she returned the gesture of happiness. She then spoke, and he fell for it. That he did. The two turned to Apollo, who was struggling even more to break the restraints, but every time the magic infused in those ropes struck him back, making him screech in pain even more. The power was specially designed against them. Once his resistance reduced, Artemis finally spoke. Did you not figure it out, brother? She asked with spite, as she snapped her fingers and everything returned back to normal. The Caledonian boar was never there along with the corpses of the huntresses. Instead, all her huntresses had surrounded him, having their weapons ready to kill the brother of their lady in case he does anything. Apollo widened his eyes and asked, Did you dash? Illusion magic. With Issei's help I gave you the illusion that you actually managed to control my Caledonian boar. Artemis explained seriously, this was all part of her plan, to ensure and expose Apollo to the rest of her huntresses. She never had this plan, but everything changed when Apollo decided to come here. Let me explain to you. She spoke with a sinister tone. She wanted him to suffer till he gets his true punishment for everything he has done. Flashback begins. Artemis had to make a plan. After sending Phoebe away, she had to ensure the safety and protection of her huntresses, which is when she remembered something that Apollo said to her in the past life before killing her, which was that he managed to gain control of the Caledonian boar and enhance it such that she would lose her entire huntresses in an event she does oppose them. Turning to Issei, she spoke. I see, listen. I need you to do me a favor, remove the control spell that Apollo has implanted on my boar. After that, plant an illusion magic of Apollo being in control of the boar in such a manner that it would only go rogue once he activates the spell. Fair enough, and you wish to be in control of that spell. Artemis gave him a smile, giving him the answer he needed. Lord Voldegode. Atlanta spoke up, as she continued, head outside from the back entrance. That way Apollo won't find out your involvement until it is too late. Yep. Artemis spoke cheerfully as she continued, I was planning to keep this from the other huntresses of mine, but it is best we be prepared. Apollo arriving was not expected, but he doesn't know that his actions have doomed the entirety of Olympus. And worry not, I have the perfect punishment for his actions. She had a smirk, but hers was a predatory and evil smirk on her face. She was going to ensure Apollo regrets everything he has done, especially her demise in the old timeline. Flashback ends. Apollo looked in horror. He had realized that he had been played for a fool. As he spoke, that means, you? This was all a charade, a plan. Artemis spoke with a smirk as she continues. I knew you would come here and attempt to harm me and my kin, which is why Atlanta and Issei collaborated against you to ensure that you wouldn't get anything against me but also not tell the Olympians about this. Apollo gritted his teeth in anger and screamed, You traitorous bitch dash! Shut up! Issei's eyes glowed, making Apollo freeze in place and groan in pain. This mere gaze was enough to restrain the god completely and effortlessly. Artemis looked at this power of his in awe, as she realized this was the power of Issei's demon eyes, a powerful skill capable of performing dangerous feats, and even defeating gods with just a mere gaze. He truly was a threat that could completely not just overturn the divine order but also destroy it once and for all. Artemis, it is time for you to enact the punishment. I will strip his divinity. Issei raised his hands and unleashed a powerful snap of his fingers, killing Apollo instantly, splattering blood and guts everywhere. The restraints falling to the ground like it was nothing. The huntresses and even Atlanta and Artemis were surprised by this. The latter turned to Issei and spoke. Issei, why did you? Azab! Issei exclaimed, as a magic circle opened up revealing Apollo, who had revived himself. Looking just the same, he had shock and fear in his eyes. He looked at Issei with fear, as he speaks. So Apollo? How are you feeling given you just died? Issei asked with a smirk, making Apollo even more afraid. The other huntresses were stunned by the fact that the new guest killed and revived him right then and there. Artemis, I have stripped his divinity. Do what you have to do. Artemis nodded. She turned to Apollo with a cold look. The god was about to beg for mercy and forgiveness, knowing he was powerless and unable to do anything, only for Artemis to give him a slap, causing him to fall, speaking, Don't you dare! You are no better than Zeus, Apollo. A coward dressed in the form of a god. Since you decided to control my boar and try to harm my huntresses, I have the perfect punishment for you. She soon generated a small ball of curse energy and threw it inside Apollo, as he soon felt a shifting feeling inside his body. He soon started to grow tusks while screaming in pain, as fur started to grow on his body. His legs became hooves, and his nose became into a pig snout. I punished you in a similar way I did to Actaeon. You will live the rest of your miserable life as a wild animal. That is your punishment, your fate. Your actions are the reason why you are cursed. She watched him transform into a white boar, his intelligence being reduced compared to his old self. She watched him become an animal in front of her eyes. The boar, which was formerly Apollo, started to sniffle around, his punishment a complete reflection of his actions. He soon ran into the wilderness, as she commanded her huntresses. Huntresses, the one who hunts that boar down will get a personal wish of theirs fulfilled. Now go and enjoy the hunt. The huntresses nodded, as they all rushed towards the boar, chasing it down. The only one that stayed behind was Atlanta. Artemis turned to her and asked, You aren't going to join? As much as I would love to, I can't. Since everyone's gone to hunt down the ex-god known as Apollo. Artemis was surprised, as she turned to see that everyone was gone to hunt down the white boar. She then sighed, knowing this to be true. Well, I guess that is true. She spoke, as she turned towards Issei and asked, How long will you stay here? You would have to go back eventually since the Great War is still on. Artemis felt sad. She didn't want him to go just yet. But she understood that he has a life with the devils, he has his family. He still has to fight his own war against the angels. Technically I can stay for 3 days at most. Issei responded with a smile, as he continued, Lucifer has granted me some days off. I plan on meeting up with others as well. We can meet up with Yasaka till then. Artemis immediately beamed at this, as she immediately wrapped her arms around him, responding, That's great. Let me show you around the camp, then we will visit Greece. Issei nodded, as she basically pulled him around. She enjoyed having someone she trusted so much with all of her heart. Atlanta couldn't help but smile at this. This was the first time her lady had been in such happiness, more than she had ever been before. She enjoyed her time with Issei, and realized that her lady would be truly happy with the former pillar of the factions. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.